This is Audible.
Hachette Audio presents The Cabinet of Curiosities, written by Douglas Preston and Lincoln Child, read by Jonathan Mayrose.
Dedication. Douglas Preston and Lincoln Child dedicate this book to the teachers, professors, and librarians of America, most especially those who have made a difference in our own lives. Boneyard. 1. Pee-wee Boxer surveyed the job site with disgust. The foreman was a scumbag, the crew were a bunch of losers. Worst of all, the guy handling the cat didn't know jack about hydraulic excavators. Maybe it was a union thing. Maybe he was friends with somebody. Either way, he was jerking the machine around like it was his first day at Queen's Votech. Boxer stood there, beefy arms folded, watching as the big bucket bit into the brick rubble of the old tenement block. The bucket flexed, stopped suddenly with a squeal of hydraulics, then started again, swinging this way and that. Christ, where did they get these jokers? He heard a crunch of footsteps behind him and turned to see the foreman approaching, face caked in dust and sweat. "Boxer, you buy tickets to this show or what?" Boxer flexed the muscles of his massive arms, pretending not to hear. He was the only one on the site who knew construction, and the crews resented him for it. Boxer didn't care. He liked keeping to himself. He heard the excavator rattle as it carved into the solid wall of old fill. The lower strata of older buildings lay open to the sun, exposed like a fresh wound. Above, asphalt and cement. Below, brick, rubble, then more brick. And below that, dirt. To sink the footings for the glass apartment tower well into bedrock, they had to go deep. He glanced out beyond the work site. Beyond, a row of Lower East Side brownstones stood starkly in the brilliant afternoon light. Some had just been renovated. The rest would soon follow. Gentrification. "Yo, Boxer, you deaf?" Boxer flexed again, fantasizing briefly about sinking his fist into the guy's red face. "Come on, get your ass in gear. This isn't a peep show." The foreman jerked his head toward Boxer's work detail. Not coming any closer, though. So much the better for him. Boxer looked around for his shift crew. They were busy piling bricks into a dumpster, no doubt for sale to some pioneering yuppie around the corner who liked crappy-looking old bricks at $5 each. He began walking, just slowly enough to let the foreman know he wasn't in any hurry. There was a shout. The grinding of the excavator ceased suddenly. The cat had bit into a brick foundation wall, exposing a dark, ragged hole behind it. The operator swung down from the idling rig. Frowning, the foreman walked over, and the two men started talking animatedly. "Boxer," came the foreman's voice, "since you ain't doing squat, I got another job for you." Boxer altered his course subtly, as if that was the way he'd already been going, not looking up to acknowledge he had heard, letting his attitude convey the contempt he felt for the scrawny foreman. He stopped in front of the guy, staring at the man's dusty little work boots. Small feet, small dick. Slowly, he glanced up. "Welcome to the world, Pee-wee. Take a look at this." Boxer gave the hole the merest glance. "Let's see your light." Boxer slipped the ribbed yellow flashlight out of a loop in his pants and handed it to the foreman. The foreman switched it on. "Hey, it works," he said, shaking his head at the miracle. He leaned into the hole. The guy looked like an idiot, standing daintily on tiptoe atop a fallen pile of brick, his head and torso invisible within the ragged hole. He said something, but it was too muffled to make out. He withdrew. "Looks like a tunnel." He wiped his face, smearing the dust into a long black line. "Phew, stinks in there." "See King Tut?" someone asked. Everyone but Boxer laughed. Who the hell was King Tut? "I sure as shit hope this isn't some kind of archaeological deal." He turned to Boxer. "Pee-wee, you're a big, strong fella. I want you to check it out." Boxer took the flashlight and, Without a glance at the weenies around him, hoisted himself up the collapsed pile of bricks and into the hole the excavator had cut into the wall. He knelt atop the broken bricks, shining his light into the cavity. Below was a long, low tunnel. Cracks dog-legged up through the walls and across the ceiling. It looked just about ready to collapse. He hesitated. "You going in or what?" came the voice of the foreman. He heard another voice, a whiny imitation. "But it's not in my union contract." There were guffaws. He went in. Bricks had spilled down in a talus to the floor of the tunnel. Boxer half scrambled, half slid in, raising clouds of dust. He found his feet and stood up, shining the light ahead. It lanced through the dust, not getting far. From inside the place seemed even darker. He waited for his eyes to adjust and the dust to settle. He heard conversation and laughter from above, but faintly, as if from a great distance. He took a few steps forward, shining the beam back and forth. Thread-like stalactites hung from the ceiling, and a draught of foul-smelling air licked his face. Dead rats, probably. The tunnel appeared to be empty, except for a few pieces of coal. Along both sides were a long series of arched niches, about 3 feet across and 5 high, each crudely bricked up. Water glistened on the walls, and he heard a chorus of faint dripping sounds. It seemed very quiet now, the tunnel blocking all noise from the outside world. He took another step, angling the flashlight beam along the walls and ceiling. The network of cracks seemed to grow even more extensive, and pieces of stone jutted from the arched ceiling. Cautiously, he backed up, his eyes straying once again to the bricked-up niches along both walls. He approached the closest one. A brick had recently fallen out, and the others looked loose. He wondered what might be inside the niches. Another tunnel? Something deliberately hidden? He shined the light into the brick hole, but it could not penetrate the blackness beyond. He put his hand in, grasped the lower brick, and wiggled it. Just as he thought, it, too, was loose. He jerked it out with a shower of lime dust. Then he pulled out another and another. The foul odor, much stronger now, drifted out to him. He shined the light in again. Another brick wall, maybe 3 feet back. He angled the light toward the bottom of the arch, peering downward. There was something there, like a dish, porcelain. He shuffled back a step, his eyes watering in the fetid air. Curiosity struggled with a vague sense of alarm. Something was definitely inside there. It might be old and valuable. Why else would it be bricked up like that? He remembered a guy who once found a bag of silver dollars while demolishing a brownstone. Rare, worth a couple $1,000. Bought himself a slick new Kubota riding mower. If it was valuable, screw them, he was going to pocket it. He plucked at his collar buttons, pulled his T-shirt over his nose, reached into the hole with his flashlight arm, then resolutely ducked his head and shoulders in after it, and got a good look. For a moment, he remained still, frozen in place. Then his head jerked back, involuntarily, slamming against the upper course of bricks. He dropped the light into the hole and staggered away, scraping his forehead this time, lurching back into the dark, his feet backing into bricks. He fell to the floor with an involuntary cry. For a moment all was silent. The dust swirled upward, and far above there was a feeble glow of light from the outside world. The stench swept over him. With a gasp he staggered to his feet, heading for the light, scrambling up the slide of bricks, falling, his face in the dirt, then up again and scrabbling with both hands. Suddenly he was out in the clear light, tumbling head-first down the other side of the brick pile, landing face down with a stunning blow. He vaguely heard laughter, which ceased as soon as he rolled over. And then there was a rush to his side, hands picking him up, voices talking all at once. "Jesus Christ, what happened to you?" "He's hurt," came a voice. "He's all bloody." "Step back," said another. Boxer tried to catch his breath, tried to control the hammering of his heart. "Don't move him. Call an ambulance." "Was it a cave-in?" The yammering went on and on. He finally coughed and sat up to a sudden hush. "Bones," he managed to say. "Bones? What do you mean, bones?" He's not making any sense." Boxer felt his head begin to clear. He looked around, feeling the hot blood running down his face. Skulls, bones piled up, dozens of them. Then he felt faint and lay down again in the bright sunlight. 2. Nora Kelly looked out from the window of her fourth-floor office over the copper rooftops of the New York Museum of Natural History, past the cupolas and minarets and gargoyle-haunted towers, across the leafy expanse of Central Park. Her eye came to rest at last on the distant buildings along Fifth Avenue, a single wall, unbroken and monolithic, like the bailey of some limitless castle, yellow in the autumn light. The beautiful vista gave her no pleasure. Almost time for the meeting. She began to check a sudden swell of anger, then reconsidered. She would need that anger. For the last 18 months, her scientific budget had been frozen. During that time, she had watched the number of museum vice presidents swell from 3 to 12, each pulling down $200,000. She had watched the public relations department turn from a sleepy little office of genial old ex-newspaper reporters to a suite of young, smartly dressed flacks who knew nothing about archaeology or science. She had seen the upper echelons at the museum, once populated by scientists and educators, taken over by lawyers and fundraisers. Every 90-degree angle in the museum had been converted into the corner office of some functionary. All the money went to putting on big fundraisers that raised more money for yet more fundraisers in an endless cycle of onanistic vigor. And yet, she told herself, it was still the New York Museum, the greatest natural history museum in the world. She was lucky to have this job. After the failure of her most recent efforts, the strange archaeological expedition she'd led to Utah and the abrupt termination of the planned Lloyd Museum, she needed this job to work out. This time, she told herself, she would play it cool, work within the system. She turned away from the window and glanced around the office. System or no system, there was no way she could complete her research on the Anasazi-Aztec connection without more money. Most importantly, she needed a careful series of accelerator mass spectrometer C14 dates on the 66 organics she had brought back from last summer's survey of southern Utah. It would cost $18,000, but she had to have those damn dates if she was ever going to complete her work. She would ask for that money now. Let the other stuff wait. It was time. She rose and headed out the door, up a narrow staircase, and into the plush trappings of the museum's 5th floor. She paused outside the first vice president's office to adjust her gray suit. That was what these people understood best, tailored clothing and a smart look. She arranged her face into a pleasantly neutral expression and poked her head in the door. The secretary had gone out to lunch. Boldly, Nora walked through and paused at the door to the inner office, heart pounding. She had to get the money. There was no way she could leave this office without it. She steeled herself, smiled, and knocked. The trick was to be nice but firm. "Come in," said a brisk voice. The corner office beyond was flooded with morning light. First Vice President Roger Brisbane III was sitting behind a gleaming Bauhaus desk. Nora had seen pictures of this space back when it belonged to the mysterious Dr. Frock. Then it had been a real curator's office, dusty and messy, filled with fossils and books, old Victorian wing chairs, Maasai spears, and a stuffed dugong. Now the place looked like the waiting room of an oral surgeon. The only sign that it might be a museum office was a locked glass case sitting on Brisbane's desk, inside of which reposed a number of spectacular gemstones, cut and uncut, winking and glimmering in little nests of velvet. Museum scuttlebutt held that Brisbane had intended to be a gemologist, but was forced into law school by a pragmatic father. Nora hoped it was true. At least then he might have some understanding of science. She tried to make her smile as sincere as possible. Brisbane looked sleek and self-assured. His face was as cool, smooth, and pink as the inside of a conch, exquisitely shaved, padded, groomed, and eau de cologned. His wavy brown hair, thick and glossy with health, was worn slightly long. "Dr. Kelly," said Brisbane, exposing a rack of perfect orthodontry, "make yourself at home." Nora dropped gingerly into a construction of chrome, leather, and wood that purported to be a chair. It was hideously uncomfortable and squeaked with every movement. The young VP threw himself back in his chair with a rustle of worsted and put his hands behind his head. His shirt sleeves were rolled back in perfect creases, and the knot of his English silk tie formed an impeccably dimpled triangle. Was that, Nora thought, a bit of makeup on his face, under and around his eyes, hiding a few wrinkles? Good God, it was. She looked away, realizing she was staring too hard. "How go things in the rag and bone shop?" Brisbane asked. "Great. Fine. There's just one small thing I wanted to talk to you about." "Good, good. I needed to talk to you, too." "Mr. Brisbane," Nora began quickly, But Brisbane stopped her with a raised hand. "Nora, I know why you're here. You need money." "That's right." Brisbane nodded sympathetically. "You can't complete your research with a frozen budget." "That's right," repeated Nora, surprised but wary. "It was a tremendous coup to get the Murchison grant to do the Utah Anasazi survey, but there's no way I can finish the work without a really good series of carbon-14 dates. Good dates are the foundation for everything else." She tried to keep her voice pleasantly obedient, as if eager to play the ingenue. Brisbane nodded again, his eyes half closed, swiveling slightly in his chair. Despite herself, Nora began to feel encouraged. She hadn't expected as sympathetic a reaction. It seemed to be working. "How much are we talking about?" Brisbane asked. "With $18,000, I could get all 66 samples dated at the University of Michigan, which has the best mass spectrometer laboratory for carbon-14 dating in the world." $18,000. 66 samples. "That's right. I'm not asking for a permanent budget increase, just a one-time grant." $18,000, Brisbane repeated slowly, as if considering. "When you really think about it, Dr. Kelly, it doesn't seem like much, does it?" "No." "It's very little money, actually." "Not compared to the scientific results it would bring." 18,000. What a coincidence." "Coincidence?" Nora suddenly felt uneasy. "It just happens to be exactly what you are going to need to cut out of your budget next year." "You're cutting my budget?" Brisbane nodded. 10% cuts across the board, all scientific departments." Nora felt herself begin to tremble, and she gripped the chrome arms of the chair. She was about to say something, but, remembering her vow, turned it into a swallow. "The cost of the new dinosaur halls turned out to be more than anticipated. That's why I was glad to hear you say it wasn't much money." Nora found her breath, modulated her voice. "Mr. Brisbane, I can't complete the survey with a cut like that." "You're going to have to. Scientific research is only a small part of the museum, Dr. Kelly. We've an obligation to put on exhibitions, build new halls, and entertain the public." Nora spoke hotly. "But basic scientific research is the lifeblood of this museum. Without science, all this is just empty show." Brisbane rose from his chair, strolled around his desk, and stood before the glass case. He punched a keypad, inserted a key. "Have you ever seen the Tev Marabi emerald?" "The what?" Brisbane opened the case and stretched a slender hand toward a cabochon emerald, the size of a robin's egg. He plucked it from its velvet cradle and held it up between thumb and forefinger. "The Tev Marabi emerald. It's flawless. As a gemologist by avocation, I can tell you that emeralds of this size are never flawless. Except this one." He placed it before his eye, which popped into housefly-like magnification. He blinked once, then lowered the gem. "Take a look." Nora again forced herself to swallow a rejoinder. She took the emerald. "Careful, you wouldn't want to drop it. Emeralds are brittle." Nora held it gingerly, turned it in her fingers. "Go ahead. The world looks different through an emerald." She peered into its depths and saw a distorted world peering back, in which moved a bloated creature like a green jellyfish. Brisbane. "Very interesting, but Mr. Brisbane—" "Flawless. No doubt, but we were talking about something else. What do you think it's worth? 1,000,000? 5, 10? It's unique. If we sold it, all our money worries would be over." He chuckled, then placed it to his own eye again. The eye swiveled about behind the emerald, black, magnified, wet-looking. "But we can't, of course." "I'm sorry, but I don't get your point." Brisbane smiled thinly. "You and the rest of the scientific staff, you all forget one thing. It is about show. Take this emerald. Scientifically, there's nothing in it that you couldn't find in an emerald 100th its size. But people don't want to see any old emerald. They want to see the biggest emerald. Show, Dr. Kelly, is the lifeblood of this museum. How long do you think your precious scientific research would last if people stopped coming, stopped being interested, stopped giving money? You need collections, dazzling exhibitions, colossal meteorites, dinosaurs, planetariums, gold, dodo birds, and giant emeralds to keep people's attention. Your work just doesn't fall into that category." "But my work is interesting." Brisbane spread his hands. "My dear, everyone here thinks their research is the most interesting." It was the "my dear" that did it. Nora rose from her chair, white-lipped with anger. "I shouldn't have to sit here justifying my work to you. The Utah survey will establish exactly when the Aztec influence came into the Southwest and transformed Anasazi culture. It will tell us—" "If you were digging up dinosaurs, it would be different. That's where the action is. And it happens that's also where the money is. The fact is, Dr. Kelly, nobody seems terribly concerned with your little piles of potsherds except yourself." "The fact is," said Nora hotly, "that you're a miscarried scientist yourself. You're only playing at being a bureaucrat, and frankly, you're overdoing the role." As soon as Nora spoke, she realized she had said too much. Brisbane's face seemed to freeze for a moment. Then he recovered, gave her a cool smile, and twitched his handkerchief out of his breast pocket. He began polishing the emerald, slowly and repetitively. Then he placed it back in the case, locked it, and then began polishing the case itself. First the top and then the sides, with deliberation. Finally he spoke. "Do not excite yourself. It hardens the arteries and is altogether bad for your health." "I didn't mean to say that, and I'm sorry, but I won't stand for these cuts." Brisbane spoke pleasantly. "I've said what I have to say. For those curators who are unable or unwilling to find the cuts, there's no problem. I will be happy to find the cuts for them." When he said this, he did not smile. Nora closed the door to the outer office and stood in the hallway, her mind in turmoil. She had sworn to herself not to leave without the extra money, and here she was, worse off than before she went in. Should she go to Colopy, the museum's director? But he was severe and unapproachable, and that would surely piss off Brisbane. She'd already shot her mouth off once. Going over Brisbane's head might get her fired. And whatever else she did, she couldn't lose this job. If that happened, she might as well find another line of work. Maybe she could find the money somewhere else, rustle up another grant somewhere. And there was another budget review in 6 months. One could always hope. Slowly, she descended the staircase to the 4th floor. In the corridor, she paused, surprised to see the door to her office wide open. She looked inside. In the place she had been standing not 15 minutes before, a very odd-looking man was now framed by the window, leafing through a monograph. He was wearing a dead black suit, severely cut, giving him a distinctly funereal air. His skin was very pale, whiter than she had ever seen on a living body. His blond hair, too, was almost white, and he turned the pages of the monograph with astonishingly long, slender ivory fingers. "Excuse me, but what are you doing in my office?" Nora asked. "Interesting," the man murmured, turning. "I'm sorry?" He held up a monograph, The Geochronology of Sandia Cave. "Odd that only whole Folsom points were found above the Sandia level. Highly suggestive, don't you think?" He spoke with a soft, upper-class Southern accent that flowed like honey. Nora felt her surprise turning to anger at this casual invasion of her office. He moved toward a bookcase, slid the monograph back into its place on the shelf, and began perusing the other volumes, his finger tapping the spines with small, precise movements. "Ah," he said, slipping out another monograph. "I see the Monteverde results have been challenged." Nora stepped forward, jerked the monograph out of his hand, and shoved it back onto the shelf. "I'm busy at the moment. If you want an appointment, you can call. Please close the door on your way out." She turned her back, waiting for him to leave. 10%. She shook her head in weary disbelief. How could she possibly manage it? But the man didn't leave. Instead, she heard his mellifluous plantation voice again. "I'd just as soon speak now, if it's all the same to you. Dr. Kelly, may I be so bold as to trouble you with a vexatious little problem?" She turned. He had extended his hand. Nestled within it was a small brown skull. 3. Nora glanced from the skull back to the visitor's face. "Who are you?" Regarding him more carefully now, she noticed just how pale his blue eyes were, how fine his features. With his white skin and the classical planes of his face, he looked as if he'd been sculpted of marble. He made a decorous gesture somewhere between a nod and a bow. "Special Agent Pendergast, Federal Bureau of Investigation." Nora's heart sank. Was this more spillover from the trouble-plagued Utah expedition? Just what she needed. "Do you have a badge?" she asked wearily. "Some kind of ID?" The man smiled indulgently and slipped a wallet out of his suit pocket, allowing it to fall open. Nora bent down to scrutinize the badge. It certainly looked real, and she had seen enough of them over the last 18 months. All right, I believe you, Special Agent." She hesitated. What the hell was his name? She glanced down, but the shield was already on its way back into the folds of his suit. "Pendergast," he finished for her. Then he added, almost as if he had read her thoughts, "This has nothing to do with what happened in Utah, by the way. This is an entirely different case." She looked at him again. This dapper study in black and white hardly looked like the G-men she had met out west. He seemed unusual, even eccentric. There was something almost appealing in the impassive face. Then she glanced back down at the skull. "I'm not a physical anthropologist," she said quickly. "Bones aren't my field." Pendergast's only reply was to offer her the skull. She reached for it, curious despite herself, turning it over carefully in her hands. "Surely the FBI has forensic experts to help them with this sort of thing?" The FBI agent merely smiled and walked to the door, closing and locking it. Gliding toward her desk, he plucked the phone from its cradle and laid it gently to one side. "May we speak undisturbed?" "Sure, whatever." Nora knew she must sound flustered, and was angry at herself for it. She had never met someone quite so self-assured. The man settled himself into a wooden chair opposite her desk, throwing one slender leg over the other. "Regardless of your discipline, I'd like to hear your thoughts on this skull." She sighed. Should she be talking to this man? What would the museum think? Surely they would be pleased that one of their own had been consulted by the FBI. Maybe this was just the kind of publicity Brisbane wanted. She examined the skull once again.
Well, to start with, I'd say this child had a pretty sad life.
Pendergast made a tent of his fingers, raising one eyebrow in mute query.
The lack of sutural closing indicates a young teenager. The second molar is only just erupted. That would put him or her at around 13, give or take a few years. I would guess female, by the gracile brow ridges. Very bad teeth, by the way, with no orthodontry. That suggests neglect, at least. And these 2 rings in the enamel indicate arrested growth, probably caused by 2 episodes of starvation or serious illness. The skull is clearly old, although the condition of the teeth suggests a historic as opposed to prehistoric dating. You wouldn't see this kind of tooth decay in a prehistoric specimen, and anyway it looks Caucasoid, not Native American. I would say it's at least 75 to 100 years old. Of course, this is all speculation. Everything depends on where it was found and under what conditions. A carbon-14 date might be worth considering.
At this unpleasant reminder of her recent meeting, she paused involuntarily. Pendergast waited. Nora had the distinct feeling that he expected more. Feeling her annoyance returning, she moved toward the window to examine the skull in the bright morning light. And then, as she stared, she felt a sudden sick feeling wash over her. "What is it?" Pendergast asked sharply, instantly aware of the change, his wiry frame rising from the chair with the intensity of a spring.
These faint scratches at the very base of the occipital bone.
She reached for the loop that always hung around her neck and fitted it to her eye. Turning the skull upside down, she examined it more closely. "Go on."
They were made by a knife. It's as if someone were removing tissue.
What kind of tissue? She felt a flood of relief as she realized what it was.
These are the kind of marks you would expect to see caused by a scalpel during a post-mortem. This child was autopsied. The marks were made while exposing the upper part of the spinal cord, or perhaps the medulla oblongata.
She placed the skull on the table.
But I'm an archaeologist, Mr. Pendergast. You'd do better to use the expertise of someone else. We have a physical anthropologist on staff, Dr. Wiedenreich.
Pendergast picked the skull up, sealing it in a Ziploc bag. It disappeared into the folds of his suit without a trace, like a magician's trick. "It is precisely your archaeological expertise I need. And now," he continued briskly, replacing the telephone and unlocking the door in swift, economical movements, "I need you to accompany me downtown."
Downtown? You mean like headquarters?
Pendergast shook his head. Nora hesitated.
I can't just leave the museum. I've got work to do.
We won't be long, Dr. Kelly. Time is of the essence.
What's this all about?
But he was already out of her office, striding on swift, silent feet down the long corridor. She followed, unable to think of what else to do, as the agent led the tortuous back way down a series of staircases, through birds of the world, Africa, and Pleistocene mammals, arriving at last in the echoing Great Rotunda.
"You know the museum pretty well," she said, as she struggled to keep up.
"Yes." Then they were out the bronze doors and descending the vast sweep of marble stairs to Museum Drive. Agent Pendergast stopped at the base and turned in the bright fall light. His eyes were now white, with only a hint of color. As he moved, she suddenly had the impression of great physical power beneath the narrow suit. "Are you familiar with the New York Archaeological and Historic Preservation Act?" he asked.
"Of course."
It was the law that stopped digging or construction in the city if anything of archaeological value was discovered, until it could be excavated and documented. A rather interesting site was uncovered in Lower Manhattan. You'll be the supervising archaeologist.
"Me? I don't have the experience or authority."
"Fear not, Dr. Kelly. I'm afraid we'll find your tenure all too brief." She shook her head.
"But why me?"
"You've had some experience in this, particular kind of site."
"And just what kind of site is that?" "A charnel." She stared. "And now," he said, gesturing toward a '59 silver wraith idling at the curb, "we must be on our way. After you, please." 4. Nora stepped out of the Rolls-Royce, feeling uncomfortably conspicuous. Pendergast closed the door behind her, looking serenely indifferent to the incongruity of the elegant vehicle parked amid the dust and noise of a large construction site. They crossed the street, pausing at a high chain-link fence. Beyond, the rich afternoon light illuminated the skeletal foundations of a row of old buildings. Several large dumpsters full of bricks lined the perimeter. 2 police cars were parked along the curb, and Nora could see uniformed cops standing before a hole in a brick retaining wall. Nearby stood a knot of businessmen in suits. The construction site was framed by forlorn tenements that winked back at them through empty windows. "The Morgan Fairhaven Group are building a 65-story residential tower on this site," said Pendergast. "Yesterday, about 4 o'clock, they broke through that brick wall there. A worker found the skull I showed you in a barrow inside, along with many, many more bones." Nora glanced in the indicated direction. "What was on the site before?" "A block of tenements built in the late 1890s. The tunnel, however, appears to predate them." Nora could see that the excavator had exposed a clear profile. The old retaining wall lay beneath the 19th century footings, and the hole near its base was clearly part of an earlier structure. Some ancient timbers, burned and rotten, had been piled to one side. As they walked along the fence, Pendergast leaned toward her. "I'm afraid our visit may be problematic, and we have very little time. The site has changed alarmingly in just the last few hours. Morgan Fairhaven is one of the most energetic developers in the city, and they have a remarkable amount of, pull. Notice there are no members of the press on hand. The police were called very quietly to the scene." He steered her toward a chained gate in the fence, manned by a cop from whose belt dangled cuffs, radio, nightstick, gun, and ammunition. The combined weight of the accoutrements pulled the belt down, allowing a blue-shirted belly to hang comfortably out. Pendergast stopped at the gate. "Move on," said the cop. "Nothing to see here, pal." "On the contrary." Pendergast smiled and displayed his identification. The cop leaned over, scowling. He looked back up into the agent's face, then back down several times. "FBI." He hiked up his belt with a metallic jangle. "Those are the 3 letters, yes." And Pendergast placed the wallet back in his suit. "And who's your companion?" "An archaeologist. She's been assigned to investigate the site." "Archaeologist?" "Hold on." The cop ambled across the lot, stopping at the knot of policemen. A few words were exchanged, then one of the cops broke away from the group. A brown-suited man followed at a trot. He was short and heavy-set, and his pulpy neck bulged over a tight collar. He took steps that were too big for his stubby legs, giving his walk an exaggerated bounce. "What the hell's this?" he panted as he approached the gate, turning to the newly arrived cop. "You didn't say anything about the FBI." Nora noticed that the new cop had gold captain's bars on his shoulders. He had thinning hair, a sallow complexion, and narrow black eyes. He was almost as fat as the man in the brown suit. The captain looked at Pendergast. "May I see your identification?" His voice was small and tight and high. Pendergast once again removed his wallet. The captain took it, examined it, and handed it back through the gate. "I'm sorry, Mr. Pendergast. The FBI has no jurisdiction here, particularly the New Orleans office. You know the procedure." "Captain Custer."
Captain Custer, I'm here with Dr. Nora Kelly of the New York Museum of Natural History, who has been placed in charge of the Archaeological Survey. Now, if you'll let us in—"
"This is a construction site," broke in the brown-suited man. "We're trying to build a building here, in case you hadn't noticed. They've already got a man looking at the bones. Christ almighty! We're losing $40,000 a day here, and now the FBI?"
"And who might you be?" Pendergast asked the man in a pleasant voice.
His eyes flickered from side to side. "Ed Shank." "Ah, Mr. Shank." In Pendergast's mouth, the name sounded like some kind of crude implement. "And your position with Morgan Fairhaven?" "Construction manager." Pendergast nodded. "Of course you are. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Shank." Immediately, he turned back to the captain, ignoring Shank completely. "Now, Captain Custer," he continued in the same mild voice, "am I to understand that you will not open the gate and allow us to proceed with our work?" "This is a very important project for the Morgan Fairhaven Group, and for this community. Progress has been slower than it should be, and there's concern at the very highest levels. Mr. Fairhaven visited the site himself yesterday evening. The last thing they want is more delays. I've had no word about FBI involvement, and I don't know anything about any archaeological business." He stopped. Pendergast had taken out his cell phone. "Who are you calling?" Custer demanded. Pendergast said nothing, the smile still on his face. His fingers flew over the tiny buttons with amazing speed. The captain's eyes darted toward Shank, then away again. "Sally," Pendergast spoke into the phone. "Agent Pendergast here. May I speak with Commissioner Rocker?" "Now, look," began the captain. "Yes, please, Sally. Your treasure." "Perhaps we could discuss this inside." There was a rattling of keys. Captain Custer began to unlock the gate. "If you could kindly interrupt him for me, I'd be so grateful." "Mr. Pendergast, there's no need for this," said Custer. The gate swung open. "Sally, I'll call back," said Pendergast, snapping the phone shut. He stepped past the gate, Nora at his side. Without pausing or speaking, the FBI agent took off across the rubbled ground, trotting directly toward the hole in the brick wall. The others, taken by surprise, began to follow. "Mr. Pendergast, you have to understand," the captain said as he struggled to keep up. Shank followed angrily like a bull. He stumbled, cursed, kept coming. As they approached the hole, Nora could see a faint glow within, and a flash of light. A pause, another flash. Someone was taking pictures. "Mr. Pendergast," Captain Custer called. But the lithe FBI agent was bounding up the pile of rubble. The others halted at the base, breathing heavily. Nora followed Pendergast, who had already vanished into the dark hole. She paused on the broken wall and peered down. "Do come in," said Pendergast in his most inviting southern voice. She scrambled down the fallen bricks, coming to a stop on the damp floor. There was another flash of light. A man in a white lab coat was bent over, examining something in a small, arched niche. A photographer stood at another niche with a 4x5 camera, bracketed by two slave flash units. The man in the white coat straightened up, peering at them through the dust. He had a thick shock of gray hair that, combined with his round, black-framed glasses, made him look faintly like an old Bolshevik revolutionary. "Who the devil are you, barging in like this?" he cried, his voice echoing down the barrow. "I was not to be disturbed." "FBI," rapped out Pendergast. His voice was now totally different, sharp, stern, officious. With a snap of leather, he shoved his badge toward the man's face. "Oh," the man said, faltering. "I see." Nora looked from one to the other, surprised at Pendergast's apparent ability to read people instantly, then manipulate them accordingly. "May I ask you to please vacate the site while my colleague, Dr. Kelly, and I make an examination?" "Look here, I'm in the middle of my work." "Have you touched anything?" It came out as a threat. "No, not really. Of course, I've handled some of the bones." "You handled some of the bones?" "Consistent with my responsibility to determine cause of death." "You handled some of the bones." Pendergast pulled a thin pad and a gold pen from his jacket pocket and made a note, shaking his head in disgust. "Your name, Doctor?" "Van Bronk." "I'll make a note of it for the hearing. And now, Dr. Van Bronk, if you'll kindly let us proceed." "Yes, sir." Pendergast watched as the ME and the photographer climbed laboriously out of the tunnel. Then he turned to Nora and spoke in a low, rapid voice. "It's your site now. I've bought us an hour, maybe less, so make the best of it." "The best of what?" Nora asked in a panic. "Just what am I supposed to be doing? I've never—" "You're trained in ways that I'm not. Survey the site. I want to know what happened here. Help me understand it." "In an hour? I don't have any tools? Anything to store samples?" "We're almost too late as it is. Did you notice they had the precinct captain on the site? As I said, Mogan Fairhaven pulls an enormous amount of weight. This will be our only chance. I need the maximum amount of information in the minimum amount of time. It's extremely important." He handed her the pen and pad, then withdrew 2 slender penlights from his coat and passed one to her. Nora switched it on. For its size, the penlight was very powerful. She looked around, taking note of her surroundings for the first time. It was cool and silent. Motes drifted in the single banner of light streaming through the broken hole. The air smelled corrupt, a mixture of fungus, old meat, and mold. She breathed it in deeply, nevertheless, trying to focus. Archaeology was a slow, methodical business. Here, faced with a ticking clock, she barely knew where to begin. She hesitated another moment, then she began to sketch the tunnel. It was about 80 feet long, 10 feet high at the arch, bricked up at the ends. The ceiling was filmed with cracks. The dust covering the floor had been recently disturbed, more so than could be explained by the presence of a single medical examiner. Nora wondered how many construction workers and policemen had already wandered through here. 6 niches ran along both walls. She walked along the wet floor of the tunnel, sketching, trying to get an overall sense of the space. The niches, too, had once been bricked up, but now the bricks had been removed and were stacked beside each alcove. As she turned the flashlight into each niche, she saw essentially the same thing, a jumble of skulls and bones, shreds of clothing, bits of old flesh, gristle and hair. She glanced over her shoulder. At the far end, Pendergast was making his own examination, profile sharp in the shaft of light, quick eyes darting everywhere. Suddenly he knelt, peering intently not at the bones, but at the floor, plucking something out of the dust. Completing her circuit, Nora turned to examine the first niche more closely. She knelt in front of the alcove and scanned it quickly, trying to make sense of the charnel heap, doing her best to ignore the smell. There were 3 skulls in this niche. The skulls were not connected to the backbones. They had been decapitated, but the rib cages were complete, and the leg bones, some flexed, were also articulated. Several vertebrae seemed to have been damaged in an unusual way, cut open as if to expose the spinal cord. A snarled clump of hair lay nearby, short, a boy's. Clearly the corpses had been cut into pieces and piled in the niche, which made sense considering the dimensions of the alcove. It would have been inconvenient to fit a whole body in the cramped space, but one severed into parts. Swallowing hard, she glanced at the clothing. It appeared to have been thrown in separately from the body parts. She reached out a hand, paused with an archaeologist's habitual restraint, then remembered what Pendergast had said. Carefully she began lifting out the clothing and bones, making a mental list as she did so. 3 skulls, 3 pairs of shoes, 3 articulated rib cages, numerous vertebrae, and assorted small bones. Only one of the skulls showed marks similar to the skull Pendergast had originally shown her, but many of the vertebrae had been cut open in the same way, from the first lumbar vertebra all the way to the sacrum. She kept sorting. 3 pairs of pants, buttons, a comb, bits of gristle and desiccated flesh, 6 sets of leg bones, feet out of their shoes. The shoes had been tossed in separately. If only I had sample bags, she thought. She pulled some hair out of a clump, part of the scalp still attached, and shoved it in her pocket. This was crazy. She hated working without proper equipment. All her professional instincts rebelled against such hasty, careless work. She turned her attention to the clothing itself. It was poor and rough and very dirty. It had rotted, but, like the bones, showed no signs of rodent gnawing. She felt for her loop, fitted it to her eye, and looked more closely at a piece of clothing. Lots of lice, dead, of course. There were holes that seemed to be the result of excessive wear, and the clothing was heavily patched. The shoes were battered, some with hobnails worn completely off. She felt in the pockets of one pair of pants, a comb, a piece of string. She went through another set of pockets. Nothing. A third set yielded a coin. She pulled it out, the fabric crumbling as she did so. It was a U.S. large cent, dated 1877. She slipped everything hastily into her own pockets. She moved to another alcove and again sorted and inventoried the remains as fast as she could. It was similar, 3 skulls and 3 dismembered bodies, along with 3 sets of clothing. She felt in the pockets of the pants, a bent pin, and 2 more pennies, 1880 and 1872. Her eyes returned to the bones, once again those strange marks on the vertebrae. She looked more closely. The lumbar vertebrae, always the lumbar, opened carefully, almost surgically, and pried apart. She slipped one of them into her pocket. She went down the tunnel, examining each niche in turn, scribbling her observations in Pendergast's notebook. Each niche held exactly 3 corpses. All had been dismembered in the same fashion, at the neck, shoulders, and hips. A few of the skulls had the same dissection marks she'd noticed on the specimen Pendergast first showed her. All of the skeletons displayed severe trauma to the lower spinal column. From her cursory examination of skull morphology, they seemed to fit within the same age bracket, 13 to 20 or so, and were a mixture of male and female, with male predominating. She wondered what the forensic examiner had discovered. There would be time to find that out later. 12 niches, 3 bodies to a niche. All very neat, very precise. At the next to the last niche, she stopped. Then she stepped back into the middle of the tunnel, trying hard not to think about the implications of what she was seeing, keeping her mind strictly on the facts. At any archaeological site, it was important to take a moment to stand still, to be quiet, to quell the instinct, and simply absorb the feel of the place. She gazed around, trying to forget about the ticking clock, to blot out her preconceptions. A basement tunnel, pre-1890, carefully walled-up niches, bodies and clothes of some 36 young men and women. What was it built for? She glanced over at Pendergast. He was still at the far end, examining the bricked-up wall, prying out a bit of mortar with a knife. She returned to the alcove, carefully noting the position of each bone, each article of clothing. 2 sets of breeches with nothing in the pockets, a dress, filthy, torn, pathetic. She looked at it more closely. A girl's dress, small, slender. She picked up the brown skull nearby. A young female, a teenager, perhaps 16 or 17. She felt a wave of horror. Just underneath it was her mass of hair, long golden tresses, still tied in a pink lace ribbon. She examined the skull, same poor dental hygiene, 16 and already her teeth were rotting. The ribbon was of silk, and a much finer quality than the dress. It must have been her prized possession. This glimmering of humanity stopped her dead for a moment. As she felt for a pocket, something crackled under her fingers. Paper. She fingered the dress, realizing that the piece of paper wasn't in a pocket at all, but sewn into the lining. She began to pull it from the alcove. "Anything of interest, Dr. Kelly?" She started at the medical examiner's voice, Van Bronk. His tone had changed. Now he sounded arrogant. He stood over her. She glanced around. In her absorption, she had not heard him return. Pendergast was by the entrance to the barrow, in urgent discussion with some uniformed figures, peering down from above. "If you call this sort of thing interesting," she said. "I know you're not with the ME's office, so that must make you an FBI forensics expert." Nora colored. "I'm not a medical doctor. I'm an archaeologist." Dr. Van Bronk's eyebrows shot up, and a sardonic smile spread over his face. He had a perfectly formed little mouth that looked as if it had been painted on by a Renaissance artist. It glistened as it articulated the precise words. "Ah, not a medical doctor. I believe I misunderstood your colleague. Archaeology. How nice." She had not had an hour. She had not even had half an hour. She slid the dress back into the alcove, shoving it into a dusty crevice in the back. "And have you found anything of interest, Doctor?" she asked as casually as she could. "I'd send you my report," he said, "but then I could hardly expect you to understand it, all that professional jargon, you know." He smiled, and now the smile did not look friendly at all. "I'm not finished here," she said. "When I am, I'd be glad to chat further." She began to move toward the last alcove. "You can continue your studies after I remove the human remains." "You're not moving anything until I've had a chance to examine it." "Tell that to them." He nodded over her shoulder. "I don't know where you got the impression that this was an archaeological site. Fortunately, that's all been straightened out." Nora saw a group of policemen sliding into the barrow, heavy evidence lockers in their hands. The space was soon filled with a cacophony of curses, grunts, and loud voices. Pendergast was nowhere to be seen. Last to enter were Ed Shank and Captain Custer. Custer saw her and came forward, picking his way gingerly across the bricks, followed by a brace of lieutenants. "Dr. Kelly, we've gotten orders from headquarters," he said, his voice quick and high-pitched. "You can tell your boss he's sadly confused. This is an unusual crime scene, but of no importance to present-day law enforcement, particularly the FBI. It's over 100 years old." "And there's a building that needs to be built," Nora thought, glancing at Shank. "I don't know who hired you, but your assignment's over. We're taking the human remains down to the ME's office. What little else is here will be bagged and tagged." The cops were dropping the evidence lockers onto the damp floor, and the chamber resounded with hollow thuds. The ME began removing bones from the alcoves with rubber-gloved hands and placing them into the lockers, tossing the clothing and other personal effects aside. Voices mingled with the rising dust. Flashlight beams stabbed through the murk. The site was being ruined before her eyes. "Can my men escort you out, miss?" said Captain Custer with exaggerated courtesy. "I can find my own way," Nora replied. The sunlight temporarily blinded her. She coughed, breathed in the fresh air, and looked around. The Rolls was still parked at the street, and there was Pendergast, leaning against it, waiting. She marched out the gate. His head was tilted away from the sun, his eyes half closed. In the bright afternoon light, his skin looked as pale and translucent as alabaster. "The police captain was right, wasn't he?" she said. "You've got no jurisdiction here." He slowly lowered his head, a troubled look on his face. She found her anger evaporating. He removed a silk handkerchief from his pocket and dabbed at his forehead. Almost as she watched, his face reassumed its habitual, opaque expression, and he spoke. "Sometimes there's no time to go through proper channels. If we'd waited until tomorrow, the site would have been gone. You see how quickly Mogan Fairhaven works. If this site were declared of archaeological value, it would shut them down for weeks, which of course they could not allow to happen." "But it is of archaeological value." Pendergast nodded. "Of course it is, but the battle is already lost, Dr. Kelly, as I knew it would be." As if in response, a large yellow excavator fired up, its motor coughing and snarling. Construction workers began to appear, emerging from trailers and truck cabs. Already the blue lockers were coming out of the hole and being loaded into an ambulance. The excavator lurched and made a lumbering move toward the hole, its bucket rising, iron teeth dribbling dirt. "What did you find?" Pendergast asked. She paused. Should she tell him about the paper in the dress? It was probably nothing, and besides, it was gone. She tore the hastily scribbled pages from the pad and returned it to him. "I'll write up my general observations for you this evening," she said. "The lumbar vertebrae of the victims seem to have been deliberately opened. I slipped one into my pocket." Pendergast nodded. There were numerous shards of glass embedded in the dust. I took a few for analysis. Other than the skeletons, there were some pennies in the alcoves, dated 1872, 1877, and 1880. A few articles in the pockets. The tenements here were erected in 1897, murmured Pendergast almost to himself, his voice grave. There's our terminus antiquem. The murders took place before 1897, and were probably clustered around the dates of the coins, that is, the 1870s. A black stretch limousine slid up behind them, its tinted windows flaring in the sun. A tall man in an elegant charcoal suit got out, followed by several others. The man glanced around the sight, his gaze quickly zeroing in on Pendergast. He had a long, narrow face, eyes spaced wide apart, black hair, and cheekbones so high and angular they could have been fashioned with a hatchet. And there's Mr. Fairhaven himself, to ensure there are no more untoward delays, Pendergast said. I think this is our cue to leave. He opened the car door for her, then climbed in himself. Thank you, Dr. Kelly, he said, indicating to his driver to start the car. Tomorrow we will meet again, in a more official capacity, I trust. As they eased out into the Lower East Side traffic, Nora looked at him. How did you learn about this site anyway? It was just uncovered yesterday. I have contacts. Most helpful in my line of work. I'll bet. Well, speaking of contacts, why didn't you just try your friend the police commissioner again? Surely he could have backed you up. The Rolls turned smoothly onto East River Drive, its powerful engine purring. Commissioner? Pendergast blinked over at her. I don't have the pleasure of his acquaintance. Then who were you calling back there, then? My apartment. And he smiled ever so slightly. 5. William Smithback, Jr. stood, quite self-consciously, in the doorway of Café des Artistes. His new suit of dark blue Italian silk rustled as he scanned the dimly lit room. He tried to keep his normal slouch in check, his back ramrod straight, his bearing dignified, aristocratic. The Armani suit had cost him a small fortune, but as he stood in the entryway, he knew it had been worth every penny. He felt sophisticated, urbane, a bit like Tom Wolfe, though of course he didn't dare try the full rig, white hat and all. The paisley silk handkerchief poking out of his pocket was a nice touch, though perhaps a bit flamboyant. But then again, he was a famous writer. Almost famous, anyway. If only his last damn book had inched up 2 more slots, it would have made the list. And he could get away with such touches. He turned with what he hoped was casual elegance, and arched an eyebrow in the direction of the maitre d', who immediately strode over with a smile. Smithback loved this restaurant more than any other in New York City. It was decidedly untrendy, old-fashioned, with superb food. You didn't get the bridge and tunnel crowd in here, like you did at Le Cirque 2000, and the Howard Chandler Christie mural added just the right touch of kitsch. Mr. Smithback, how nice to see you this evening. Your party just arrived. Smithback nodded gravely, being recognized by the maitre d' of a first-class restaurant, although he would be loath to admit it, meant a great deal to him. It had taken several visits, several well-dropped 20s. What clinched it was the casual reference to his position at the New York Times. Nora Kelly sat at a corner table waiting for him. As usual, just seeing her sent a little electric current of pleasure through Smithback. Even though she'd been in New York well over a year, she still retained a fresh, out-of-place look that delighted him, and she never seemed to have lost her Santa Fe tan. Funny how they'd met under the worst possible of circumstances, an archaeological expedition to Utah in which they'd both almost lost their lives. Back then she'd made it clear she thought him arrogant and obnoxious. And here they were, 2 years later, about to move in together, and Smithback couldn't imagine ever spending a day apart from her. He slid into the banquette with a smile. She looked great, as always, her copper-colored hair spilling over her shoulders, deep green-brown eyes sparkling in the candlelight, the sprinkling of freckles on her nose, adding a perfect touch of boyishness. Then his gaze dropped to her clothes. Now those left something to be desired. God, she was actually dirty. "You won't believe the day I had," she said. Smithback adjusted his tie and turned ever so slightly, allowing the light to catch the elegantly cut shoulder of his suit. "I swear, Bill, you aren't going to believe it, but remember, this is off the record." Now Smithback felt slightly hurt. Not only had she failed to notice the suit, but this business about their conversation being off the record was unnecessary. "Nora, everything between us is off the record." She didn't wait for him to finish. "First, that scumbag Brisbane cut my budget 10%. Smithback made a sympathetic noise. The museum was perpetually short of money. "And then I found this really weird man in my office." Smithback made another noise, slyly moving his elbow into position beside her water glass. She'd surely noticed the dark suit against the white nap of the tablecloth. "He was reading my books, acting like he owned the place. He looked just like an undertaker, dressed in a black suit with really white skin. Not albino, just white." An uncomfortable feeling of déjà vu began to well up in Smithback's mind. He dismissed it. "He said he was from the FBI, and he dragged me downtown to a building site where they'd uncovered—" Abruptly, the feeling returned. "Did you say FBI?" "No way. Not him. It couldn't be." "Yes, the FBI. Special Agent Pendergast," Smithback finished for her. Now it was Nora's turn to look astonished. "You know him?" "Know him? He was in my book on the museum murders. That book of mine you said you read." "Oh, yeah, right. Smithback nodded, too preoccupied to be indignant. Pendergast was not back in Manhattan on a social visit. The man showed up only when there was trouble. Or maybe he just seemed to always bring trouble with him. Either way, Smithback hoped to God it wasn't trouble like the last time. The waiter appeared and took their orders. Smithback, who'd been anticipating a small, dry sherry, ordered a martini instead. Pendergast. Oh, God. As much as he'd admired the man, he hadn't been sorry to see him and his black suit heading back to New Orleans. "So tell me about him," Nora said, leaning back in her chair. "He's—" Smithback paused, feeling uncharacteristically at a loss for words. "He's unorthodox. Charming, a southern aristocrat, lots of dough, old family money, pharmaceuticals or something. I really don't know what his relationship is with the FBI. He seems to have free rein to poke into anything he likes. He works alone, and he's very, very good. He knows a lot of important people. He works alone, and he's very, very good. He knows a lot of important people. As far as the man personally, I don't know anything about him. He's a cipher. You never know what he's really thinking. Christ, I don't even know his first name." "He can't be that powerful. He got trumped today." Smithback arched his eyebrows. "What happened? What did he want?" Nora told him about their hasty visit to the charnel pit at the construction site. She finished just as their morel and black truffle quenelle arrived. "Mogan Fairhaven," said Smithback, digging a fork into the mousse, releasing a heavy aroma of musk and the deep forest. "Weren't those the guys that got in trouble for ripping down that SRO without a permit, when there were still people living there?" "The single-room occupancy on East First? I think so." "Nasty bunch." "Fairhaven was arriving in a stretch limo just as we left." "Yeah. And in a Rolls, you said?" Smithback had to laugh. When he'd been investigating the museum murders, Pendergast went around in a Buick. The conspicuousness of a Rolls had to mean something. Everything Pendergast did served a purpose. "Well, you rode in style anyway. But this really doesn't sound like something Pendergast would be interested in." "Why not?" "Oh, it's an incredible site, but it is over 100 years old. Why would the FBI, or any law enforcement agency, be interested in a crime scene that's ancient history?" It isn't an ordinary crime scene. 36 young people, murdered, dismembered, and walled up in a subterranean crawl space. That's one of the biggest serial killings in U.S. history. Their waiter returned, sliding a dish in front of Smithback. Steak au poivre, cooked rare. "Nora, come on," he said, lifting his knife eagerly. "The murderer is long dead. It's a historical curiosity. It'll make a great story in the paper, come to think of it, but I still can't see why the FBI would take an interest." He felt Nora glowering at him. "Bill, this is off the record, remember? It's almost prehistoric, Nora, and it would make a sensational story. How could it possibly hurt? Off the record." Smithback sighed. "Just give me first shot, Nora, when the time comes." Nora smirked. "You always get first shot, Bill. You know that." Smithback chuckled and sliced a tender corner off his steak. "So, what did you find down there?" "Not much. A bunch of stuff in the pockets. Some old coins, a comb, pins, string, buttons. These people were poor. I took a vertebra, a hair sample, and—" She hesitated. "There was something else." "Out with it." "There was a piece of paper sewed into the lining of one girl's dress. It felt like a letter. I can't stop thinking about it." Smithback leaned forward. "What did it say?" "I had to put the dress back before I could take a closer look." "You mean it's still there?" Nora nodded. "What are they going to do with the stuff?" "The M.E. took away the bones, but they said they were going to bag the rest. I got the sense they were eager to lose track of the stuff in some warehouse. The quicker they can get rid of it, the less chance it'll be declared an archaeological site. I've seen developers tear up a site just to make sure that when the archaeologists arrive, there's nothing left to examine." "That's illegal, isn't it? Aren't they supposed to stop if it's important?" "If the site's gone, how can you prove it was important? Developers destroy dozens of archaeological sites in America in just this way, every single day." Smithback mumbled his righteous indignation as he made headway into the steak. He was famished. Nobody did steak like Café des Artistes. And the helpings were decent, man-sized. None of this nouvelle cuisine crap, the tippy little structure of food in the middle of a giant white plate, splashed with Jackson Pollock-like dribbles of sauce. Why would the girl sew the letter into her dress? Smithback looked up, took a swig of red wine, another bite of steak. "A love letter, perhaps?" "The more I think about it, the more I think it could be important. It would at least be a clue to who these people were. Otherwise we may never find out, with their clothes gone and the tunnel destroyed." She was looking at him earnestly, her entree untouched. "Damn it, Bill, that was an archaeological site." "Probably torn up by now, like you said." "It was late in the day. I stowed the dress back in the alcove." "They probably removed it with the rest of the stuff, then." "I don't think so. I stuffed it into a crevice in the rear of the alcove. They were rushing. They could easily have missed it." Smithback saw the gleam in Nora's hazel eyes. He'd seen that look before. "No way, Nora," he said quickly. "They must have security at the site. It's probably lit up brighter than a stage. Don't even think about it." Next thing, she would insist on his coming along. "You've got to come with me, tonight. I need that letter." "You don't even know if it is a letter. It might be a laundry slip." "Bill, even a laundry slip would be an important clue." "We could be arrested." "No, you won't." "What's this you shit?" "I'll distract the guard while you go over the fence. You can make yourself inconspicuous." As she spoke, Nora's eyes grew brighter. "Yes, you can be dressed like a homeless bum, say, just poking through the garbage. If they catch you, the worst they'll do is make you move on." Smithback was aghast. "Me? A bum? No way. You be the bum." "No, Bill, that won't work. I have to be the hooker." The last forkful of steak froze halfway to Smithback's mouth. Nora smiled at him. Then she spoke. "You just spilled brandy sauce all down the front of your nice new Italian suit." 6. Nora peered around the corner of Henry Street, shivering slightly. It was a chilly night, and her scant black mini dress and silver spandex top provided little warmth. Only the heavy makeup, she thought, added any R factor to her person. In the distance, traffic droned through Chatham Square, and the vast black bulk of the Manhattan Bridge loomed ominously nearby. It was almost 3 o'clock in the morning, and the streets of the Lower East Side were deserted. "What can you see?" Smithback asked from behind her. "The site's pretty well lit. I can only see one guard, though." "What's he doing?" "Sitting in a chair, smoking and reading a paperback." Smithback scowled. It had been depressingly easy to transform him to bumhood. His rangy frame was draped in a shiny black raincoat over a checked shirt, a dirty pair of jeans, and tattered keds. There had been no shortage of cheesy old clothing in Smithback's closet to choose from. A bit of charcoal on the face, olive oil rubbed into the hair, and a tote consisting of 5 nested plastic bags with unwashed clothes at the bottom completed the disguise. "What's he look like?" Smithback asked. "Big and mean." "Cut it out." Smithback was in no mood for humor. Dressed as they were, they had been unable to flag down a cab in the Upper West Side, and had been forced to take the subway. Nobody had actually propositioned her, but she had gotten plenty of stares, with follow-up glances at Smithback that clearly read, "What's a high-priced call girl doing with that bum?" The long ride, with 2 transfers, had not improved Smithback's mood. "This plan of yours is pretty weak," Smithback said. "Are you sure you can handle yourself?" He was a mask of irritation. "We both have our cell phones. If anything happens, I'll scream bloody murder and you call 911. But don't worry, he's not going to make trouble." "He's going to be too busy looking at your tits," said Smithback unhappily. "With that top, you might as well not be wearing anything." "Trust me, I can take care of myself. Remember, the dress is in the second-to-last niche on the right. Feel along the rear wall for the crevice. Once you're safely out, call me. Now here goes." She stepped out into the streetlight and began walking down the sidewalk toward the construction entrance, her pumps making a sharp clicking noise on the pavement, her breasts bouncing. As she got close, she stopped, fished in her little gold handbag, and made an exaggerated little moo. She could already feel the guard's eyes on her. She dropped a lipstick, bent down to pick it up, making sure he got a good look up her dress in the process, and touched up her lips. Then she fished in the bag again, cursed, and looked around. She let her eyes fall on the guard. He was staring back, the book lying unheeded in his lap. "Shit, left my cigarettes back at the bar." She flashed him a smile. "Here," he said, rising hastily. "Take one of mine." She sidled over and accepted the cigarette through the gap in the chain-link gate, positioning herself to ensure his back would be turned to the construction site. She hoped to God Smithback would work fast. The guard withdrew a lighter, tried to stick it through the gate, failed. "Just a minute. Let me unlock this." She waited, cigarette in hand. The gate swung open and he flicked the lighter. She approached and bent over the flame, drawing the smoke in, hoping she wouldn't cough. "Thanks." "Sure," said the guard. He was young, sandy-haired, neither fat nor thin, a little dopey-looking, not terribly strong, clearly flustered by her presence. Good. She stood there taking another drag. "Nice night," she said. You must be cold." "A little." "Here, take this." With a gallant flourish, he took off his coat and draped it over her shoulders. "Thanks." The guard looked as if he could hardly believe his good fortune. Nora knew she was attractive, knew that her body, with all her years spent backpacking in the remote desert, wasn't too bad either. The heavy makeup gave her a sense of security. Never in a million years would he later be able to identify the archaeologist from the New York Museum of Natural History. In an odd way, the outfit made her feel sassy, bold, a little sexy. She heard a distant rattle. Smithback must be climbing over the chain-link fence. "You work here every night?" she said hastily. 5 nights a week, the guard said, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Now that construction's begun. You, live around here?" She nodded vaguely toward the river. "And you?" "Queens." "Married?" She saw his left hand, where she had previously noted a wedding band, slide behind his gun holster. "Oh, not me." She nodded, took another drag. It made her dizzy. How could people smoke these things? She wished Smithback would hurry up. She smiled and dropped the butt, grinding it under her toe. Instantly the pack was out. "Another?" "No," she said, trying to cut back. She could see him eyeing her spandex top, trying to be subtle. "You work in a bar?" he asked, then colored. Awkward question. Nora heard another sound, a few falling bricks. "Sort of," she said, pulling the jacket tighter around her shoulders. He nodded. He was looking a little bolder now. "I think you're very attractive," he said hastily, blurting it out. "Thanks," she said. God, it was a 30-second job. What was taking Smithback so long? "Are you, free later?" Deliberately, she looked him up and down. "You want a date?" Yeah, sure." There was another, louder sound, the rattling of a chain-link fence. Smithback climbing out? The guard turned toward it. "What kind of date?" Nora asked. He looked back at her, no longer trying to hide the roaming of his lascivious eyes. Nora felt naked beneath his gaze. There was another rattle. The guard turned again, and this time saw Smithback. He was pretty hard to miss, clinging to the top of the fence, trying to unsnag his filthy raincoat. "Hey!" the guard yelled. "Forget him," said Nora hastily. "He's just some bum." Smithback struggled. Now he was trying to slip out of his raincoat, but it only succeeded in becoming more tangled. "He's not supposed to be in there," the guard said. This, unfortunately, was a guy who took his job seriously. The man clapped his hand to his gun. "Hey, you!" he yelled, louder. "Hey!" He took a step toward the rider. Smithback struggled frantically with the raincoat. "Sometimes I do it for free," Nora said. The guard swiveled back to her, eyes wide, the bum on the fence instantly forgotten. "You do?" "Sure, why not? Cute guy like you?" He grinned like an idiot. Now she noticed his ears stuck out. What a weenie, so eager to cheat on his wife. Cheap, too. "Right now?" he asked. "Too cold. Tomorrow." She heard a ripping sound, a thud, a muffled curse. "Tomorrow?" He looked devastated. "Why not now, at your place?" She took off the coat and gave it back to him. "Never at my place." He took a step toward her. "There's a hotel around the corner." He reached over, trying to snake an arm around her waist. She skipped back lightly with another smile as her cell phone rang. Flooded with relief, she flipped it open. "Mission accomplished," came Smithback's voice. "You can get away from that creep." "Sure, Mr. McNally, I'd love to," she said warmly. "That sounds nice. See you there." She made a smacking kiss into the phone and snapped it shut. She turned to the guard. "Sorry, business." She took another step back. "Wait, come on, you said—" There was a note of desperation in the guard's voice. She took a few more steps back and shut the chain-link gate in his face. "Tomorrow, I promise." "No, wait." She turned and began walking quickly down the sidewalk. "Hey, come on, wait, lady, please." His desperate pleas echoed among the tenements. She ducked around the corner. Smithback was waiting, and he hugged her briefly. "Is that creep following?" "Just keep going." They began running down the sidewalk, Nora wobbling on her high heels. They turned the far corner and crossed the street, then paused, panting and listening. The guard was not following. "Christ," said Smithback, sinking against a wall. "I think I broke my arm falling off that goddamn fence." He held up his arm. His raincoat and shirt had been torn, and his bleeding elbow stuck out of the hole. Nora examined it. "You're fine. Did you get the dress?" Smithback patted his grimy bag. "Great." Smithback looked around. "We're never going to find a cab down here," he said with a groan. "A cab wouldn't stop anyway, remember? Give me your raincoat, I'm freezing." Smithback wrapped it around her. He paused, grinning. "You look kind of sexy." "Stow it." She began walking toward the subway. Smithback skipped after her. At the entrance to the subway, he stopped. "How about a date, lady?" He leered. "Hey, lady, please." He imitated the guard's last, despairing entreaties. She looked at him. His hair was sticking out in all directions. His face had become even filthier, and he smelled of mold and dust. He couldn't have looked more ridiculous. She had to smile. "It's going to cost you big time. I'm high class." He grinned. "Diamonds, pearls, greenbacks, nights dancing in the desert under the coyote moon. Anything you want, baby." She took his hand. "Now that's my kind of John." 7. Nora locked the door to her office, placed the packet on a chair, and cleared her desk of papers and tottering stacks of publications. It was just past 8 in the morning, and the museum seemed to be still asleep. Nevertheless, she glanced at the window set into her office door, and then, with a guilty impulse she did not quite understand, walked over to it and pulled down the blind. Then she carefully covered the desktop with white, acid-free paper, taped it to the corners, laid another sheet on top, and placed a series of sample bags, stoppered test tubes, tweezers, and picks along one edge. Unlocking a drawer of her desk, she laid out the articles she had taken from the site: coins, comb, hair, string, vertebra. Lastly, she laid the dress atop the paper. She handled it gently, almost gingerly, as if to make up for the abuse it had endured over the last 24 hours. Smithback had been beside himself with frustration the night before, when she had refused to slit open the dress immediately and see what, if anything, was written on the paper hidden inside. She could see him in her mind's eye, still in his hobo outfit, drawn up to a height of indignation only a journalist with a need to know could feel. But she'd been unmoved. With the site destroyed, she was determined to squeeze every bit of information out of the dress that she could, and she was going to do it right. She took a step back from the desk. In the bright light of the office, she could examine the dress in great detail. It was long, quite simple, made of coarse green wool. It looked 19th century, with a high collarette-style neckline, a trim bodice falling in long pleats. The bodice and pleats were lined with white cotton, now yellowed. Nora slid her hand down the pleats and, right below the waistline, felt the crinkle of paper. "Not yet," she told herself as she sat down at the desk. "One step at a time." The dress was heavily stained. It was impossible to tell, without a chemical analysis, what the stains were. Some looked like blood and body fluids, while others could be grease, coal dust, perhaps wax. The hemline was rubbed and torn, and there were some tears in the fabric itself, the larger ones carefully sewn up. She examined the stains and tears with her loupe. The repairs had been done with several colored threads, none green. A poor girl's effort, using whatever was at hand. There was no sign of insect or rodent damage. The dress had been securely walled up in its alcove. She switched lenses on the loupe and looked more closely. She could see a significant amount of dirt, including black grains that looked like coal dust. She took a few of these and placed them in a small glassine envelope with the tweezers. She removed other particles of grit, dirt, hair, and threads, and placed them in additional bags. There were other specks, even smaller than the grit. She lugged over a portable stereo-zoom microscope, laid it on the table, and brought it into focus. Immediately, dozens of lice leapt into view, dead and dry, clinging to the crudely woven fabric, intermingled with smaller mites and several giant fleas. She jerked her head back involuntarily. Then, smiling at herself, she took a closer, more studied look. The dress was a rich landscape of foreign biology, along with an array of substances that could occupy a forensic chemist for weeks. She wondered how useful such an analysis would be, considered the cost, and temporarily shelved the idea. She brought the forceps forward to take more samples. Suddenly, the silence in her office seemed all too absolute. There was a crawling sensation at the base of her neck. She swiveled, gasped, Special Agent Pendergast was standing behind her, hands behind his back. "Jesus," she said, leaping out of the chair. "You scared the hell out of me." Pendergast bowed slightly. "My apologies." "I thought I locked that door." "You did." "Are you a magician, Agent Pendergast? Or did you simply pick my lock?" "A little of both, perhaps, but these old museum locks are so crude, one can hardly call it picking. I am well known here, which requires me to be discreet." "Do you think you could call ahead next time?" He turned to the dress. "You didn't have this yesterday afternoon." "No, I didn't." He nodded. "Very resourceful of you, Dr. Kelly." "I went back last night." "No details of any questionable activities, please. However, my congratulations." She could see he was pleased. He held out his hand. "Proceed." Nora turned back to her work. After a while, Pendergast spoke. "There were many articles of clothing in the tunnel. Why this dress?" Without a word, Nora carefully turned up the pleats of the dress, exposing a crudely sewn patch in the cotton lining. Immediately, Pendergast moved closer. "There's a piece of paper sewn inside," she said. "I came upon it just before they shut down the site." "May I borrow your loop?" Nora lifted it over her head and handed it to him. Bending over the dress, he examined it with a thorough professionalism that surprised and impressed Nora. At last, he straightened up. "Very hasty work," he said. "You'll note that all the other stitching and mending was done carefully, almost lovingly. This dress was some girl's prized garment, but this one stitch was made with thread pulled from the dress itself, and the holes are ragged. I would guess they were made with a splinter of wood. This was done by someone with little time, and with no access to even a needle." Nora moved the microscope over the patch, using its camera to take a series of photographs at various magnifications. Then she fixed a macro lens and took another series. She worked efficiently, aware that Pendergast's eyes were upon her. She put the microscope aside and picked up the tweezers. "Let's open it up." With great care, she teased the end of the thread out and began to undo the patch. A few minutes of painstaking work, and it lay loose. She placed the thread in a sample tube and lifted the material. Underneath was a piece of paper, torn from the page of a book. It had been folded twice. Nora put the patch into yet another Ziploc bag. Then, using 2 pairs of rubber-tipped tweezers, she unfolded the paper. Inside was a message, scratched in crude brown letters. Parts of it were stained and faded, but it read unmistakably, "I am Mary Green, aged 19 years, number 16 Water Street." Nora moved the paper to the stage of the stereo zoom and looked at it under low power. After a moment she stepped back, and Pendergast eagerly took her place at the eyepieces. Minutes went by as he stared. Finally he stepped away. "Written with the same splinter, perhaps," he said. Nora nodded. The letters had been formed with little scratches and scrapes. "May I perform a test?" Pendergast asked. "What kind?" Pendergast slipped out a small stoppered test tube. "It will involve removing a tiny sample of the ink on this note with a solvent." "What is that stuff?" "Anti-human rabbit serum." "Be my guest." Strange that Pendergast carried forensic chemicals around in his pockets. What did the agent not have hidden inside that bottomless black suit of his? Pendergast unstoppered the test tube, revealing a tiny swab. Using the stereo zoom, he applied it to a corner of a letter, then placed it back in its tube. He gave it a little shake and held it to the window. After a moment, the liquid turned blue. He turned to face her. "So?" she asked, but she had already read the results in his face. "The note, Dr. Kelly, was written in human blood. No doubt the very blood of the young woman herself." 8. Silence descended in the museum office. Nora found she had to sit down. For some time nothing was said. Nora could vaguely hear traffic sounds from below, the distant ringing of a phone, footsteps in the hall. The full dimension of the discovery began to sink in. The tunnel, the 36 dismembered bodies, the ghastly note from a century ago. "What do you think it means?" she asked. "There can be only one explanation. The girl must have known she would never leave that basement alive. She didn't want to die an unknown. Hence, she deliberately wrote down her name, age, and home address, and then concealed it. A self-chosen epitaph, the only one available to her." Nora shuddered. "How horrible." Pendergast moved slowly toward her bookshelf. She followed him with her eyes. "What are we dealing with?" she asked. "A serial killer?" Pendergast did not answer. The same troubled look that had come over him at the dig site had returned to his face. He continued to stand in front of the bookshelf. "May I ask you a question?" Pendergast nodded again. "Why are you involved in this? 130-year-old serial killings are not exactly within the purview of the FBI. Pendergast plucked a small Anasazi bowl from the shelf and examined it. "A lovely Cayenta, black on white." He looked up. "How is your research on the Utah Anasazi survey going?" "Not well. The museum won't give me money for the carbon-14 dates I need." "What does that have to—" "Good." "Good?" "Dr. Kelly, are you familiar with the term Cabinet of Curiosities?" Nora wondered at the man's ability to pile on non sequiturs. "Wasn't it a kind of natural history collection?" "Precisely. It was the precursor to the Natural History Museum. Many educated gentlemen of the 18th and 19th centuries collected strange artifacts while roaming the globe. Fossils, bones, shrunken heads, stuffed birds, that sort of thing. Originally, they simply displayed these artifacts in cabinets for the amusement of their friends. Later, when it became clear people would pay money to visit them, some of these cabinets of curiosities grew into commercial enterprises. They still called them Cabinets of Curiosities, even though the collections filled many rooms." "What does this have to do with the murders?" "In 1848, a wealthy young gentleman from New York, Alexander Maurices, went on a hunting and collecting expedition around the world, from the South Pacific to Tierra del Fuego. He died in Madagascar, but his collections, most extraordinary collections they were, came back in the hold of his ship. They were purchased by an entrepreneur, John Kennedy Shottam, who opened J.C. Shottam's Cabinet of Natural Productions and Curiosities in 1852. "So?" "Shottam's cabinet was the building that once stood above the tunnel where the skeletons were found." "How did you find all this out?" "Half an hour with a good friend of mine who works in the New York Public Library. The tunnel you explored was, in fact, the coal tunnel that serviced the building's original boiler. It was a 3-story brick building in the Gothic Revival style, popular in the 1850s. The first floor held the cabinet and something called a cyclorama. The second floor was Shottam's office, and the third floor was rented out. The cabinet seems to have been quite successful, though the Five Points neighborhood around it was, at the time, one of Manhattan's worst slums. The building burned in 1881. Shottam died in the fire. The police report suspected arson, but no perpetrator was ever found. It remained a vacant lot until the row of tenements was built in 1897. "What was on the site before Shottam's cabinet?" "A small hog farm." "So all those people must have been murdered while the building was Shottam's cabinet?" "Exactly." "Do you think Shottam did it?" "Impossible to know as of yet. Those glass fragments I found in the tunnel were mostly broken test tubes and distillation apparatus. On them I found traces of a variety of chemicals that I have yet to analyze. We need to learn a great deal more about J.C. Shottam and his Cabinet of Curiosities. I wonder if you would be so kind as to accompany me." He obligingly opened the door to her office, and Nora automatically followed him into the hallway. He continued talking as they walked down the hall and took an elevator to the 5th floor. As the elevator doors hissed open, Nora suddenly came to her senses. "Wait a minute. Where are we going? I've got work to do." "As I said, I need your help." Nora felt a short jolt of irritation. Pendergast spoke so confidently, as if he already owned her time. "I'm sorry, but I'm an archaeologist, not a detective." He raised his eyebrows. "Is there a difference?" "What makes you think I'd be interested?" "You already are interested." Nora fumed at the man's presumption, although what he said was perfectly true. "And just how will I explain this to the museum?" "That, Dr. Kelly, is the nature of our appointment." He pointed to a door at the end of the hall, with the name of the occupant in gold lettering on a wooden plaque. "Oh, no," groaned Nora. "No." They found Roger Brisbane ensconced in his Bauhaus chair, crisp Turnbull & Asser shirt rolled up at the cuffs, looking every inch the lawyer. His prized gems still nestled in their glass box, the only touch of warmth in the cold, immaculate office. He nodded toward two chairs opposite his desk. It did not look like Brisbane was in a good mood. "Special Agent Pendergast," Brisbane said, glancing from his appointment book up to Pendergast without acknowledging Nora. "Now, why is that name familiar?" "I've done work in the museum before," said Pendergast in his creamiest drawl. "Who did you work for?" "You misapprehend. I said I did work in the museum, not for it." Brisbane waved his hand. "Whatever. Mr. Pendergast, I enjoy my quiet mornings at home. I fail to see what the emergency was that required my presence in the office at such an hour." "Crime never sleeps, Mr. Brisbane." Nora thought she detected a note of dry humor in Pendergast's voice. Brisbane's eyes veered toward Nora, then away again. "Dr. Kelly's responsibilities are here. I thought I made that clear on the telephone. Normally, the museum would be delighted to help the FBI, but I just don't see how we can in this particular case." Instead of answering, Pendergast's gaze lingered on the gems. "I didn't know the famous Mogul Star sapphire had been taken off public display. That is the Mogul Star, is it not?" Brisbane shifted in his chair. "We periodically rotate the exhibits to give visitors a chance to see things that are in storage." "And you keep the, excess inventory here?" "Mr. Pendergast, as I said, I fail to see how we can help you." "This was a unique crime. You have unique resources. I need to make use of those resources." "Did the crime you mentioned take place in the museum?" "No." "On museum property?" Pendergast shook his head. "Then I'm afraid the answer is no." "Is that your final word on the subject?" "Absolutely. We don't want the museum mixed up in any way with police work. Being involved in investigations, lawsuits, sordidness is a sure way to draw the museum into unwelcome controversy, as you well know, Mr. Pendergast." Pendergast removed a piece of paper from his vest pocket and laid it in front of Brisbane. "What's this?" Brisbane said, without looking at it. "The museum's charter with the City of New York." "What relevance is that?" "It states that one of the responsibilities of museum employees is to perform pro bono public service to the City of New York." "We do that every day by running the museum." "Ah, but that is precisely the problem. Up until fairly recently, the museum's anthropology department regularly assisted the police in forensic matters. It was part of their duties, as a matter of fact. You remember, of course, the infamous Ashcan murder of November 7th, 1939? Pity I must have missed that particular piece in the Times that day. A curator here was instrumental in solving that case. He found the burned rim of an orbit in an ashcan, which he was able to identify as positively human. Mr. Pendergast, I am not here for a history lesson. Brisbane rose out of his chair and flicked on his jacket. The answer is no. I have business to attend to. Dr. Kelly, please return to your office." "I am sorry to hear that. There will be adverse publicity, of course." At these two words, Brisbane paused. Then a cold smile crept onto his face. "That sounded remarkably like a threat." Pendergast continued in his genial Southern fashion. "The truth is, the charter clearly calls for service to the city outside of regular curatorial duties. The museum has not been keeping its contract with the city of New York now for close to a decade, despite the fact that it receives millions in tax dollars from the citizens of New York. Far from providing public service, you have now closed your library to all but PhDs. You have closed your collections to everyone except so-called accredited academics, and you charge fees for everything, all in the name of intellectual property rights. You have even begun suggesting an admission fee, despite the fact that this is clearly barred by your charter. It says right here, 'For the creation of a museum of natural history for the city of New York, to be open and free to all members of the public without restriction.' Let me see that." Brisbane read it, his smooth brow contracting into the faintest wrinkle. "Old documents can be so inconvenient, don't you think, Mr. Brisbane? Like the Constitution. Always there when you least want it." Brisbane let it drop to the desk, his face reddening for a moment before returning to its usual healthy pink. "I'll have to take this up with the board." Pendergast smiled slightly. "An excellent start. I think perhaps the museum can be left to work this little problem out on its own. What do you think, Mr. Brisbane? Provided I am given what little help I need from Dr. Kelly." There was a silence. Then Brisbane looked up, a new look in his eyes. "I see. And I assure you I will not take up an undue amount of Dr. Kelly's time." "Of course you won't," said Brisbane. "Most of the work will be archival in nature. She'll be on the premises and available should you need her." Brisbane nodded. "We will do all we can to avoid unpleasant publicity. Naturally, all this would be kept confidential." "Naturally. It's always best that way. I just want to add that Dr. Kelly did not seek me out. I have imposed this duty on her. She has already informed me she would rather be working on her potsherds." "Of course." An opaque veil had dropped over Brisbane's face. It was hard for Nora to tell what he was thinking. She wondered if this little hardball play of Pendergast's was going to damage her prospects at the museum. It probably would. She darted a reproachful glance toward Pendergast. "Where did you say you were from?" Brisbane asked. "I didn't. New Orleans." Brisbane immediately pushed himself back in his chair and with a smile said, "New Orleans, of course. I should have known from the accent. You're a rather long way from home, Mr. Pendergast." Pendergast bowed, holding the door open for Nora. She stepped through it, feeling shocked. Down the hall, she halted and spoke to Pendergast. "You totally blindsided me back there. I had no idea what you were up to until we were in Brisbane's office. I don't appreciate it." Pendergast turned his pale eyes on her. "My methods are unorthodox, but they have one advantage." "And what is that?" "They work." "Yeah, but what about my career?" Pendergast smiled. "May I offer a prediction?" "For what it's worth, why not?" "When this is over, you will have been promoted." Nora snorted. "Right. After you blackmailed and humiliated my boss, he's going to promote me." "I'm afraid I don't suffer petty bureaucrats gladly. A very bad habit, but one I find hard to break. Nevertheless, you will find, Dr. Kelly, that humiliation and blackmail, when used judiciously, can be marvelously effective." At the stairwell, Nora paused once again. "You never answered my question. Why is the FBI concerned with killings that are over a century old?" "All in good time, Dr. Kelly. For now, let it suffice to say that, on a purely personal level, I find these killings rather, interesting." Something in the way Pendergast said "interesting" sent the faintest of shudders through Nora. Men of Science. 1. The museum's vast central archives lay deep in the basement, reachable only through several sets of elevators, winding corridors, stairs, and passageways. Nora had never been to the archives before. She did not, in fact, know anybody who ever had. And as she descended deeper and deeper into the bowels of the museum, she wondered if perhaps she had made a wrong turn somewhere. Before accepting the job at the museum, she had taken one of the tours that threaded their way through its endless galleries. She had heard all the statistics. It was physically the largest museum in the world, consisting of 24 interconnected buildings built in the 19th century, forming a bizarre maze of more than 3,000 rooms and almost 200 miles of passageways. But mere numbers could not capture the claustrophobic feeling of the endless, deserted corridors. It was enough, she thought, to give the Minotaur a nervous breakdown. She stopped, consulted her map, and sighed. A long brick passageway ran straight ahead, illuminated by a string of light bulbs in cages. Another ran off from it at right angles. Everything smelled of dust. She needed a landmark, a fixed point to get her bearings. She looked around. A padlocked metal door nearby had a weathered sign, Titanotheres. A door across the hall from it read, Calicotheres and Taperoids. She checked the oversized map, finally locating her position with difficulty. She wasn't lost, after all. It was just ahead and around the corner. Famous last words, she thought, walking forward, hearing the echoing rap of her heels against the concrete floor. She stopped at a massive set of oaken doors, ancient and scarred, marked Central Archives. She knocked, listening to the rap resound cavernously on the far side. There came a sudden rattle of papers, the sound of a dropped book, a great clearing of phlegm. A high-pitched voice called out, "Just a moment, please." There was a slow shuffling, then the sound of numerous locks being unfastened. The door opened, revealing a short, round, elderly man. He had a vastly hooked red nose, and a fringe of long white hair descended from the gleaming dome above it. As he looked up at her, a smile of greeting broke out, dispelling the air of melancholy on his veined face.
"Ah, come in, do come in," he said. "Don't let all these locks frighten you. I'm an old man, but I don't bite. Fortunate senex."
Nora took a step forward. Dust lay everywhere, even on the worn lapels of the man's jacket. A lamp with a green shade cast a small pool of light on the old desk, piled high with papers. On one side sat an elderly royal typewriter, perhaps the only thing in the room not covered in dust. Beyond the desk, Nora could see cast-iron shelves, laden with books and boxes, stretching back into a gloom as deep as the ocean. In the dimness, it was impossible to judge how far the room extended. "Are you Reinhardt Puck?" Nora asked. The man set up a vigorous nodding, his cheeks and bow tie flapping in response.
"At your service."
He bowed, and for an alarmed moment, Nora thought he might reach out to kiss her hand. Instead, there was another loud sound of phlegm being forced against its will, somewhere within his windpipes. "I'm looking for information on Cabinets of Curiosities," Nora continued, wondering if that was the correct pluralization. The man, busy relocking the door, glanced over, his rheumy eyes lighting up.
"Ah, you've come to the right place. The museum absorbed most of the old cabinets of early New York. We have all their collections, their papers. Where shall we begin?"
He slammed the last bolt home, then rubbed his hands together, smiling, clearly happy to be of service to someone. "There was a Cabinet of Curiosities in Lower Manhattan known as Shodham's Cabinet." He wrinkled his brow.
"Shodham's. Ah, yes. Yes, indeed. Quite popular these days, Shodham's. But first things first. Please sign the register, and then we can get started."
He motioned her to follow him around the desk, where he produced a leather-bound ledger, so old and rubbed that Nora was tempted to ask for a quill pen. She took the proffered ballpoint, wrote in her name and department. "Why all the locks and bolts?" she asked, handing back the pen. "I thought all the really valuable stuff, the gold and diamonds and the rest, was kept in the secure area."
"It's the new administration added all this red tape after the unpleasantness a few years back. It's not as if we're all that busy, you know, just researchers and doctoral candidates, or the occasional wealthy patron with an interest in the history of science."
He returned the register, then shuffled over to a huge bank of old ivory light switches, big as clothes pegs, and snapped a few on. Deep in the vast space there was a flicker, then another, and a dim light appeared. Puck set off toward it at a slow hobble, his feet scraping on the stone floor. Nora followed, glancing up at the dark walls of shelving. She felt as if she were walking through a dark forest, toward the distant glow of a welcoming cottage.
Cabinets of Curiosities, one of my favorite subjects. As you no doubt know, Delacorte was the first cabinet, established in 1804.
Puck's voice echoed back over his stooped shoulders.
It was a marvelous collection. A whale eyeball pickled in whiskey, a set of hippo teeth, a mastodon tusk found in a bog in New Jersey, and, of course, the last dodo egg of a Rodriguez solitaire, to be exact. The egg was brought back live in a crate, but then, after they put it on display, it appeared to have hatched, and... here we are.
He stopped abruptly, reached up to drag a box down from a high shelf, and opened its lid. Instead of the Shottam's cabinet material Nora hoped for, inside was a large eggshell, broken into 3 pieces.
There's no provenience on these things, so they didn't accession them into the main museum collection. That's why we've got them here.
He pointed reverently at the pieces of shell, licking his lips.
Delacorte's Cabinet of Natural History. They charged 25 cents admission, quite a sum at the time.
Replacing the box, he slid a thick 3-ring binder off an adjoining shelf and began flipping through it.
What would you like to know about the Delacorte cabinet?
It was actually Shottam's Cabinet of Natural Productions and Curiosities that I was interested in. John Kennedy Shottam. Nora swallowed her impatience. It would clearly be useless to rush Mr. Puck.
Yes, Shottam's.
He resumed his shuffling down the row of boxes, binders, and books. "How did the museum acquire these cabinets?" she asked.
"Once the museum opened with free admission, it put most of them out of business. Of course, a lot of the stuff the old cabinets displayed were fakes, you know, but some of it held real scientific value. As the cabinets went bankrupt, McFadden, an early curator here, bought them up for the museum."
"Fakes, you said?" Puck nodded portentously.
"Sewing 2 heads onto a calf, or taking a whalebone and dyeing it brown, saying it came from a dinosaur. We have some of those."
As he moved on to the next row, Nora hastened to keep up, wondering how to guide this flood of information in the direction she wanted.
Cabinets were all the rage. Even P.T. Barnum once owned a cabinet known as Scudder's American Museum. He added live exhibits, and that, young lady, was the beginning of his circus.
Live exhibits?
He displayed Joyce Heth, a wizened old black woman who Barnum claimed was George Washington's 161-year-old nurse, exposed as a fraud by the father of our own Tinberry McFadden.
Tinberry McFadden? Nora was starting to panic. Would she ever get out of here?
Tinberry McFadden, a curator here back in the late 19th century. He had a particular interest in cabinets of curiosities. Queer fellow, just up and disappeared one day.
I'm interested in Shottam's cabinet. John Kennedy Shottam.
We're getting there, young lady, said Puck, with the slightest touch of irritation. We don't have much from Shottam's. It burned in 1881.
Most of the stuff was collected by a man named Maurices, Alexander Maurices, Nora said, hoping to keep his mind on the subject at hand.
Now there was an odd fellow. Maurice's came from a rich New York family, died in Madagascar. I believe the chief made an umbrella out of his skin to protect his baby grandson from the sun."
They followed a labyrinthine path between shelves groaning with papers, boxes, and bizarre artifacts. Puck snapped more ivory switches. More lights went on ahead of them, while others winked out behind, leaving them in an island of light surrounded by a vast ocean of darkness. They came to an open area in the shelves where some large specimens stood on oak platforms: a woolly mammoth, shriveled but still huge, a white elephant, a giraffe missing its head. Nora's heart sank when Puck stopped.
"Those old cabinets would do anything to draw the paying public. Take a look at this baby mammoth, found freeze-dried in Alaska."
He reached underneath it and pressed something. There was a soft click, and a trap-door flopped open in the belly.
"This was part of a sideshow routine. A label said the mammoth had been frozen for 100,000 years, and that a scientist was going to thaw it out and try to revive it. Before the sideshow opened, a small man would climb in through that trap door. When the place had filled with spectators, another man, posing as a scientist, would come out and give a lecture and start warming the thing with a brazier. Then the man inside would start moving the trunk and making noises, cleared the place out in seconds."
Puck chuckled.
"People were a lot more innocent back then, weren't they?"
He reached under and carefully closed the trap door.
Yes, said Nora. "This is very interesting, Mr. Puck, and I appreciate the tour, but I'm pressed for time, and I really would like to see the Shotham material now."
"We're here."
Puck rolled a metal ladder into place, climbed up into the gloom, and descended with a small box.
"O terque quaterque beati. Here's your Mr. Shotham. It wasn't the most interesting cabinet, I'm afraid, and since it burned, we don't have much from it. Just these few papers."
Puck opened the box, peered inside.
"Great heavens, what a mess!"
He clucked disapprovingly.
"I don't understand, considering— well, when you're done with these, I can show you the Delacourt papers, much more comprehensive."
"I'm afraid there won't be time, at least not today."
Puck grunted with dissatisfaction. Nora glanced at him, felt a stab of pity for the lonely old man.
Here's a letter from Tinberry McFadden," Puck said, plucking a faded paper from the box. "Helped Shotham classify his mammals and birds. He advised a lot of the cabinet owners. Hired himself out."
He rummaged some more.
"He was a close friend of Shotham's."
Nora thought for a moment.
"Can I check out this box?"
"I have to look at it in the research room. Can't let it leave the archives."
"I see."
Nora paused, thinking.
"You said Tinberry McFadden was a close friend of Shotham's. Are his papers in here, too?"
"Are they here? Good heaven, we've got mountains of his papers, and his collections. He had quite a cabinet himself, only he never displayed it. Left it to the museum, but none of the stuff had any provenience and was full of fakes, so they stuck it down here. For historical purposes, no scientific value, they said."
Puck sniffed.
"Not worthy of the main collection."
"May I see it?"
Of course.
And Puck was shuffling off again in a new direction.
"Right around the corner."
They stopped at last before two shelves. The upper was full of more papers and boxes. On top of one box was a promissory note with a faded inventory of items transferred from J.C. Shotham to T.F. McFadden as payment for services rendered and promised. The lower shelf was stuffed with a variety of curious objects. Glancing over them, Nora saw stuffed animals wrapped in wax paper and twine, dubious-looking fossils, a double-headed pig floating in a glass jeroboam, a dried anaconda curled into a giant 5-foot knot, a stuffed chicken with 6 legs and 4 wings, and a bizarre box made out of an elephant's foot. Puck blew his nose like a trumpet, wiped his eyes.
"Poor Tinberry would turn over in his grave if he knew that his precious collection ended up down here. He thought it had priceless scientific value. Of course, that was at a time when most of the museum's curators were amateurs with poor scientific credentials.
Nora pointed to the promissory note. This seems to indicate Shottam gave McFadden specimens in exchange for his work.
Standard practice.
So some of these things came from Shottam's cabinet?
Without a doubt.
Could I examine these specimens, too? Puck beamed.
I'll move all of it to the research room and set it up on tables. When it's ready, I'll let you know.
How long will that take?
A day.
His face reddened with the pleasure of being of use. Don't you need help moving these things?
Oh, yes, my assistant, Oscar, will do it.
Nora looked around. Oscar?
Oscar Gibbs. He usually works up in osteology. We don't get many visitors down here. I call him down for special work like this.
This is very kind of you, Mr. Puck.
Kind? Oh, the pleasure's all mine, I assure you, my dear girl.
I'll be bringing a colleague. An uncertain look clouded Puck's face.
A colleague? There are rules about that, what with the new security and all.
He hesitated, almost embarrassed. Rules?
Only museum staff are allowed. The archives used to be open to everybody, but now we've been restricted to museum staff and trustees.
Special Agent Pendergast is, connected with the museum.
Agent Pendergast? Yes. The name's familiar, Pendergast. I remember him now, the southern gentleman. Oh, dear.
A momentary look of distress crossed the man's face.
Well, as you wish. I'll expect you both tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
2. Patrick Murphy O'Shaughnessy sat in the precinct captain's office, waiting for him to get off the phone. He had been waiting 5 minutes, but so far Custer hadn't even looked in his direction, which was just fine with him. O'Shaughnessy scanned the walls without interest, his eyes moving from commendation plaques to departmental shooting trophies, lighting at last upon the painting on the far wall. It showed a little cabin in a swamp at night, under a full moon, its windows casting a yellow glow over the waters. It was a source of endless amusement to the 7th Precinct that their captain, with all his mannerisms and his pretensions to culture, had a velvet painting proudly displayed in his office. There had even been talk of getting an office pool together, soliciting donations for a less revolting replacement. O'Shaughnessy used to laugh along with them, but now he found it pathetic. It was all so pathetic. The rattle of the phone in its cradle brought him out of his reverie. He looked up as Custer pressed his intercom button. "Sergeant Noyes, come in here, please." O'Shaughnessy looked away. This wasn't a good sign. Herbert Noyes, recently transferred from Internal Affairs, was Custer's new personal assistant and numero uno ass-kisser. Something unpleasant was definitely up. Almost instantly, Noyes entered the office, the usual unctuous smile breaking the smooth lines of his ferret-like head. He nodded politely to Custer, ignored O'Shaughnessy, and took the seat closest to the captain's desk, chewing gum, as usual. His skinny form barely made a dent in the burgundy-colored leather. He'd come in so fast, it was almost as if he'd been hovering outside. O'Shaughnessy realized he probably had been. And now, at last, Custer turned toward O'Shaughnessy. "Paddy," he said in his high, thin voice, "how's the last Irish cop on the force doing these days?" O'Shaughnessy waited just long enough to be insolent, and then answered, "It's Patrick, sir." "Patrick, I thought they called you Paddy," Custer went on, some of the hearty bluster gone. "There are still plenty of Irish on the force, sir." Yeah, but how many are named Patrick Murphy O'Shaughnessy? I mean, is that Irish or what? That's like Chaim Moishe Finkelstein or Vinnie Scarpetta Gotti, Della Gambino. Ethnic, very ethnic. But hey, don't get me wrong, ethnic's good. "Very good," Noyes said. "I'm always saying we need diversity on the force, right?" "Sure," O'Shaughnessy replied. "Anyway, Patrick, we've got a little problem here. A few days ago, 36 skeletons were uncovered at a construction site here in the precinct. You may have heard of it. I supervised the investigation myself. It's a Mogan Fairhaven development. You know them?
Sure I do.
O'Shaughnessy glanced pointedly at the oversized Mont Blanc fountain pen in Custer's shirt pocket. Mr. Fairhaven had given them as Christmas presents to all the precinct captains in Manhattan the year before. Big outfit, lots of money, lots of friends, good people. Now, these skeletons, Patrick, are well over a century old. It's our understanding that some maniac back in the 1800s murdered these people and hid them in a basement. With me so far? O'Shaughnessy nodded. Have you ever had any experience with the FBI?
No, sir.
They tend to think working cops are stupid. They like to keep us in the dark. It's fun for them. It's a little game they play, said Noyes, with a small bob of his shiny head. It was hard to make a crew cut look oily, but somehow Noyes managed. That's exactly right, Custer said. You know what we're saying, Patrick?
Sure.
They were saying he was about to get some shit-stink assignment involving the FBI. That's what he knew. Good. For some reason, we've got an FBI agent poking around the site. He won't say why he's interested. He's not even local, from New Orleans, believe it or not, but the guy's got pull. I'm still looking into it. The boys in the New York office don't like him any more than we do. They told me some stories about him, and I didn't like what I heard. Wherever this guy goes, trouble follows. You with me?
Yes, sir.
This guy's been calling all over the place. Wants to see the bones. Wants to see the pathologist's report. Wants everything under the sun. He doesn't seem to get that the crime's ancient history. So now Mr. Fairhaven is concerned. He doesn't want this getting blown out of proportion, you know? He's going to have to rent those apartments. You get my drift? And when Mr. Fairhaven gets concerned, he calls the mayor. The mayor calls Commissioner Rocker. The commissioner calls the commander, and the commander calls me, which means that now I'm concerned. O'Shaughnessy nodded.
Which means now I'm supposed to be concerned, which I'm not.
Very concerned, said Noyes. O'Shaughnessy allowed his face to relax into the most unconcerned of looks. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to assign you to be this guy's NYPD liaison. You stick to him like a fly to, honey. I want to know what he's doing, where he goes, and especially what he's up to, but don't get too friendly with the guy.
No, sir.
His name is Pendergast, Special Agent Pendergast. Custer turned over a piece of paper. Christ, they didn't even give me his first name here. No matter. I've set up a meeting with you and him tomorrow, 2 p.m. After that, you stay with him. You're there to help him. That's the official line, but don't be too helpful. This guy's ticked off a lot of people. Here, read for yourself. O'Shaughnessy took the proffered file.
Do you want me to remain in uniform, sir?
Hell, that's just the point. Having a uniformed cop sticking to him like a limpet is going to cramp his style. You get me?
Yes, sir.
The captain sat back in his chair, looking at him skeptically. Think you can do this, Patrick? O'Shaughnessy stood up.
Sure.
Because I've been noticing your attitude recently. Custer put a finger to the side of his nose. A friendly word of advice. Save it for Agent Pendergast. Last thing you, of all people, need is more attitude.
No attitude, sir. I'm just here to protect and serve.
He pronounced serve in his best Irish brogue.
Top of the morning to you, Captain.
As O'Shaughnessy turned and left the office, he heard Custer mutter, "Wise ass," to Noyes. 3.
A perfect afternoon to take in a museum, said Pendergast, looking up at a lowering sky.
Patrick Murphy O'Shaughnessy wondered if it was some kind of joke. He stood on the steps of the Elizabeth Street precinct house, staring off into nowhere. The whole thing was a joke. The FBI agent looked more like an undertaker than a cop, with his black suit, blonde white hair, and movie cliché accent. He wondered how such a piece of work ever got his ass through Quantico.
The Metropolitan Museum of Art is a cultural paradigm, Sergeant. One of the great art museums of the world. But of course, you knew that. Shall we go?
O'Shaughnessy shrugged. Museums, whatever. He was supposed to stay with this guy. What a crappy assignment. As they descended the steps, a long gray car came gliding up from where it had been idling at the corner. For a second, O'Shaughnessy could hardly believe it. A Rolls. Pendergast opened the door. "Drug seizure?" O'Shaughnessy asked. "No personal vehicle." Figures. New Orleans. They were all on the take down there. Now he had the guy pegged. Probably up here on some kind of drug business. Maybe Custer wanted in. That's why he put him, of all the cops in the precinct, on this guy's ass. This was looking worse by the minute. Pendergast continued holding the door. "After you." O'Shaughnessy slid in the back, sinking immediately into creamy white leather. Pendergast ducked in beside him. "To the Metropolitan Museum," he told the driver. As the Rolls pulled away from the curb, O'Shaughnessy caught a glimpse of Captain Custer standing on the steps, staring after them. He resisted the impulse to flip him the bird. O'Shaughnessy turned to Pendergast and gave him a good look. "Here's to success, Mr. FBI agent." He turned away to look out the window. There was a silence on the other side. "The name is Pendergast," came the soft voice finally. "Whatever." O'Shaughnessy continued to look out the window. He allowed a minute to pass, and then he said, "So what's at the museum? Some dead mummies?" "I have yet to meet a live mummy, Sergeant. However, it is not the Egyptian department we are going to." A wise guy. He wondered how many more assignments he'd have like this. Just because he made a mistake 5 years ago, they all thought he was Mr. Expendable. Any time there was something funny coming down the pike, it was always, "We've got a little problem here, O'Shaughnessy, and you're just the man to take care of it." But it was usually just penny-ante stuff. This guy in the Rolls, he looked big time. This was different. This looked illegal. O'Shaughnessy thought of his long-gone father and felt a stab of shame. Thank God the man wasn't around to see him now. 5 generations of O'Shaughnessy's in the force, and now everything gone to shit. He wondered if he could hack the 11 more years required before an early severance package became available. "So what's the game?" O'Shaughnessy asked. No more sucker work. He was going to keep his eyes open and his head up on this one. He didn't want any stray shit to fall when he wasn't looking up. "So what's the game?" O'Shaughnessy asked. No more sucker work. He was going to keep his eyes open and his head up on this one. He didn't want any stray shit to fall when he wasn't looking up. "Sergeant?" "What?" "There is no game." "Of course not." O'Shaughnessy let out a little snort. "There never is." He realized the FBI agent was looking at him intently. He continued looking away. "I can see that you're under a misapprehension here, Sergeant," came the drawl. "We should rectify that at once. You see, I can understand why you jumped to that conclusion. 5 years ago you were caught on a surveillance tape taking $200 from a prostitute in exchange for releasing her. I believe they call it a shakedown. Have I got that right?" O'Shaughnessy felt a sudden numbness, followed by a slow anger. Here it was again. He said nothing. What was there to say? It would have been better if they'd cashiered him. "The tape got sent to Internal Affairs. Internal Affairs paid you a visit, but there were different accounts of what happened. Nothing was proven. Unfortunately, the damage was done, and since that time you've seen your career, how should I put it, remain in stasis." O'Shaughnessy continued looking out the window at the rush of buildings. "Remain in stasis? You mean go nowhere? And you've caught nothing since but a series of questionable assignments and gray-area errands, of which you no doubt consider this one more." O'Shaughnessy spoke to the window, his voice deliberately tired. "Pendergast, I don't know what your game is, but I don't need to listen to this. I really don't." "I saw that tape," said Pendergast. "Good for you. I heard, for example, the prostitute pleading with you to let her go, saying that her pimp would beat her up if you didn't. Then I heard her insisting you take the $200 because if you didn't, her pimp would assume she had betrayed him. But if you took the money, he would only think she'd bribed her way out of custody and spare her. Am I right? So you took the money." O'Shaughnessy had been through this in his own mind 1,000 times. What difference did it make? He didn't have to take the money. He hadn't given it to charity either. Pimps were beating up prostitutes every day. He should have left her to her fate. So now you're cynical. You're tired. You've come to realize that the whole idea of protect and serve is farcical, especially out there on the streets, where there doesn't even seem to be right or wrong. Nobody worth protecting, and nobody worth serving. There was a silence. "Are we through with the character analysis?" O'Shaughnessy asked. "For the moment, except to say that, yes, this is a questionable assignment, but not in the way you're thinking." The next silence stretched into minutes. They stopped at a light, and O'Shaughnessy took an opportunity to cast a covert glance toward Pendergast. The man, as if knowing the glance was coming, caught his eye and pinned it. O'Shaughnessy almost jumped. He looked away so fast. "Did you, by any chance, catch the show last year, Costume in History?" Pendergast asked, his voice now light and pleasant. "What? I'll take that as a no. You missed a splendid exhibition. The Met has a fine collection of historical clothing dating back to the early Middle Ages. Most of it was in storage, but last year they mounted an exhibition showing how clothing evolved over the last 6 centuries. Absolutely fascinating. Did you know that all ladies at Louis XIV's court at Versailles were required to have a 13-inch waist or less, and that their dresses weighed between 30 and 40 pounds? O'Shaughnessy realized he didn't know how to answer. The conversation had taken such a strange and sudden tack that he found himself momentarily stunned. "I was also interested to learn that in the 15th century, a man's codpiece—" This tidbit was mercifully interrupted by a screech of brakes as the Rolls swerved to avoid a cab cutting across 3 lanes of traffic. "Yankee barbarians," said Pendergast mildly. "Now, where was I? Ah, yes, the codpiece." The Rolls was caught in midtown traffic now, and O'Shaughnessy began to wonder just how much longer this ride was going to take. The great hall of the Metropolitan Museum was sheeted in Beaux-Arts marble, decorated with vast sprays of flowers, and almost unbearably crowded. O'Shaughnessy hung back while the strange FBI agent talked to one of the harried volunteers at the information desk. She picked up a phone, called someone, then put it down again, looking highly irritated. O'Shaughnessy began to wonder what this Pendergast was up to. Throughout the extended trip uptown, he'd said nothing about his intended plan of action. He glanced around. It was an Upper East Side crowd, for sure, ladies dressed to the nines, clicking here and there in high heels, uniformed schoolchildren, lined up and well-behaved, a few tweedy-looking academics wandering about with thoughtful faces. Several people were staring at him disapprovingly, as if it was in bad taste to be in the Met wearing a police officer's uniform. He felt a rush of misanthropy. Hypocrites. Pendergast motioned him over, and they passed into the museum, running a gauntlet of ticket-takers in the process, past a caseful of Roman gold, plunging at last into a confusing sequence of rooms crowded with statues, vases, paintings, mummies, and all manner of art. Pendergast talked the whole time, but the crowds were so dense and the noise so deafening, O'Shaughnessy caught only a few words. They passed through a quieter suite of rooms full of Asian art, finally arriving in front of a door of shiny gray metal. Pendergast opened it without knocking, revealing a small reception area. A strikingly good-looking receptionist sat behind a desk of blonde wood. Her eyes widened slightly at the sight of his uniform. O'Shaughnessy gave her a menacing look. "May I help you?" She addressed Pendergast, but her eyes continued to flicker anxiously toward O'Shaughnessy. "Sergeant O'Shaughnessy and Special Agent Pendergast are here to see Dr. Wellesley." "Do you have an appointment?" "Alas, no." The receptionist hesitated. "I'm sorry, Special Agent—" "Pendergast, Federal Bureau of Investigation." At this she flushed deeply. "Just a moment." She picked up her phone. O'Shaughnessy could hear it ringing in an office just off the reception area. "Dr. Wellesley?" the secretary said.
There is a Special Agent Pendergast from the FBI and a police officer here to see you."
The voice that echoed out of the office was easily heard by all. It was a crisp, no-nonsense voice, feminine yet cold as ice, and so unrelievedly English, it made O'Shaughnessy bristle.
"Unless they are here to arrest me, Heather, the gentleman can make an appointment like everyone else. I am engaged."
The crash of her telephone hitting the cradle was equally unmistakable. The receptionist looked up at them with high nervousness.
"Dr. Wellesley—"
But Pendergast was already moving toward the office from which the voice had issued. This is more like it, O'Shaughnessy thought, as Pendergast swung open the door, placing himself squarely in the doorway. At least the guy, for all his pretensions, was no pushover. He knew how to cut through the bullshit. The unseen voice, laden with sarcasm, cut the air.
"Ah, the proverbial copper with his foot in the door. Pity it wasn't locked, so you could batter it down with your truncheon."
It was as if Pendergast had not heard. His fluid, honeyed voice filled the office with warmth and charm. "Dr. Wellesley, I have come to you because you are the world's foremost authority on the history of dress, and I hope you'll permit me to say your identification of the Greek peplos of Vergina was most thrilling to me personally. I have long had an interest in the subject." There was a brief silence.
"Flattery, Mr. Pendergast, will at least get you inside."
O'Shaughnessy followed the agent into a small but very well-appointed office. The furniture looked like it had come directly from the museum's collection, and the walls were hung with a series of 18th-century watercolors of opera costumes. O'Shaughnessy thought they might be the characters of Figaro, Rosina, and Count Almaviva from The Barber of Seville. Opera was his sole and his secret indulgence. He seated himself, crossing and then uncrossing his legs, shifting in the impossibly uncomfortable chair. No matter what he did, he still seemed to take up too much space. The blue of his uniform seemed unbearably gauche amid the elegant furnishings. He glanced back up at the watercolors, allowing the bars of an aria to go through his head. Wellesley was an attractive woman in her mid-40s, beautifully dressed.
"I see you admire my pictures," she said to O'Shaughnessy, eyeing him shrewdly.
"Sure," said O'Shaughnessy, "if you like dancing in a wig, pumps, and straitjacket." Wellesley turned to Pendergast.
"Your associate has a rather queer sense of humor."
"Indeed."
"Now, what can I do for you, gentlemen?"
Pendergast removed a bundle from under his suit, loosely wrapped in paper. "I would like you to examine this dress," he said, unrolling the bundle across the curator's desk. She backed up slightly in horror as the true dimensions of its filth were exposed to view. O'Shaughnessy thought he detected a peculiar smell. Very peculiar. It occurred to him that maybe, just maybe, Pendergast wasn't on the take, that this was for real.
"Good Lord, please,"
she said, stepping farther back and putting a hand before her face.
"I do not do police work. Take this revolting thing away."
"This revolting thing, Dr. Wellesley, belonged to a 19-year-old girl who was murdered over 100 years ago, dissected, dismembered, and walled up in a tunnel in Lower Manhattan. Sewn up into the dress was a note, which the girl wrote in her own blood. It gave her name, age, and address, nothing else. Ink of that sort does not encourage prolixity. It was the note of a girl who knew she was about to die. She knew that no one would help her, no one would save her. Her only wish was that her body be identified, that she not be forgotten. I could not help her then, but I am trying to now. That is why I am here." The dress seemed to quiver slightly, and O'Shaughnessy realized with a start that the FBI agent's hand was trembling with emotion. At least that's how it looked to him. That a law officer would actually care about something like this was a revelation. The silence that followed Pendergast's statement was profound. Without a word, Wellesley bent over the dress, fingered it, turned up its lining, gently stretched the material in several directions. Reaching into a drawer of her desk, she pulled out a large magnifying glass and began examining the stitching and fabric. Several minutes passed. Then she sighed and sat down in her chair. "This is a typical workhouse garment," she said. "Standard issue in the latter part of the 19th century. Cheap woolen fabric for the exterior, scratchy and coarse, but actually quite warm, lined with undyed cotton. You can see from the pattern cuts and stitching that it was probably made by the girl herself, using fabric issued to her by the workhouse. The fabrics came in several basic colors: green, blue, gray, and black."
"Any idea which workhouse?"
"Impossible to say. 19th century Manhattan had quite a few of them. They were called houses of industry. They took in abandoned children, orphans, and runaways, harsh, cruel places run by the so-called religious."
"Can you give me a more precise date on the dress?"
"Not with any accuracy. It seems to be a rather pathetic imitation of a style popular in the early 1880s, called a Maud Macon. Workhouse girls usually try to copy dresses they liked out of popular magazines and penny press advertisements."
Dr. Wellesley sighed, shrugged.
"That's it, I'm afraid."
"If anything else comes to mind, I can be contacted through Sergeant O'Shaughnessy here."
Dr. Wellesley glanced up at O'Shaughnessy's name tag, then nodded.
"Thank you for your time."
The FBI agent began rolling up the dress.
"That was a lovely exhibition you curated last year, by the way."
Dr. Wellesley nodded again.
"Unlike most museum exhibitions, it had wit. Take the Hoopland section. I found it delightfully amusing."
Concealed in its wrapper, the dress lost its power to horrify. The feeling of gloom that had settled over the office began to lift. O'Shaughnessy found himself echoing Custer. What was an FBI agent doing messing around with a case 120 years old? "Thank you for noticing what none of the critics did," the woman replied. "Yes, I meant it to be fun. When you finally understand it, a human dress, beyond what is necessary for warmth and modesty, can be marvelously absurd."
Pendergast stood. "Dr. Wellesley, your expertise has been most valuable."
Dr. Wellesley rose as well. "Please call me Sophia."
O'Shaughnessy noticed her looking at Pendergast with new interest.
Pendergast bowed and smiled. Then he turned to go. The curator came around her desk to see him through the waiting room. At the outer door, Sophia Wellesley paused, blushed, and said, "I hope to see you again, Mr. Pendergast. Perhaps soon. Perhaps for dinner."
There was a brief silence. Pendergast said nothing.
"Well," said the curator crisply, "you know where to reach me." They walked back through the thronged, treasure-laden halls, past the Khmer devatars, past the reliquaries encrusted with gems, past the Greek statues and the red attic vases, down the great crowded steps to Fifth Avenue. O'Shaughnessy whistled an astringent little chorus of Sade's Smooth Operator. If Pendergast heard, he gave no sign. Moments later, O'Shaughnessy was sliding into the white leather cocoon of the rolls. When the door shut with a solid, reassuring thunk, blessed silence returned. He still couldn't figure out what to make of Pendergast. Maybe the guy, for all his expensive tastes, was on the up and up. He sure as hell knew this. He was going to keep his eyes and ears open.
"Across the park to the New York Museum of Natural History, please,"
Pendergast told the driver. As the car accelerated into traffic, the agent turned to O'Shaughnessy.
"How is it that an Irish policeman came to love Italian opera?"
O'Shaughnessy gave a start. When had he mentioned opera?
"You disguise your thoughts poorly, Sergeant. While you were looking at the drawings from the Barber of Seville, I saw your right index finger unconsciously tapping the rhythm to Rosina's aria, Una voce poco fa."
O'Shaughnessy stared at Pendergast. "I bet you think you're a real Sherlock Holmes."
"One does not often find a policeman with a love of opera."
"What about you? You like opera?" O'Shaughnessy threw the question back at him.
"I loathe it. Opera was the television of the 19th century, loud, vulgar, and garish, with plots that could only be called infantile."
For the first time, O'Shaughnessy smiled. He shook his head.
"Pendergast, all I can say is,
Your powers of observation aren't nearly as formidable as you seem to think. Jesus, what a Philistine. His smile widened as he saw a look of irritation cloud the FBI agent's face for no more than an instant. He had finally gotten to him. 4. Nora ushered Pendergast and the dour-looking little policeman through the doorway of Central Archives, a little relieved she'd had no trouble finding her way this time. Pendergast paused inside the door, inhaling deeply. "Ah, the smell of history. Drink it in, Sergeant." He put out his hands, fingers extended as if to warm them on the documents within. Reinhardt Puck advanced toward Pendergast, head wagging. He wiped his shining pate with a handkerchief, then stuffed the cloth into a pocket with awkward fingers. The sight of the FBI agent seemed to both please and alarm him.
"Dr. Pendergast," he said, "a pleasure. I don't think we've met since, let's see, the troubles of '95. Did you take that trip to Tasmania?"
"I did indeed. Thank you for remembering. And my knowledge of Australian flora has increased proportionately."
"And how's your department?"
"Splendid," said Pendergast. "Allow me to introduce Sergeant O'Shaughnessy." The policeman stepped out from behind Pendergast, and Puck's face fell.
"Oh, dear. There is a rule, you see. Non-museum employees—"
"I can vouch for him," said Pendergast, a note of finality in his voice. "He is an outstanding member of the police force of our city."
I see, Puck said unhappily as he worked the locks. "Well, you'll all have to sign in, you know."
He turned away from the door.
"And this is Mr. Gibbs."
Oscar Gibbs nodded curtly. He was small, compact, and African-American, with hairless arms and a closely shaven head. For his size, his build was so solid he seemed fashioned out of butcher block. He was covered with dust, and looked distinctly unhappy to be there.
"Mr. Gibbs has kindly set up everything for you in the research room," said Puck. "We'll go through the formalities, and then if you'll be so good as to follow me."
They signed the book, then advanced into the gloom, Puck lighting the way, as before, by the banks of ivory switches. After what seemed an interminable journey, they arrived at a door set into the plastered rear wall of the archives, with a small window of glass and metal meshing. With a heavy jangle of keys, Puck laboriously unlocked it, then held it open for Nora. She stepped inside. The lights came up, and she almost gasped in astonishment. Polished oak paneling rose from a marble floor to an ornate, plastered and gilded ceiling of Rococo splendor. Massive oaken tables, with claw feet, dominated the center of the room, surrounded by oak chairs with red leather seats and backs. Heavy chandeliers of worked copper and crystal hung suspended above each table. 2 of the tables were covered by a variety of objects, and a third had been laid out with boxes, books, and papers. A massive bricked-up fireplace, surrounded by pink marble, stood at the far end of the room. Everything was hoary with the accumulated patina of years.
"This is incredible," said Nora. "Yes, indeed," said Puck. "One of the finest rooms in the museum. Historical research used to be very important."
He sighed.
"Times have changed. O tempo, o mores, and all that. Please remove all writing instruments from your pockets, and put on those linen gloves before handling any of the objects. I will need to take your briefcase, Doctor."
He glanced disapprovingly at the gun and handcuffs dangling from O'Shaughnessy's service belt, but said nothing. They laid their pens and pencils into a proffered tray. Nora and the others slid on pairs of spotless gloves.
"I will withdraw. When you are ready to leave, call me on that telephone, extension 4240. If you want photocopies of anything, fill out one of these sheets."
The door eased shut. There was the sound of a key turning in a lock.
"Did he just lock us in?" O'Shaughnessy asked.
Pendergast nodded.
"Standard procedure."
O'Shaughnessy stepped back into the gloom. He was an odd man, Nora thought. Quiet, inscrutable, handsome in a black Irish kind of way. Pendergast seemed to like him. O'Shaughnessy, on the other hand, looked as if he didn't like anybody. The agent clasped his hands behind his back and made a slow circuit of the first table, peering at each object in turn. He did the same with the second table, then moved to the third table, laden with its assorted papers. "Let's see this inventory you mentioned," he said to Nora. Nora pointed out the promissory note with the inventory she had found the day before. Pendergast looked it over and then, paper in hand, made another circuit. He nodded at a stuffed okapi. "That came from Shotham's," he said. "And that." He nodded to the elephant's foot box. "Those 3 penis sheaths, and the right whale baculum. The Hevero shrunken head, all from Shotham's, payment to McFadden for his work." He bent down to examine the shrunken head. "A fraud, monkey, not human." He glanced up at her. "Dr. Kelly, would you mind looking through the papers while I examine these objects?" Nora sat down at the third table. There was the small box of Shotham's correspondence, along with another much larger box, and 2 binders. McFadden's papers, apparently. Nora opened the Shotham box first. As Puck had noted, the contents were in a remarkable state of disarray. What few letters were here were all in the same vein. Questions about classifications and identifications, tiffs with other scientists over various arcane subjects. It illuminated a curious corner of 19th-century natural history, but shed no light on a heinous 19th-century crime. As she read through the brief correspondence, a picture of J.C. Shotham began to form in her mind. It was not the image of a serial killer. He seemed a harmless enough man, fussy, narrow, a little querulous, perhaps, bristling with academic rivalries. The man's interests seemed exclusively related to natural history. "Of course, you never can tell," she thought, turning over the musty pages. Finding nothing of particular interest, Nora turned to the much larger and neater boxes of Tinbury McFadden's correspondence. They were mostly notes from the long-dead curator on various odd subjects, written in a fanatically small hand, lists of classifications of plants and animals, drawings of various flowers, some quite good. At the bottom was a thick packet of correspondence to and from various men of science and collectors, held together by an ancient string that flew apart when she touched it. She riffled through them, arriving finally at a packet of letters from Shotham to McFadden. The first began, "My esteemed colleague, I herewith transmit to you a curious relic, said to be from the Isle of Kut, off the coast of Indochine, depicting a simian in coito with a Hindu goddess, carved from walrus ivory. Would you be so kind as to identify the species of simian? Your colleague, J.C. Shotham." She slid out the next letter. "My dear colleague, at the last meeting at the Lyceum, Professor Blackwood presented a fossil which he claimed was a Devonian-age crinoid from the Montmorency Dolomites. The professor is sadly mistaken. Lafleuve himself identified the Montmorency Dolomites as Permian, and needs to make a corrective note of it in the next Lyceum bulletin." She flipped through the rest. There were letters to others as well, a small circle of like-minded scientists, including Shotham. They were all obviously well acquainted with one another. Perhaps the killer might be found in that circle. It seemed likely, since the person must have had easy access to Shotham's cabinet, if it wasn't Shotham himself. She began to make a list of correspondents and the nature of their work. Of course, it was always possible this was a waste of time, that the killer might have been the building's janitor or coalman, but then she remembered the crisp, professional scalpel marks on the bones, the almost surgical dismemberments. No, it was a man of science, that was certain. Taking out her notebook, she began jotting notes. Letters to/from Tinbury McFadden. Correspondent, J.C. Shotham. Subjects of correspondence, Natural History, Anthropology, the Lyceum. Position, Owner, Shotham's Cabinet of Natural Productions and Curiosities, New York. Dates of correspondence, 1869 to 1881. Correspondent, Professor Albert Blackwood. Subjects of correspondence, the Lyceum, the Museum. Position, founder, New York Museum of Natural History. Dates of correspondence, 1865 to 1878. Correspondent, Dr. Asa Stone Gilcrease. Subjects of correspondence, birds. Position, ornithologist, New York. Dates of correspondence, 1875 to 1887. Correspondent, Colonel Sir Henry C. Throckmorton, Baronet, Fellow of the Royal Society. Subjects of correspondence, African mammals, big game. Position, collector, explorer, sportsman, London. Dates of correspondence, 1879 to 1891. Correspondent, Professor Enoch Lang. Subjects of correspondence, classification. Position, taxonomist, chemist, New York. Dates of correspondence, 1872 to 1881. Correspondent, Miss Guinevere LaRue. Subjects of correspondence, Christian missions for Boria Bula Ga in the African Congo. Position, philanthropist, New York. Dates of correspondence, 1870 to 1872. Correspondent, Dumont Burley. Subjects of correspondence, dinosaur fossils, the Lyceum. Position, oilman, collector, Cold Spring, New York. Dates of correspondence, 1875 to 1881. Correspondent, Dr. Ferdinand Hunt. Subjects of correspondence, anthropology, archaeology. Position, surgeon, collector, Oyster Bay, Long Island. Dates of correspondence, 1869 to 1879. Correspondent, Professor Hiram Howlett. Subjects of correspondence, reptiles and amphibians. Position, herpetologist, Stormhaven, Maine. Dates of correspondence, 1871 to 1873. The penultimate name gave her a pause. A surgeon. Who was Dr. Ferdinand Hunt? There were quite a few letters from him, written in a large scrawl on heavy paper, with a beautiful engraved crest. She flipped through them. My dear Tinberry, with regard to the Odinga natives, the barbaric custom of male pardom is still quite prevalent. When I was in the Volta, I had the dubious privilege of witnessing childbirth. I was not allowed to assist, of course, but I could hear the shrieks of the husband quite clearly, as the wife jerked on the rope affixed to his genitalia with every contraction she experienced. I treated the poor man's injuries, severe lacerations, following the birth. My dear Tinberry, the Olmec jade phallus I herewith enclose from La Venta, Mexico, is for the museum, as I understand you have nothing from that extremely curious Mexican culture. She sorted through the packet of correspondence, but it was again all in the same vein. Dr. Hunt describing various bizarre medical customs he had witnessed in his travels across Central America and Africa, along with notes that had apparently accompanied artifacts sent back to the museum. He seemed to have an unhealthy interest in native sexual practices. It made him a prime candidate in Nora's mind. She felt a presence behind her and turned abruptly. Pendergast stood, arms clasped behind his back. He was staring down at her notes, and there was a sudden look on his face that was so grim, so dark, that Nora felt her flesh crawl. "You're always sneaking up on me," she said weakly. "Anything interesting?" The question seemed almost pro forma. Nora felt sure he had already discovered something important, something dreadful on the list, and yet he did not seem inclined to share it. "Nothing obvious. Have you ever heard of this Dr. Ferdinand Hunt?" Pendergast gave the name a cursory glance, without interest. Nora became aware of the man's conspicuous lack of any scent whatsoever, no smell of tobacco, no smell of cologne, nothing. "Hunt," he said finally. "Yes, a prominent North Shore family, one of the early patrons of the museum." He straightened up. "I've examined everything save the elephant's foot box. Would you care to assist me?" She followed him over to the table laid out with Tinbury McFadden's old collections, a decidedly motley assortment. Pendergast's face had once again recovered its poise. Now Officer O'Shaughnessy, looking skeptical, emerged from the shadows. Nora wondered what, exactly, the policeman had to do with Pendergast. They stood before the large, grotesque elephant's foot, replete with brass fittings.
"So it's an elephant's foot," O'Shaughnessy said. "So?" "Not just a foot, Sergeant," Pendergast replied. "A box made from an elephant's foot, quite common among big-game hunters and collectors in the last century. Rather a nice specimen, too, if a little worn." He turned to Nora. "Shall we look inside?" Nora unclasped the fittings and lifted the top of the box. The grayish skin felt rough and nubbled beneath her gloved fingers. An unpleasant smell rose up. The box was empty. She glanced over at Pendergast. If the agent was disappointed, he showed no sign. For a moment the little group was still. Then Pendergast himself bent over the open box. He examined it a moment, his body immobile, save for the pale blue eyes. Then his fingers shot forward and began moving over the surface of the box, pressing here and there, alighting at one spot for a moment, then scuttling on. Suddenly there was a click, and a narrow drawer shot out from below, raising a cloud of dust. Nora jumped at the sound. "Rather clever," said Pendergast, removing a large envelope, faded and slightly foxed, from the drawer. He turned it over once or twice, speculatively. Then he ran a gloved finger beneath the seam, easing it open and withdrawing several sheets of cream-laid paper. He unfolded them carefully, passed his hand across the topmost sheet. And then he began to read. 5. To my colleague, Tinbury McFadden, July 12th, 1881. Esteemed colleague, I write these lines in earnest hope that you will never have need to read them, that I will be able to tear them up and dash them into the coal scuttle, products of an overworked brain and fevered imagination. And yet in my soul I know my worst fears have already been proven true. Everything I have uncovered points incontrovertibly to such a fact. I have always been eager to think the best of my fellow man. After all, are we not all molded from the same clay? The ancients believed life to have generated spontaneously within the rich mud of the Nile, and who am I to question the symbolism, if not the scientific fact, of such belief? And yet there have been events, McFadden, dreadful events that can support no innocent explanation. It is quite possible that the details I relate herein may cause you to doubt the quality of my mind. Before I proceed, let me assure you that I am in full command of my faculties. I offer this document as evidence, both to my dreadful theorem and to the proofs I have undertaken in its defense. I have spoken before of my growing doubts over the business of Lang. You know, of course, the reasons I allowed him to take rooms on the third floor of the Cabinet. His talks at the Lyceum proved the depth of his scientific and medical knowledge. In taxonomy and chemistry he has few, if any, peers. The notion that enlightening, perhaps even forward-reaching experiments would be taking place beneath my own roof was a pleasant one, and, on a practical note, the additional hard currency offered by his rent was not unwelcome. At first, my trust in the man seemed fully justified. His curatorial work at the Cabinet proved excellent. Although he kept highly irregular hours, he was unfailingly polite, if a little reserved. He paid his rent money promptly, and even offered medical advice during the bouts of grippe that plagued me throughout the winters of '73 and '74. It is hard to date with any precision my first glimmerings of suspicion. Perhaps it began with what, in my perception, was a growing sense of secretiveness about the man's affairs. Although he had promised early on to share the formal results of his experiments, except for an initial joint inspection when the lease was signed, I was never invited to see his chambers. As the years passed, he seemed to grow more and more absorbed in his own studies, and I was forced to take on much of the curatorial duties for the Cabinet myself. I had always believed Lang to be rather sensitive about his work. You will no doubt recall the early and somewhat eccentric talk on bodily humors
he presented to the Lyceum. It was not well received. Some members even had the ill-breeding to titter on one or two occasions during the lecture, and henceforth Lang never returned to the subject. His future talks were all models of traditional scholarship, so at first I ascribed his hesitancy to discuss personal work to this same innate circumspection. However, as time went on, I began to realize that what I had thought to be professional shyness was, in fact, active concealment. One spring evening earlier this year, I had occasion to stay on very late at the cabinet, finishing work on an accumulation of documents and preparing the exhibition space for my latest acquisition, the double-brained child, of which we have previously spoken. This latter task proved far more engrossing than the tiresome paperwork, and I was rather surprised to hear the city bell toll midnight. It was in the moments following, as I stood listening to the echoes of the bell die away, that I became aware of another sound. It came from over my head, a kind of heavy shuffling, as if of a man bearing some heavy burden. I cannot tell you why precisely, McFadden, but there was something in that sound that sent a thrill of dread coursing through me. I listened more intently. The sound died away slowly, the footsteps retreating into a more distant room. Of course, there was nothing for me to do. In the morning, as I reflected on the event, I realized the culprit was undoubtedly my own tired nerves. Unless some more sinister meaning should prove to be attached to the footsteps, which seemed a remote possibility, there was no cause for approaching Lang on the matter. I ascribed my alarm to my own perverse state of mind at the time. I had succeeded in creating a rather sensational backdrop for displaying the double-brained child, and no doubt this, along with the late hour, had roused the more morbid aspects of my imagination. I resolved to put the matter behind me. It chanced that some few weeks later, the 5th of July, last week to be precise, another event took place to which I most earnestly commend your attention. The circumstances were similar. I remained late at the cabinet preparing my upcoming paper for the Lyceum Journal. As you know, writing for learned bodies such as the Lyceum is difficult for me, and I have fallen into certain routines which ease the process somewhat. My old teakwood writing desk, the fine vellum paper upon which this note is now being written, the fuchsia-colored ink made by Monsieur Dupin in Paris, these are the petty niceties which make composition less onerous. This evening, inspiration came rather more easily than usual, however, and around 10:30 I found it necessary to sharpen some new pens before work could continue. I turned away from my desk briefly to effect this. When I returned, I found, to my utmost astonishment, that the page on which I had been at work had been soiled with some small number of ink stains. I am most fastidious with a pen, and was at a loss to explain how this came about. It was only when I took up my blotter to clear away the stains that I realized they differed slightly in color from the fuchsia of my pen, being a somewhat lighter shade, and when I blotted them aside I realized they were of a thicker, more viscous consistency than my French ink. Imagine my horror, then, when a fresh drop landed upon my wrist as I was in the act of lifting the blotter from the paper. Immediately I lifted my eyes to the ceiling above my head. What devilment was this? A small but widening crimson stain was leaching between the floorboards of Lang's chambers overhead. It was the work of a moment to mount the stairs and pound upon his door. I cannot describe precisely the sequence of thoughts that ran through my mind. Foremost among them, however, was fear that the doctor had fallen victim to foul play. There had been rumors circulating through the neighborhood of a certain vicious and predatory murderer, but one pays little heed to the gossip of the lower classes, and alas, death is a frequent visitor to the 5 Points. Lang answered my frantic summons in due course, sounding a trifle winded. An accident, he said through the door. He had cut his arm rather severely during an experimental procedure. He declined my offers of assistance, and said he had already done the necessary suturing himself. He regretted the incident, but refused to open the door. At last I went away, riven by perplexity and doubt. The morning following, Lang appeared at my doorstep. He had never called on me at my residence before, and I was surprised to see him. I observed that one arm had been bandaged. He apologized profusely for the inconvenience of the previous night. I invited him inside, but he would not stay. With another apology, he took his leave. I watched with unsettled heart as he descended the walk and stepped into an omnibus. I pray you will do the honor of understanding me when I say that Lang's visit, coming upon the heels of such strange events at the Cabinet, had precisely the opposite effect to which he had intended. I felt now more sure than ever that, whatever it was he was about, it would not stand up to scrutiny in the honest light of day. I fear I can write no more this evening. I will hide this letter inside the elephant's foot box that, along with a group of curiosities, is being forwarded to you at the museum in 2 days' time. God willing, I will find the fortitude to return to this and conclude it on the morrow. July 13th, 1881. I must now summon the strength of will to complete my narrative. In the aftermath of Lang's visit, I found myself in the grip of a terrific internal struggle. A sense of scientific idealism, coupled perhaps with prudence, argued that I should take the man's explanation at its face value. Yet another inner voice argued that it was beholden on me, as a gentleman and a man of honor, to learn the truth for myself. At last I resolved to discover the nature of the man's experiments. If they proved benign, I could be accused of inquisitiveness, nothing more. Perhaps you will consider me the victim of unmanly feelings in this matter. I can only say that those vile crimson drops now seemed as imprinted upon my brain as they had been upon my wrist and my writing paper. There was something about Lang, about the manner in which he had looked at me, there upon my doorstep, that made me feel almost a stranger in my own home. There was some manner of chill speculativeness behind those indifferent-looking eyes that froze my blood. I could no longer tolerate having the man under my roof without knowing the full breadth of his work. By some personal caprice, unfathomable to me, Lang had recently begun donating his medical services to a few local houses of industry. As a result, he was invariably absent from his chambers during the latter part of the afternoon. It was on Monday last, July 11th, that I saw him through the front windows of the Cabinet. He was crossing the avenue, clearly on his way to the workhouses. I knew this was no accident. Fate had afforded me this opportunity. It was with some trepidation that I ascended to the 3rd floor. Lang had changed the lock on the door leading into his room, but I retained a skeleton key, which turned the wards and unshot the bolt. I let the door fall open before me, then stepped inside. Lang had decorated the front room into the semblance of a parlor. I was struck by his choice of decoration. Gaudy sporting prints were on the walls, and the tables were a clutter with tabloids and penny dreadfuls. Lang had always struck me as a man of elegance and refinement, yet this room seemed to reflect the tastes of uncultured youth. It was the sort of dive a pool-room tramp, or a girl of low breeding, would find inviting. There was a pall of dust over everything, as if Lang had spent little time in the parlor of late. A heavy brocade curtain had been hung over the doorway leading into the rear rooms. I lifted it aside with the end of my walking stick. I thought I had been prepared for almost anything, but what I found was, perhaps, what I least expected. The rooms were almost entirely empty. There were at least half a dozen large tables here and there, whose scarred surfaces bore mute testimony to hours of experimental labor, but they were devoid of furnishing. There was a strong ammoniac smell in the air of these rooms that almost choked me. In one drawer I found several blunt scalpels. All the other drawers I examined were empty, save for dust mites and spiders. After much searching, I located the spot in the floorboards through which the blood had seeped a few nights before. It seemed to have been etched clean with acid, aqua regia, judging by the odor. I glanced around at the walls then, and noticed other patches, some large, others small, that also seemed to indicate recent cleaning. I must confess to feeling rather a fool at that moment. There was nothing here to excite alarm, nothing that would rouse the faintest trace of suspicion, in even the most perspicacious policeman. And yet the sense of dread refused to wholly leave me. There was something about the oddly decorated parlor, the smell of chemicals, the meticulously cleaned walls and floor, that troubled one. Why were these hidden back rooms clean? while the parlor had been allowed to gather dust. It was at that moment I remembered the basement. Years before, Lang had asked, in an offhand way, if he could use the old coal tunnel in the basement for storing excess laboratory equipment. The tunnel had fallen into disuse a few years earlier with the installation of a new boiler, and I had no need of it myself. I had given him the key and promptly forgotten the matter. My feelings on descending the cellar stairway behind the cabinet can scarcely be described. On one occasion I halted, wondering if I should summon an escort, but once again sane reasoning prevailed. There was no sign of foul play. No, the only thing for it was to proceed myself. Lang had affixed a padlock to the coal cellar door. Seeing this, I was momentarily overcome by a sense of relief. I had done my utmost. There was nothing else but mount the stairs. I even went so far as to turn around and take the first step. Then I stopped. The same impulse that had brought me this far would not let me leave until I had seen this bad business through. I raised my foot to kick in the door. Then I hesitated. If I could contrive to remove the lock with a pair of bolt cutters, I reasoned, Lang would think it the work of a sneak thief. It was the work of 5 minutes to retrieve the necessary implement and cut through the hasp of the lock. I dropped it to the ground, then pushed the door wide, allowing the afternoon light to stream down the stairway behind me. Immediately upon entering, I was overwhelmed with far different sensations than those that had gripped me on the 3rd floor. Whatever work had ceased in Lang's chambers was, clearly, still active here. Once again it was the odor I noticed first. As before, there was a smell of caustic reagents, perhaps mixed with formaldehyde or ether. But these were masked by something much richer and more powerful. It was a scent I recognized from passing the hog butcheries on Pearl and Water Streets. It was the smell of a slaughterhouse. The light filtering down the rear stairs made it unnecessary for me to ignite the gas lamps. Here, too, were numerous tables, but these tables were covered with a complicated sprawl of medical instruments, surgical apparatus, beakers, and retorts. One table contained perhaps 70 small vials of light amber liquid, carefully numbered and tagged. A vast array of chemicals were arranged in cabinets against the walls. Sawdust had been scattered across the floor. It was damp in places. Scuffing it with the toe of my boot, I discovered that it had been thrown down to absorb a rather large quantity of blood. I knew now that my apprehensions were not entirely without merit, and yet, I told myself, there was still nothing to raise alarm here. Dissections were, after all, a cornerstone of science. On the closest table was a thick sheaf of carefully jotted notes, gathered into a leather-bound journal. They were penned in Lang's distinctive hand. I turned to these with relief. At last I would learn what it was Lang had been working towards. Surely some noble scientific purpose would emerge from these pages to give the lie to my fears. The journal did no such thing. You know, old friend, that I am a man of science. I have never been what you might call a God-fearing fellow, but I feared God that day. Or rather, I feared his wrath, that such unholy deeds, deeds worthy of Moloch himself, had been committed beneath my roof. Lang's journal spelt it out in unwavering, diabolical detail. It was perhaps the clearest, most methodical set of scientific notes it has been my eternal misfortune to come across. There is no kind of explanatory gloss I can place upon his experiments. Nothing, in fact, I can do but spell it all out as plainly and succinctly as I can. For the last 8 years, Lang has been working to perfect a method of prolonging human life, his own life, by evidence of the notations and recordings in the journal. But before God, Tinberry, he was using other human beings as material. His victims seemed made up almost entirely of young adults. Again and again, his journal mentioned dissections of human craniums and spinal columns, the latter on which he seems to have focused his depraved attentions. The most recent entries centered particularly on the cauda equina, the ganglion of nerves at the base of the spine. I read for 10, then 20 minutes, frozen with fascination and horror. Then I dropped the abhorrent document back onto the table and stepped away. Perhaps I was a little mad at that point, after all, because I still contrived to find logic in all of this. Body-snatching the recent dead from graveyards is an unfortunate but necessary practice in the medical climate of our day, I told myself. Cadavers for medical research remain in critically short supply, and there is no way to supply the need without resorting to grave robbing. Even the most respectable surgeons need resort to it, I told myself. And even though Lang's attempts at artificially prolonging life were clearly beyond the pale, it was still possible he might unintentionally achieve other breakthroughs that would have beneficial effects. It was at that point, I believe, that I first noticed the sound. To my left there was a table I had not taken note of before. A large oilcloth had been spread over it, covering something large and rather bulky. As I watched, the faint sound came again from beneath the oilcloth, the sound of some animal dispossessed of tongue, palate, vocal cords. I cannot explain where I found the strength to approach it, other than my own overpowering need to know. I stepped forward, and then, before my resolution could falter, I gripped the greasy cloth and drew it away. The sight uncovered in that dim light will haunt me until my last day. It lay upon its stomach. A gaping hole lay where the base of the spine had once been. The sound I had heard was, it seemed to me, the escaping gases of decay. You might have thought me incapable of registering fresh shock at this point, yet I noticed with a rising sense of unreality that both the corpse and the wound appeared fresh. I hesitated for perhaps 5, perhaps 10 seconds. Then I drew closer, my mind possessed by one thought, and one thought only. Could this be the body that had bled so profusely on Lang's floor? How then to explain the rawness of the wound? Was it possible, even conceivable, that Lang would make use of 2 corpses within the span of a single week? I had come this far. I had to know all. I reached forward gingerly to turn the body and check its lividity. The skin felt supple, the flesh warm in the humid summer cellar. As I turned the body over and the face was exposed, I saw to my transcendent horror that a blood-soaked rag had been knotted around the mouth. I snatched my hand away. The thing rolled back onto the table, face upwards. I stepped back, reeling. In my shock, I did not immediately understand the terrible import of that blood-soaked rag. I think if I had, I would have turned and fled that place, and in so doing been spared the final horror. For it was then, McFadden, that the eyes above the rag fluttered open. They had once been human, but pain and terror had riven all humanity from their expression. As I stood, transfixed by fear, there came another low moan. It was, I knew now, not gas escaping from a corpse, and this was not the work of a man who trafficked with body-snatchers, with corpses stolen from graveyards. This poor creature on the table was still alive. Lang practiced his abominable work on those who still lived. Even as I watched, the horrible, pitiable thing on the table moaned once more, then expired. Somehow I had the presence of mind to replace the body as I had found it, cover it with the oilcloth, close the door, and climb up out of that charnel pit into the land of the living. I have barely moved from my chambers within the cabinet since. I have been trying to gather courage for what I know in my heart remains to be done. You must see now, dear colleague, that there can be no mistake, no other explanation for what I found in the basement. Lang's journal was far too comprehensive, too diabolically detailed, for there to be any misapprehension. As further evidence, on the attached sheet I have reproduced from memory some of the scientific observations and procedures this monstrous man recorded within its pages. I would go to the police, except I feel that only I can... But hark! I hear his footstep on the stair even now. I must return this letter to its hiding place and conclude tomorrow. God give me the strength for what I must now do. 6. Roger Brisbane leaned back in his office chair, his eyes roaming the glass expanse of desk that lay before him. It was a long, enjoyable perambulation. Brisbane liked order, purity, simplicity, and the desk shone with a mirror-like perfection. At last his gaze came to the case of jewels. It was that time of day when a lance of sunlight shot through the case, turning its occupants into glittering spheres and ovals of entangled light and color. One could call an emerald green or a sapphire blue, but the words did no justice to the actual colors. There were no adequate words for such colors in any human language. Jewels. They lasted forever, so hard and cold and pure, so impervious to decay, always beautiful, always perfect, always as fresh as the day they were born, in unimaginable heat and pressure. So unlike human beings, with their opaque, rubbery flesh, and their odoriferous descent from birth to the grave, a story of drool, semen, and tears. He should have become a gemologist. He would have been much happier surrounded by these blooms of pure light. The law career his father had chosen for him was nothing more than a vile parade of human failure, and his job in the museum brought him in contact with that failure day in and day out, in stark illumination. He turned to lean over a computer printout with a sigh. It was now clear the museum should never have borrowed $100 million for its new state-of-the-art planetarium. More cuts were needed. Heads would have to roll. Well, at least that shouldn't be too hard to accomplish. The museum was full of useless, tweedy, overpaid curators and functionaries, always whining about budget cuts, never answering their phones, always off on some research trip, spending the museum's money, or writing books that nobody ever read. Cushy jobs, sinecures, unable to be fired because of tenure, unless exceptional circumstances existed. He put the printout through a nearby shredder, then opened a drawer and pulled out several tied packets of interoffice correspondence. The mail of a dozen likely candidates, intercepted thanks to a man in the mailroom who had been caught organizing a Super Bowl pool on museum time. With any luck, he'd find plenty of exceptional circumstances inside. It was easier, and easier to justify, than scanning email. Brisbane shuffled the packets without interest. Then he stopped, glancing at one of them. Here was a case in point. This man, Puck. He sat in the archives all day long, doing what? Nothing, except causing trouble for the museum. He untied the packet, riffled through the envelopes within. On the front and back of each were dozens of lines for addresses. The envelopes had a little red tie string and could be reused until they fell apart, simply by adding a new name to the next blank line. And there, on the second-to-last line, was Puck's name, and following it was Nora's name. Brisbane's hand tightened around the envelope. What was it that arrogant FBI agent Pendergast had said? Most of the work will be archival in nature. He unwound the string and slid out a single piece of paper. A whiff of dust rose from the envelope, and Brisbane hastily raised a protective tissue to his nose. Holding the paper at arm's length, he read, Dear Dr. Kelly, I found another small box of papers on Shodham's cabinet, which somehow had been recently misplaced. Not nearly as astonishing as what you have already uncovered, yet interesting in its own way. I will leave it for you in the archives reading room. P. Color crept into Brisbane's face, then drained out again. It was just as he thought. She was still working for that arrogant FBI agent, and she was continuing to enlist Puck's help. This thing had to be stopped, and Puck had to go. Just look at this note, Brisbane thought, manually typed on what was clearly an ancient typewriter. The very inefficiency of it made Brisbane's blood boil. The museum was not a welfare program for eccentrics. Puck was a fossilized anachronism who should have been put out to pasture long before. He would gather suitable evidence, then draw up a recommended termination list for the next executive committee meeting. Puck's name would be at the top. But what about Nora? He remembered the words of the museum director, Colopy, at their recent meeting. Doucement, doucement, the director had murmured. And softly it would be. For now. 7. Smithback stood on the sidewalk, midway between Columbus and Amsterdam, gazing speculatively up at the red brick facade before him. 108 West 99th Street was a broad, pre-war apartment house, unembarrassed by any distinguishing architecture, bright in the noonday sun. The bland exterior didn't bother him. What mattered lay within, a rent-stabilized, two-bedroom apartment near the museum for only $1,800 a month. He stepped back toward the street, giving the neighborhood a once-over. It wasn't the most charming Upper West Side neighborhood he had seen, but it had possibilities. Two bums sat on a nearby stoop, drinking something out of a paper bag. He glanced at his watch. Nora would be arriving in 5 minutes. Christ, this was going to be an uphill battle anyway. If only those bums would take a walk around the corner. He fished into his pocket, found a $5 bill, and sauntered over. "Nice day if it don't rain," he said. The bums eyed him suspiciously. Smithback brandished the 5. "Hey guys, go buy yourself lunch, okay?" One of them grinned, exposing a row of decaying teeth.
"For $5? Man, you can't buy a cup of Starbucks for $5, and my legs hurt."
"Yeah," said the other, wiping his nose. Smithback pulled out a 20.
"Oh, my aching legs."
"Take it or leave it." The closest bum took the 20, and the pair rose to their feet with histrionic groans and sniffles. Soon they were shuffling toward the corner, heading no doubt to the nearby liquor store on Broadway. Smithback watched their retreating backs. At least they were harmless rummies, and not crackheads or worse. He glanced around and saw, right on schedule, a blade-thin woman in black come clicking down the block, a bright fake lipstick smile on her face. The real estate broker.
"You must be Mr. Smithback,"
she said in a smoker's croak as she took his hand.
"I'm Millie Locke. I have the key to the apartment. Is your, partner here?"
There she is now. Nora had just rounded the corner, cotton trench coat billowing, knapsack thrown over her shoulder. She waved. When Nora arrived, the agent took her hand, saying, "How lovely." They entered a dingy lobby, lined on the left with mailboxes, and on the right with a large mirror, a feeble attempt to make the narrow hall look bigger than it actually was. They pressed the button for the elevator. There was a whir and a rattle somewhere overhead. "It's a perfect location," said Smithback to Nora. 20-minute walk to the museum, close to the subway station, a block and a half from the park. Nora did not respond. She was staring at the elevator door, and she did not look happy. The elevator creaked open, and they stepped in. Smithback waited out the excruciatingly long ride, silently willing the damn elevator to hurry up. He had the unpleasant feeling that he, not just the apartment, was undergoing an inspection. As they got out at the 6th floor, took a right in a dim hallway, and stopped in front of a brown metal door with an eye-hole set into it, the real estate broker unlocked 4 separate locks and swung the door open. Smithback was pleasantly surprised. The apartment faced the street, and it was cleaner than he expected. The floors were oak, a bit warped, but oak nevertheless. One wall was exposed brick, the others painted sheetrock. "Hey, what do you think?" he said brightly. "Pretty nice, huh?" Nora said nothing.
"It's the bargain of the century," said the broker. $1,800, rent-stabilized, AC, great location, bright, quiet."
The kitchen had old appliances, but was clean. The bedrooms were sunny with south-facing windows, which gave the little rooms a feeling of space. They stopped in the middle of the living room. "Well, Nora?" Smithback asked, feeling uncharacteristically shy. "What do you think?" Nora's face was dark, her brow furrowed. This did not look good. The real estate broker withdrew a few feet to give them the pretense of privacy. "It's nice," she said. "Nice? $1,800 a month for an Upper West Side 2-bedroom? In a pre-war building? It's awesome." The real estate broker leaned back toward them. "You're the first to see it. I guarantee you it'll be gone before sunset." She fumbled in her purse, removed a cigarette and a lighter, flicked on the lighter, and then, with both hands poised inches apart, asked, "May I?" "Are you all right?" Smithback asked Nora. Nora waved her hand, took a step toward the window. She appeared to be looking intently at something far away. "You did talk to your landlord about moving out, didn't you?" "No, not quite yet." Smithback felt his heart sink a little. "You haven't told him?" She shook her head. The sinking feeling grew more pronounced. "Come on, Nora, I thought we'd decided on this." She looked out a window. "This is a big move for me, Bill. I mean, living together." Her voice trailed off. Smithback glanced around at the apartment. The real estate broker caught his eye, quickly looked away. He lowered his voice. "Nora, you do love me, right?" She continued looking out the window. "Of course, but this is just a really bad day for me, okay?" "It's no big deal. It's not like we're engaged." "Let's not talk about it." "Not talk about it? Nora, this is the apartment. We're never going to find a better one. Let's settle the broker's fee." "Broker's fee?" Smithback turned to the agent. "What did you say your fee was for this place?" The agent exhaled a cloud of smoke, gave a little cough. "I'm glad you asked. It's quite reasonable. Of course, you can't just rent an apartment like this. I'm doing you a special favor just showing it to you." "So how much is this fee?" Nora asked. 18. 18 what? Dollars? Percent of the first year's rent, that is." "But that's—" Nora frowned, did the calculation in her head. "That's close to $4,000. "It's cheap, considering what you're getting, and I promise you if you don't go for it, the next person will." She glanced at her watch. "They'll be here in 10 minutes. That's how much time you have to make your decision." "What about it, Nora?" Smithback asked. Nora sighed. "I have to think about this." "We don't have time to think about it." "We have all the time in the world. This isn't the only apartment in Manhattan." There was a brief, frozen silence. The real estate broker glanced again at her watch. Nora shook her head. "Bill, I told you it's been a bad day." "I can see that." "You know the Shotham collection I told you about? Yesterday we found a letter. A terrible letter hidden among that collection." Smithback felt a feeling akin to panic creeping over him. "Can we talk about this later? I really think this is the apartment." She rounded on him, her face dark. "Didn't you hear what I said? We found a letter. We know who murdered those 36 people." There was another silence. Smithback glanced over at the real estate broker, who was pretending to examine a window frame. Her ears were practically twitching. "You do?" he asked. "He's an extremely shadowy figure named Enoch Lang. He seems to have been a taxonomist and a chemist. The letter was written by a man named Shotham, who owned a kind of museum on the site called Shotham's Cabinet. Lang rented rooms from Shotham and performed experiments in them. Shotham grew suspicious, took a look into Lang's lab when he was away. He discovered that Lang had been kidnapping people, killing them, and then dissecting out part of their central nervous system and processing it, apparently for self-administered injections." "Good God, what for?" Nora shook her head. "You're not going to believe this. He was trying to extend his lifespan." "That's incredible." This was a story, a gigantic story. Smithback glanced over at the real estate broker. She was now intently examining the door jambs, her next appointment seemingly forgotten. "That's what I thought." Nora shuddered. "God, I just can't get that letter out of my head. All the details were there. And Pendergast, you should have seen how grim his face was while he was reading it. Looked as if he was reading his own obituary or something. And then this morning, when I went down to check on some more Shotham material that had turned up, I learned that orders had come down for some conservation work in the archives. All the Shotham papers were included, and now they're gone. You can't tell me that's coincidence. It was either Brisbane or Colopy, I'm sure of that, but of course I can't come right out and ask them." "Did you get a photocopy?" The dark look on Nora's face lifted slightly. "Pendergast asked me to make one after we first read the letter. I didn't understand his hurry then. I do now." "Do you have it?" She nodded toward her briefcase. Smithback thought for a moment. Nora was right. The conservation orders, of course, were no coincidence. What was the museum covering up? Who was this man, Enoch Lang? Was he connected to the early museum in some way? Or was it just the usual museum paranoia, afraid to let out any information that wasn't buffed and polished by their PR people? Then, of course, there was Fairhaven, the developer, who also happened to be a big contributor to the museum. This whole story was getting good, very good. "Can I see the letter?" "I was going to give it to you for safekeeping. I don't dare bring it back to the museum, but I want it back tonight." Smithback nodded. She handed him a thick envelope, which he shoved into his briefcase. There was a sudden buzz of the intercom. "There's my next appointment," said the broker. "Should I tell them you're taking it or what?" "We're not," said Nora decisively. She shrugged, went to the intercom, and buzzed them in. "Nora," Smithback implored. He turned to the real estate agent. "We are taking it." "I'm sorry, Bill, but I'm just not ready." "But last week you said—" "I know what I said, but I can't think about apartments at a time like this, okay?" "No, it's not okay." The doorbell rang, and the broker moved to open the door. Two men came in, one bald and short, one tall and bearded, gave the living room a quick look, swept through the kitchen and into the bedrooms. "Nora, please," Smithback said. "Look, I know this move to New York, the job at the museum, hasn't been as smooth as you hoped. I'm sorry about that, but that doesn't mean you should—" There was a lengthy interval while the shower was being turned on, then off, and then the couple were back in the living room. The inspection had taken less than 2 minutes. "It's perfect," said the bald one. 18% broker's fee, right?" "Right." "Great." A checkbook appeared. "Who do I make it out to?" "Cash. We'll take it to your bank." "Now, wait just a minute," Smithback said. "We were here first." "I'm so sorry," said one of the men politely, turning in surprise. "Don't mind them," said the broker harshly. "Those people are on their way out." "Come on, Bill." Nora began urging him to the door. "We were here first. I'll take it myself if I have to." There was a snap as the man detached the check. The broker reached for it. "I've got the lease right here," she said, patting her bag. "We can sign it at the bank." Nora dragged Smithback out the door and slammed it shut. The ride downstairs was silent and tense. A moment later they were standing on the street. "I've got to get back to work," Nora said, looking away. "We can talk about this tonight." "We certainly will." Smithback watched her stride down 99th Street in the slanting light, the trench coat curling away from her perfect little behind, her long copper hair swinging back and forth. He felt stricken. After all they had been through, she still didn't want to live with him. What had he done wrong? Sometimes he wondered if she blamed him for pressuring her to move east from Santa Fe. It wasn't his fault the job at the Lloyd Museum had fallen through, and her boss here in Manhattan was a prize asshole. How could he change her mind? How could he prove to her that he really loved her? An idea began to form in his mind. Nora didn't really appreciate the power of the press, particularly the New York Times. She didn't realize just how cowed, how docile and cooperative the museum could be when faced with bad publicity. Yes, he thought, this would work. She would get the collections back, and get her carbon-14 dating funded, and more. She would thank him in the end. If he worked fast, he could even make the early edition. Smithback heard a hearty yell. "Hey, friend!" He turned. There were the two bums, fiery-faced now, holding on to each other, staggering up the sidewalk. One of them lifted a paper bag. "Have a drink on us!" Smithback took out another 20 and held it up in front of the bigger and dirtier of the two. "Tell you what, in a few minutes you'll see a thin lady dressed in black come out of this building with two guys. Her name's Millie. Give her a really big hug and kiss for me, will you? The sloppier the better." "You bet." The man snatched the bill and stuffed it into his pocket. Smithback went down the street toward Broadway, feeling marginally better. 8. Anthony Fairhaven settled his lean, muscular frame into the chair, spread a heavy linen napkin across his lap, and examined the breakfast that lay before him. It was minuscule, yet arrayed with excessive care on the crisp white damask, a china glass of tea, 2 water biscuits, royal jelly. He drained the tea in a single toss, nibbled absently at the cracker, then wiped his lips and signaled the maid for his papers with a curt motion. The sun streamed in through the curved glass wall of his breakfast atrium. From his vantage point atop the Metropolitan Tower, all of Manhattan lay prostrate at his feet, glittering in the dawn light, windows winking pink and gold, his own personal new world, waiting for him to claim his manifest destiny. Far below, the dark rectangle of Central Park lay like a gravedigger's hole in the midst of the great city. The light was just clipping the tops of the trees, the shadows of the buildings along Fifth Avenue lying across the park like bars. There was a rustle, and the maid laid the 2 papers before him, the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal, freshly ironed as he insisted. He picked up the Times and unfolded it, the warm scent of newsprint reaching his nostrils, the sheets crisp and dry. He gave the paper a little shake to loosen it and turned to the front page. He scanned the headlines: Middle East peace talks, mayoral election debates, earthquake in Indonesia. He glanced below the fold. Momentarily, he stopped breathing. Newly Discovered Letter Sheds Light on 19th Century Killings, by William Smithback, Jr. He blinked his eyes, took a long, deep breath, and began to read. New York, October 8th. A letter has been found in the archives of the New York Museum of Natural History that may help explain the grisly charnel discovered in Lower Manhattan early last week. In that discovery, workmen constructing a residential tower at the corner of Henry and Catherine Streets unearthed a basement tunnel containing the remains of 36 young men and women. The remains had been walled up in a dozen alcoves in what was apparently an old coal tunnel dating from the middle of the 19th century. Preliminary forensic analysis showed that the victims had been dissected, or perhaps autopsied, and subsequently dismembered. Preliminary dating of the site by an archaeologist, Nora Kelly of the New York Museum of Natural History, indicated that the killings had occurred between 1872 and 1881, when the corner was occupied by a 3-story building housing a private museum known as J.C. Shodham's Cabinet of Natural Productions and Curiosities. The cabinet burned in 1881, and Shodham died in the fire. In subsequent research, Dr. Kelly discovered the letter, which was written by J.C. Shodham himself. Written shortly before Shodham's death, it describes his uncovering of the medical experiments of his lodger, a taxonomist and chemist by the name of Enoch Lang. In the letter, Shodham alleged that Lang was conducting surgical experiments on human subjects in an attempt to prolong his own life. The experiments appear to have involved the surgical removal of the lower portion of the spinal cord from a living subject. Shodham appended to his letter several passages from Lang's own detailed journal of his experiments. A copy of the letter was obtained by the New York Times. If the remains are indeed from murdered individuals, it would be the largest serial killing in the history of New York City, and perhaps the largest in U.S. history. Jack the Ripper, England's most famous serial killer, murdered 7 women in the Whitechapel district of London in 1888. Jeffrey Dahmer, America's notorious serial killer, is known to have killed at least 17 people. The human remains were removed to the medical examiner's office and have been unavailable for examination. The basement tunnel was subsequently destroyed by Mogan Fairhaven Incorporated, the developer of the tower, during normal construction activities. According to Mary Hill, a spokesperson for Mayor Edward Montefiore, the site did not fall under the New York Archaeological and Historic Preservation Act. This is an old crime scene of little archaeological interest, Ms. Hill said. It simply did not meet the criteria spelled out in the act. We had no basis to stop construction. Representatives of the Landmarks Preservation Commission, however, have taken a different view, and are reportedly asking a state senator and the New York investigator's office to assemble a task force to look into the matter. One article of clothing was preserved from the site, a dress, which was brought to the museum for examination by Dr. Kelly. Sewn into the dress, Dr. Kelly found a piece of paper, possibly a note of self-identification, written by a young woman who apparently believed she had only a short time to live. I am Mary Green, aged, AGT, sick, 19 years, number 16 Water, WATTER, sick, street. Tests indicated the note had been written in human blood. The Federal Bureau of Investigation has taken an interest in the case. Special Agent Pendergast from the New Orleans office has been observed on the scene. Neither the New York nor the New Orleans FBI offices would comment. The exact nature of his involvement has not been made public, but Pendergast is known as one of the highest-ranking special agents in the southern region. He has worked on several high-profile cases in New York before. The New York City Police Department, meanwhile, has shown little interest in a crime that occurred more than a century ago. Captain Sherwood Custer, in whose precinct the remains were found, says the case is primarily of historical interest. The murderer is dead. Any accomplices must be dead. We'll leave this one to the historians and continue to devote our resources to crime prevention in the 21st century. Following the discovery of the letter, the New York Museum removed the Chatham cabinet collection from the museum archives. Roger Brisbane, first vice president of the museum, called the move part of a long-scheduled, ongoing conservation process, a coincidence that has nothing to do with these reports. He referred all further questions to Harry Medeker in the museum's public relations department. Mr. Medeker did not return several telephone calls from the Times. The story continued on an inside page where the reporter described the details of the old murders with considerable relish. Fairhaven read the article to the end, then turned back and read the first page once again. The dry leaves of the Times made a faint rustling sound in his hands, echoed by the trembling of the dead leaves clinging to the potted trees on the balcony outside the atrium. Fairhaven slowly laid down the paper and looked out once again over the city. He could see the New York Museum across the park, its granite towers and copper roofs catching the newly minted light. He flicked his finger, and another cup of tea arrived. He stared at the cup without pleasure, tossed it down. Another flick of his finger brought him a phone. Fairhaven knew a great deal about real estate development, public relations, and New York City politics. He knew this article was a potential disaster. It called for firm, prompt action. He paused, thinking who should receive the first telephone call. A moment later, he dialed the mayor's private number, which he knew by heart. 9. Doreen Hollander, of 21 Indian Feather Lane, Pine Creek, Oklahoma, had left her husband 26 stories overhead, mumbling and snoring in their hotel room. Gazing across the broad expanse of Central Park West, she decided now was the perfect time to view Monet's water lilies at the Metropolitan Museum. She'd wanted to get a glimpse of the famous paintings ever since seeing a poster at her sister-in-law's house. Her husband, service technician for Oklahoma Cable, hadn't the faintest interest in art. Chances were he'd still be asleep when she returned. Consulting the visitor's map the hotel had so generously volunteered, she was pleased to discover the museum lay just across Central Park. A short walk, no need to call for an expensive taxi. Doreen Hollander liked walking, and this would be the perfect way to burn off those 2 croissants with butter and marmalade she had unwisely eaten for breakfast. She started off, crossing into the park at the Alexander Humboldt Gate, walking briskly. It was a beautiful fall day, and the big buildings on Fifth Avenue shone above the treetops. New York City, a wonderful place, as long as you didn't have to live here. The path dropped down, and soon she came to the side of a lovely pond. She gazed across. Would it be better to go around it to the right or to the left? She consulted her map and decided the left-hand way would be shorter. She set off again on her strong farm-girl legs, inhaling the air. Surprisingly fresh, she thought. Bicyclists and rollerbladers whizzed past as the road curved alongside the pond. Soon she found herself at another fork. The main path swerved northward, but there was a footpath that continued straight in the direction she was going, through a wood. She consulted her map. It didn't show the footpath, but she knew a better route when she saw it. She continued on. Quickly the path branched, then branched again, wandering aimlessly up and down through hillocks and little rocky outcrops. Here and there through the trees she could still make out the row of skyscrapers along Fifth Avenue, beckoning her on, showing her the way. The woods grew more dense, and then she began to see the people. It was odd. Here and there young men stood idly, hands in pockets, in the woods, waiting. But waiting for what? They were nice-looking young men, well-dressed, with good haircuts. Out beyond the trees a bright fall morning was in progress, and she didn't feel the slightest bit afraid. She hurried on as the woods grew thicker. She stopped to consult her map, a little puzzled, and discovered that she was in a place called the Ramble. It was a well-chosen name, she decided. Twice she had found herself turned completely around. It was as if the person who had designed this little maze of paths wanted people to get lost. Well, Doreen Hollander was not one to get lost, not in a tiny patch of woods in a city park, when, after all, she had grown up in the country, roaming the fields and woods of eastern Oklahoma. This walk was turning into a little adventure, and Doreen Hollander liked little adventures. That was why she had dragged her husband to New York City to begin with, to have a little adventure. Doreen forced herself to smile. If this didn't beat all, now she was turned around yet again. With a rueful laugh she consulted her map. But on the map the Ramble was marked simply as a large mass of leafy green. She looked around. Perhaps one of the nice-looking men could help her with directions. But here the woods were darker, thicker. Nevertheless, through a screen of leaves she saw two figures. She approached. What were they doing in there? She took another step forward, pulled a branch aside, and peered through. The peer turned into a stare, and the stare turned into a mask of frozen horror. Then abruptly she backed away, turned, and began retracing her steps as quickly as she could. Now it was all clear. How perfectly disgusting. Her only thought was to get out of this terrible place as quickly as possible. All desire to see Monet's water lilies had flown from her head. She hadn't wanted to believe it, but it was all true. It was just as she'd heard tell on the 700 Club, on television, New York City as a modern Sodom and Gomorrah. She hurried along, her breath coming in short gasps, and she looked back only once. When the swift footsteps came up behind her, she heard nothing and expected nothing. When the black hood came down hard and tight over her head, and the sudden wet stench of chloroform violated her nostrils, the last vision in her mind was of a twisted spire of salt, glittering in the desolate light of an empty plain, a plume of bitter smoke rising in the distance. 10. The eminent Dr. Frederick Watson Colopy sat in state behind the great 19th-century leather-bound desk, reflecting on the men and women who had preceded him in this august position. In the museum's glory years, the years, say, when this vast desk was still new, the directors of the museum had been true visionaries, explorers and scientists both. He lingered appreciatively over their names: Bird, Throckmorton, Andrews. Now those were names worthy to be cast in bronze. His appreciation waned somewhat as he approached the more recent occupants of this grand corner office, the unfortunate Winston Wright and his short-tenured successor, Olivia Merriam. He felt no little satisfaction in returning the office to its former state of dignity and accomplishment. He ran a hand along his well-trimmed beard, laid a finger across his lip in thoughtful meditation. And yet, here it was again, that persistent feeling of melancholy. He had been called upon to make certain sacrifices in order to rescue the museum. It distressed him that scientific research was forced to take second place to galas, to glittering new halls, to blockbuster exhibitions. Blockbuster, the word tasted repellent in the mouth, and yet this was New York at the dawn of the 21st century, and those who did not play the game would not survive. Even his grandest forebears had their own crosses to bear, one bent with the winds of time. The museum had survived. That was the important, that was the only
point. He then reflected on his own distinguished scientific lineage, his great-granduncle, a Mesa Greeno, friend to Darwin and famed discoverer of the chitinous monkfish of the Indochine, his great-aunt, Philomena Watson, who had done seminal work with the natives of Tierra del Fuego, his grandfather, Gardner Colopy, the distinguished herpetologist. He thought of his own exciting work reclassifying the Pongidae during the heady days of his youth. Perhaps, with luck and a goodly allowance of years, his tenure here at the museum would rival the great directors of the past. Perhaps he, too, would have his name graven in bronze, enshrined in the great rotunda for all to see. He still couldn't shake the feeling of melancholy that had settled around him. These reflections, normally so soothing, seemed not to help. He felt a man out of place, old-fashioned, superannuated. Even thoughts of his lovely young wife, with whom he had sported so delightfully that very morning before breakfast, failed to shake the feeling. His eye took in the office, the pink marble fireplaces, the round tower windows looking out over Museum Drive, the oak paneling with its patina of centuries, the paintings by Audubon and de Clefis. He regarded his own person, the somber suit with its old-fashioned, almost clerical cut, the starched white shirt front, the silk bow tie worn as a sign of independence in thought and deed, the handmade shoes, and above all, as his eye fell on the mirror above the mantel, the handsome and even elegant face, if a touch severe, that wore its burden of years so gracefully. He turned to his desk with a faint sigh. Perhaps it was the news of the day that made him gloomy. It sat on his desk, spreading out in glaring newsprint, the damnable article, written by that same vile fellow who had caused so much trouble at the museum back in '95. He had hoped the earlier removal of the offending materials from the archives would have quieted things down. But now there was this letter to deal with. On every level, this had the potential to be a disaster. His own staff drawn in, an FBI agent running around, Fairhaven, one of their biggest supporters, under fire. Colopy's head reeled at the possibilities, all too hideous to contemplate. If this thing wasn't handled, it could very well cast a pall on his own tenure, or worse. Do not go to that place, thought Frederick Watson Colopy. He would handle it. Even the worst disasters could be turned around with the right— what was the trendy word? Spin. Yes, that was what was needed here, a very delicate and artfully applied spin. The museum would not, he thought, react in its usual knee-jerk way. The museum would not decry the investigation. It would not protest the rifling of its archives. It would not denounce the unaccountable activities of this FBI agent. It would not deny responsibility, evade, or cover up. Nor would the museum come to the aid of its biggest supporter, Fairhaven, at least not on the surface. And yet much could be done in camera, so to speak. A quiet word could be strategically placed here and there, reassurances given or taken away, money moved hither and yon, gently, very gently. He depressed a button on his intercom and spoke in a mild voice. "Mrs. Surd, would you be so good as to tell Mr. Brisbane I should like to see him at his convenience?" "Yes, Dr. Colopy."
"Thank you most kindly, Mrs. Surd."
He released the button and settled back. Then he carefully folded up the New York Times and placed it out of sight, in the to-be-filed box at the corner of his desk. And for the first time since leaving his bedroom that morning, he smiled. 11. Nora Kelly knew what the call was about. She had seen the article in the morning paper, of course. It was the talk of the museum, perhaps of all New York. She knew what kind of effect it would have on a man like Brisbane. She had been waiting all day for him to call her, and now, at 10 minutes to 5, the summons had finally come. He had waited until 10 minutes to 5, letting her stew, no doubt. She wondered if that meant he would give her 10 minutes to clear out of the museum. It wouldn't surprise her.
The nameplate was missing from Brisbane's door. She knocked, and the secretary called her in. "Have a seat, please," said a haggard old woman who was clearly in a bad mood. Nora sat. "God-damned Bill," she thought. What could he have been thinking? Admittedly, the guy was impulsive. He tended to act before engaging his cerebral cortex. But this was too much. She'd have his guts for garters, as her father used to say. She'd cut off his balls, fix them to a thong, and wear them around her waist like a bola. This job was so critical to her, yet here he was, practically typing out the pink slip himself. How could he have done this to her? The secretary's phone buzzed. "You may go in," the older woman said. Nora entered the inner office. Brisbane stood in front of a mirror placed at one side of his desk, tying a bow tie around his neck. He wore black pants with a satin stripe and a starched shirt with mother-of-pearl buttons. A tuxedo jacket was draped over his chair. Nora paused inside the door, waiting, but Brisbane said nothing, nor in any way acknowledged her presence. She watched him deftly whip one end of the tie over the other, snug the end through. Then he spoke. "Over the past few hours I've learned a great deal about you, Dr. Kelly." Nora remained silent. "About a disastrous field expedition in the southwestern desert, for example, in which your leadership and even scientific abilities were called into question. And about a certain William Smithback. I didn't know you were quite so friendly with this William Smithback of the times." There was another pause while he tugged on the ends of the tie. As he worked, he craned his neck. It rose out of his collar, as pale and scrawny as a chicken's. "I understand, Dr. Kelly, that you brought non-museum personnel into the archives, in direct violation of the rules of this museum." He tightened and adjusted. Nora said nothing. "Furthermore, you've been doing outside work on museum time, assisting this FBI agent, again a clear violation of the rules." Nora knew it would be futile to remind Brisbane that he himself, however grudgingly, had authorized the work. "Finally, it's a violation of museum rules to have contact with the press without clearing it through our public relations office first. There are good reasons for all these rules, Dr. Kelly. These are not mere bureaucratic regulations. They relate to the museum's security, to the integrity of its collections and archives, and especially its reputation. Do you understand me?" Nora looked at Brisbane but could find no words. "Your conduct has caused a great deal of anxiety here." "Look," she said, "if you're going to fire me, get it over with." Brisbane looked at her at last, his pink face forming an expression of mock surprise. "Who said anything about firing? Not only will we not fire you, but you are forbidden to resign." Nora looked at him in surprise. "Dr. Kelly, you will remain with the museum. After all, you're the hero of the hour. Dr. Colopy and I are united on this. We wouldn't dream of letting you go, not after that self-serving, self-aggrandizing newspaper piece. You're bulletproof, for now." Nora listened, her surprise slowly turning to anger. Brisbane patted his bow tie, examined himself one last time in the mirror, and turned. "All your privileges are suspended. No access to the central collections or the archives." "Am I allowed to use the girls' room?" "No contact with anyone on the outside involving museum business, and especially no contact with that FBI agent or that journalist, Smithback." No need to worry about Smithback, Nora thought, furious now. "We know all about Smithback. There's a file on him downstairs that's a foot thick. As you probably know, he wrote a book about the museum a few years back. That was before my time, and I haven't read it, but I've heard it wasn't exactly Nobel Prize material. He's been persona non grata around here ever since." He looked at her directly, his eyes cold and unwavering. "In the meantime, it's business as usual. Going to the new primate hall opening tonight?" "I wasn't planning to." "Start planning. After all, you're our employee of the week. People are going to want to see you up and about, looking chipper. In fact, the museum will be issuing a press release about our own heroic Dr. Kelly, pointing out in the process how civic-minded the museum is, how we have a long history of doing pro bono work for the city. Of course, you will deflect any further questions about this business by saying that all your work is completely confidential." Brisbane lifted the jacket from the chair and daintily shrugged himself into it, flicking a stray thread from his shoulders, touching his perfect hair. "I'm sure you can find a halfway decent dress among your things. Just be glad it isn't one of the fancy dress balls the museum's so fond of these days."
"What if I say no? What if I don't get with your little program?"
Brisbane shot his cuffs and turned to her again. Then his eyes flicked to the doorway, and Nora's gaze followed. Standing in the doorway, hands folded before him, was Dr. Colopy himself. The director cut a fearsome, almost sinister figure as he silently walked the halls of the museum, his thin frame dressed in formal severity, his profile that of an Anglican deacon's, his posture rigid and forbidding. Colopy, who came from a long background of gentlemen scientists and inventors, had an enigmatic demeanor and a quiet voice that never seemed to be raised. To top it off, the man owned a brownstone on West End Avenue in which he lived with a gorgeous new wife, 40 years his junior. Their relationship was the subject of endless comment and obscene speculation. But today, Director Colopy was almost smiling. He took a step forward. The angular lines of his pale face looked much softer than usual, even animated. He actually took her hand between his own dry palms, eyes looking closely into hers, and Nora felt a faint and wholly unexpected tingle. She abruptly saw what that young wife must also have seen. A very vital man was hidden behind that normally impenetrable facade. Now, Colopy did smile, and when he did so, it was as if a heat lamp was switched on. Nora felt bathed in a radiance of charm and vigor.
"I know your work, Nora, and I've been following it with tremendous interest. To think that the great ruins of Chaco Canyon might have been influenced, if not built, by the Aztecs. It's important, even groundbreaking stuff."
Then he silenced her with a faint pressure to her hand.
"I wasn't aware of the cuts in your department, Nora. We've all had to tighten our belts, but perhaps we've done so a little too indiscriminately."
Nora couldn't help glancing at Brisbane, but his face had shut down completely. It was unreadable.
"Fortunately, we are in a position to restore your funding, and on top of that, give you the 18,000 you need for those critical carbon-14 dates. I myself have a personal interest in the subject. I'll never forget, as a boy, visiting those magnificent Chacoan ruins with Dr. Morris himself."
"Thank you, but—" Again the faint squeeze.
"Please don't thank me. Mr. Brisbane was kind enough to bring this situation to my attention. The work you're doing here is important. It will bring credit to the museum, and I, personally, would like to do anything I can to support it. If you need anything else, call me. Call me."
He released her hand ever so gently and turned to Brisbane.
"I must be off to prepare my little speech. Thank you."
And he was gone. She looked at Brisbane, but the face was still an opaque mask.
"Now you know what will happen if you do get with the program," he said. "I'd rather not go into what will happen if you don't."
Brisbane turned back to the mirror, gave himself one last look.
"See you tonight, Dr. Kelly," he said mildly.
12. O'Shaughnessy followed Pendergast up the red-carpeted steps toward the museum's great bronze doors, convinced that every eye in the place was on him. He felt like a jerk in his policeman's uniform. He let his hand drop idly to the butt of his gun, and felt gratified as a nearby tuxedoed man gave him a decidedly nervous glance. He further consoled himself with the thought that he was getting time and a half for this dog and pony show, and time and a half from Captain Custer was nothing to sneeze at. Cars were lining up along Museum Drive, disgorging beautiful and not-so-beautiful people. Velvet ropes held back a small, disconsolate-looking group of photographers and journalists. The flashes of the photographers' cameras were few and far between. A van with the logo of a local television station was already packing up and leaving.
"This opening for the new primate hall is rather smaller than others I've attended," said Pendergast as he glanced around. "Party fatigue, I expect. The museum's been having so many these days." "Primates. All these people are interested in monkeys?" "I expect most of them are here to observe the primates outside the exhibition cases." "Very funny." They passed through the doors and across the great rotunda. Until 2 days ago, O'Shaughnessy hadn't been inside the museum since he was a kid. But there were the dinosaurs, just like they'd always been, and beyond the herd of elephants. The red carpet and velvet ropes led them onward, deeper into the building. Smiling young ladies were positioned along the way, pointing, nodding, indicating where to go. Very nice young ladies. O'Shaughnessy decided that another visit to the museum, when he wasn't on duty, might be in order. They wound through the African hall, past a massive doorway framed in elephant tusks, and entered a large reception area. Countless little tables set with votive candles dotted the room. A vast buffet heaped with food ran along one wall, bookended by 2 well-stocked booze stations. A podium had been placed at the far end of the room. In a nearby corner, a string quartet sawed industriously at a Viennese waltz. O'Shaughnessy listened with incredulity. They were appalling, but at least it wasn't Puccini they were butchering. The room was almost empty. At the door stood a manic-looking man, a large name-tag displayed below his white carnation. He spotted Pendergast, rushed over, and seized his hand with almost frantic gratitude. "Harry Medeker, head of public relations, thank you for coming, sir. Thank you. I think you'll love the new hall." "Primate behavior is my specialty."
"Ah, then you've come to the right place." The PR man caught a glimpse of O'Shaughnessy and froze in the act of pumping Pendergast's hand. "I'm sorry, officer. Is there a problem?" His voice had lost all its conviviality. "Yeah," said O'Shaughnessy in his most menacing tone. The man leaned forward and spoke in most unwelcoming tones. "This is a private opening, officer. I'm sorry, but you'll have to leave. We have no need of outside security." "Oh, yeah. Well, just so you know, Harry, I'm here on the little matter of the museum cocaine ring." "Museum cocaine ring?" Medeker looked like he was about to have a heart attack.
"Officer O'Shaughnessy," came Pendergast's mild warning.
O'Shaughnessy gave the man a little clap on the shoulder. "Don't breathe a word. Imagine how the press would run with it. Think of the museum, Harry." He left the man white and shaking. "I hate it when they don't respect the man in blue," said O'Shaughnessy. For a moment, Pendergast eyed him gravely. Then he nodded toward the buffet. "Regulations may forbid drinking on the job, but they don't forbid eating blini au caviar." "Blini au what?" "Tiny buckwheat pancakes topped with creme fraiche and caviar. Delectable." O'Shaughnessy shuddered. "I don't like raw fish eggs." "I suspect you've never had the real thing, Sergeant. Give one a try. You'll find them much more palatable than a De Valkyrie aria, I assure you. However, there's also the smoked sturgeon, the foie gras, the prosciutto di Parma, and the Damascata River oysters. The museum always serves an excellent table." "Just give me the pigs in a blanket. Those can be obtained from the man with the cart on the corner of 77th and Central Park West." More people were trickling into the hall, but the crowd was still thin. O'Shaughnessy followed Pendergast over to the food table. He avoided the piles of sticky gray fish eggs. Instead, he took a few pieces of ham, cut a slice from a wheel of brie, and with some pieces of French bread, made a couple of small ham and cheese sandwiches for himself. The ham was a little dry, and the cheese tasted a little like ammonia, but overall it was palatable. "You had a meeting with Captain Custer, right?" Pendergast asked. "How did it go?" O'Shaughnessy shook his head as he munched. "Not too good. I expect there was someone from the mayor's office." "Mary Hill. Ah, Miss Hill, of course." Captain Custer wanted to know why I hadn't told him about the journal, why I hadn't told him about the dress, why I hadn't told him about the note. But it was all in the report, which Custer hadn't read, so in the end I survived the meeting. Pendergast nodded. Thanks for helping me finish that report. Otherwise they'd have ripped me a new one. What a quaint expression. Pendergast looked over O'Shaughnessy's shoulder. Sergeant, I'd like to introduce you to an old acquaintance of mine, William Smithback. O'Shaughnessy turned to see a gangling, awkward-looking man at the buffet, a gravity-defying cowlick jutting from the top of his head. He was dressed in an ill-fitting tuxedo, and he seemed utterly absorbed in piling as much food onto his plate as possible, as quickly as possible. The man looked over, saw Pendergast, and started visibly. He glanced around uneasily, as if marking possible exits. But the FBI agent was smiling encouragingly, and the man named Smithback came toward them a little warily. "Agent Pendergast," Smithback said in a nasal baritone. "What a surprise." "Indeed, Mr. Smithback, I find you well." He grasped Smithback's hand and shook it. "How many years has it been?" "A long time," said Smithback, looking like it had not been nearly long enough. "What are you doing in New York?" "I keep an apartment here." Pendergast released the hand and looked the writer up and down. "I see you've graduated to Armani, Mr. Smithback," he said. "A rather better cut than those off-the-rack 14th Street job lot suits you used to sport. However, when you're ready to take a real sartorial step, might I recommend Brioni or Ermenegildo Zegna?" Smithback opened his mouth to reply, but Pendergast continued smoothly. "I heard from Margot Green, by the way. She's up in Boston, working for the Gendyne Corporation. She asked me to remember her to you." Smithback opened his mouth again, shut it. "Thank you," he managed after a moment. And Lieutenant D'Agosta, you keep in touch with him?" He also went north. He's now living in Canada, writing police procedurals, under the pen name of Campbell Dirk. I'll have to pick up one of his books. He hasn't made it big yet, not like you, Mr. Smithback, but I must say the books are readable." By this point, Smithback had fully recovered. "And mine aren't?" Pendergast inclined his head. "I can't honestly say I've read any. Do you have one you could particularly recommend?" "Very funny," said Smithback, frowning and looking about. "I wonder if Nora's going to be here." "So you're the guy who wrote the article, right?" asked O'Shaughnessy. Smithback nodded. "Made a splash, don't you think?" "It certainly got everyone's attention," said Pendergast dryly. "As well it should. 19th century serial killer, kidnapping and mutilating helpless kids from workhouses, all in the name of some experiment to extend his own wretched life. You know, they've awarded Pulitzers for less than that." People were arriving more quickly now, and the noise level was increasing. "The Society for American Archaeology is demanding an investigation into how the site came to be destroyed. I understand the construction union is also asking questions. With this upcoming election, the mayor's on the defensive. As you can imagine, Mogan Fairhaven wasn't terribly happy about it. Speak of the devil." "What?" Smithback said, clearly surprised by this sudden remark. "Anthony Fairhaven," Pendergast said, nodding toward the entrance. O'Shaughnessy followed the glance. The man standing in the doorway to the hall was much more youthful than he'd expected, fit, with the kind of frame a bicyclist or rock climber might have, wiry, athletic. His tuxedo draped over his shoulders and chest with a lightness that made him look as if he'd been born in it. Even more surprising was the face. It was an open face, an honest-looking face, not the face of the rapacious, money-grubbing real estate developer Smithback had portrayed in the Times article. Then, most surprising of all, Fairhaven looked their way, noticed their glance, and smiled broadly at them before continuing into the hall. A hissing came over the PA system. Tales from the Vienna woods died away raggedly. A man was at the podium doing a sound check. He retreated, and a hush fell on the crowd. After a moment, a second man, wearing a formal suit, mounted the podium and walked to the microphone. He looked grave, intelligent, patrician, dignified, at ease. In short, he was everything O'Shaughnessy hated. "Who's that?" he asked. "The distinguished Dr. Frederick Colopy," said Pendergast, director of the museum. "He's got a 29-year-old wife," Smithback whispered. "Can you believe it? It's a wonder he could even find the... Look, there she is now." He pointed to a young and extremely attractive woman standing to one side. Unlike the other women, who all seemed to be dressed in black, she was wearing an emerald green gown with an elegant diamond tiara. The combination was breathtaking. "Oh, God," Smithback breathed. "What a stunner." "I hope the guy keeps a pair of cardiac paddles on his bedside table," O'Shaughnessy muttered. "I think I'll go over and give him my number, offer to spell him one of these nights, in case the old geezer gets winded." "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen," began Colopy. His voice was low, gravelly, without inflection. "When I was a young man, I undertook the reclassification of the Punjidi, the great apes." The level of conversation in the room dropped, but did not cease altogether. People seemed far more interested in food and drink than in hearing this man talk about monkeys, O'Shaughnessy thought. "And I was faced with a problem, where to put mankind. Are we in the Punjidi or are we not? Are we a great ape or are we something special? This was the question I faced." "Here comes Dr. Kelly," said Pendergast. Smithback turned, an eager, expectant, nervous look on his face, but the tall, copper-haired woman swept past him without so much as a glance, arrowing straight for the food table. "Hey, Nora, I've been trying to reach you all day." O'Shaughnessy watched the writer hustle after her, then returned his attention to his ham-and-cheese sandwiches. He was glad he didn't have to do this sort of thing for a living. How could they bear it? Standing around chatting aimlessly with people you'd never seen before and would never see again, trying to cough up a vestige of interest in their vapid opinions, all to a background obbligato of speechifying. It seemed inconceivable to him that there were people who actually liked going to parties like this. "Our closest living relatives." Smithback was returning already. His tuxedo front was splattered with fish eggs and creme fraiche. He looked stricken. "Have an accident?" asked Pendergast dryly. "You might call it that." O'Shaughnessy glanced over and saw Nora heading straight for the retreating Smithback. She did not look happy. "Nora," Smithback began again. She rounded on him, her face furious. "How could you? I gave you that information in confidence." "But, Nora, I did it for you, don't you see? Now they can't touch—" "You moron! My long-term career here is ruined. After what happened in Utah and with the Lloyd Museum closing, this job was my last chance, and you ruined it." "Nora, if you could only look at it my way, you'd—" "You promised me, and I trusted you. God, I can't believe it. I'm totally screwed." She looked away, then whirled back with redoubled ferocity. "Was this some kind of revenge because I wouldn't rent that apartment with you?" No, Nora, just the opposite. It was to help you. I swear, in the end, you'll thank me." The poor man looked so helpless, O'Shaughnessy felt sorry for him. He was obviously in love with the woman, and he had just as obviously blown it completely. Suddenly she turned on Pendergast. "And you?" Pendergast raised his eyebrows, then carefully placed a blini back on his plate. "Sneaking around the museum, picking locks, fomenting suspicion, you started all this." Pendergast bowed. "If I've caused you any distress, Dr. Kelly, I regret it deeply." "Distress? They're going to crucify me. And there it all was in today's paper. I could kill you, all of you." Her voice had risen, and now people were looking at her instead of at the man at the podium, still droning on about classifying his great apes. Then Pendergast said, "Smile, our friend Brisbane is watching." Nora glanced over her shoulder. O'Shaughnessy followed the glance toward the podium and saw a well-groomed man, tall, glossy, with slicked-back dark hair, staring at them. He did not look happy. Nora shook her head and lowered her voice. "Jesus, I'm not even supposed to be talking to you. I can't believe the position you've put me in." "However, Dr. Kelly, you and I do need to talk," Pendergast said softly. "Meet me tomorrow evening at 10 Wren's Tea and Ginseng Company, 75 Mott Street, at 7 o'clock, if you please."
Nora glared at him angrily, then stalked off.
Immediately, Brisbane glided over on long legs, planting himself in front of them. "What a pleasant surprise," he said in a chill undertone. "The FBI agent, the policeman, and the reporter. An unholy trinity if ever I saw one." Pendergast inclined his head. "And how are you, Mr. Brisbane?" "Oh, top form." "I'm glad to hear it." "I don't recall any of you being on the guest list, especially you, Mr. Smithback. How did you slither past security?" Pendergast smiled and spoke gently. "Sergeant O'Shaughnessy and I are here on law enforcement business. As for Mr. Smithback, well, I'm sure he would like nothing more than to be tossed out on his ear. What a marvelous follow-up that would make to his piece in today's edition of the Times." Smithback nodded. "Thank you, it would." Brisbane stood still, the smile frozen on his face. He looked first at Pendergast, then at Smithback. His eyes raked Smithback's soiled tux. "Didn't your mother teach you that caviar goes in the mouth, not on the shirt?" He walked off. "Imbecile," Smithback murmured.
"Don't underestimate him," replied Pendergast. "He has Mogan Fairhaven, the museum, and the mayor behind him, and he is no imbecile."
"Yeah, except that I'm a reporter for the New York Times."
"Don't make the mistake of thinking even that lofty position will protect you. And now, without more ado, let us unveil the museum's latest creation, the Hall of Primates."
O'Shaughnessy watched as a ribbon beside the podium was cut with an oversized pair of scissors. There was a smattering of applause and a general drift toward the open doors of the new hall beyond. Pendergast glanced at him.
"Shall we?"
"Why not? Anything was better than standing around here."
"Count me out,"
said Smithback. "I've seen enough exhibitions in this joint to last me a lifetime." Pendergast turned and grasped the reporter's hand.
"I'm sure we shall meet again, soon."
It seemed to O'Shaughnessy that Smithback fairly flinched. Soon they were through the doors. People drifted along the spacious hall, which was lined with dioramas of stuffed chimpanzees, gorillas, orangutans, and various monkeys and lemurs, displayed in their native habitats. With some surprise, O'Shaughnessy realized the dioramas were fascinating, beautiful in their own way. They were like magic casements, opening onto distant worlds. How had these morons done it? But of course they hadn't done it. It was the curators and artists who had. People like Brisbane were the dead wood at the top of the pile. He really needed to come here more often. He saw a knot of people gathering around one case which displayed a hooting chimpanzee swinging on a tree limb. There was whispered conversation, muffled laughter. It didn't look any different from the other cases, and yet it seemed to have attracted half the people in the hall. O'Shaughnessy wondered what was so interesting about the chimpanzee. He looked about. Pendergast was in a far corner, examining some strange little monkey with intense interest. Funny man, a little scary, actually, when you got right down to it. He strolled over to check out the case, standing at the fringe of the crowd. There were more murmurs, some stifled laughter, some disapproving clucks. A bejeweled lady was gesturing for a guard. When people noticed O'Shaughnessy was a cop, they automatically shuffled aside. He saw that an elaborate label had been attached to the case. The label was made from a plaque of richly grained oak, on which gold letters were edged in black. It read, "Roger C. Brisbane III, First Vice President." 13.
The box was made of fruit wood. It had lain untouched and unneeded for many decades, and was now covered in a heavy mantle of dust. But it had only taken one swipe of a soft velour cloth to remove the sediment of years, and a second swipe to bring out the rich, mellow sheen of the wood beneath. Next, the cloth moved toward the brass corners, rubbing and burnishing, then the brass hinges, shined and lightly oiled. Finally came the gold nameplate, fastened to the lid by 4 tiny screws. It was only when every inch, every element of the box had been polished to brilliance that the fingers moved toward the latch, and, trembling slightly with the gravity of the moment, unsnapped the lock, lifted the lid. Within, the tools gleamed from their beds of purple velvet. The fingers moved from one to the next, touching each lightly, almost reverently, as if they could impart some healing gift, as indeed they could, and had, and would again. First came the large amputation knife, its blade curved downward, as did all American amputation knives made between the Revolutionary and Civil Wars. In fact, this particular set dated from the 1840s, crafted by Wiegand and Snowden of Philadelphia. An exquisite set, a work of art. The fingers moved on, a solitary ring of cat's-eye opal, winking conspiratorially in the subdued light. Metacarpal saw, Catlin knife, bone forceps, tissue forceps. At last the fingers stopped on the capital saw. They caressed its length for a moment, then teased it from its molded slot. It was a beauty, long, built for business, its heavy blade breathtakingly sharp. As with the rest of the tools, its handle was made of ivory and gutta percha. It was not until the 1880s, when Lister's work on germs was published, that surgical instruments began to be sterilized. All handles from that point on were made of metal. Porous materials became mere collector's items. A pity, really. The old tools were so much more attractive. It was a comfort to know that there would be no need for sterilization here. The box contained 2 trays. With worshipful care, the fingers removed the upper tray, the amputation set, to expose the still greater beauty of the neurosurgical set below. Rows of skull trephines lay beside the more delicate saw blades, and encircling the rest was the greatest treasure of all, a medical chainsaw, a long, thin band of metal covered in sharp, serrated teeth, ivory hand grips at each end. It actually belonged among the amputation tools, but its great length consigned it to the lower tray. This was the thing to use when time, not delicacy, was of the essence. It was a horrifying-looking tool. It was consummately beautiful. The fingers brushed each item in turn. Then carefully the upper tray was lowered back into position. A heavy leather strop was brought from a nearby table and laid before the open box. The fingers rubbed a small amount of neatsfoot oil into the strop, slowly, without hurry. It was important that there no longer be any hurry. Hurry had always meant mistakes, wasted effort. At last the fingers returned to the box, selected a knife, brought it to the light. Then, with lingering, loving care, laid it against the leather strop and began stroking back and forth, back and forth. The leather seemed almost to purr as the blade was stropped. To sharpen all the blades in the surgical set to a razor edge would take many hours, but then there would be time. There would, in fact, be nothing but time. The Appointed Time. 1. Paul Karp could hardly believe he was actually going to get some. Finally, 17 years old, and now finally he was going to get some. He pulled the girl deeper into the ramble. It was the wildest, least visited part of Central Park. It wasn't perfect, but it would have to do.
"Why don't we just go back to your place?" the girl asked.
"My folks are home." Paul put his arms around her and kissed her. "Don't worry, this is great right here." Her face was flushed, and he could hear her breathing. He looked ahead for the darkest, the most private place he could find. Quickly, unwilling to lose the moment, he turned off the paved walk and plunged into a thicket of rhododendron bushes. She was following, gladly. The thought sent a little shiver of anticipation coursing through him. It only seemed deserted, he told himself. People came in here all the time. He pushed his way into the densest part of the thicket. Even though the autumn sun still hovered low in the sky, the canopy of sycamores, laurels, and azaleas created a verdant half-light. He tried to tell himself it was cozy, almost romantic. Finally they came to a hidden spot, a thick bed of myrtle surrounded by dark bushes. No one would see them here. They were utterly alone.
"Paul, what if a mugger—"
"No mugger's going to see us in here," he quickly said, taking the girl in his arms and kissing her. She responded, first hesitantly, then more eagerly.
"Are you sure this place is okay?"
she whispered. "Sure, we're totally alone." After a last look around, Paul lay down on the myrtle, pulling her beside him. They kissed again. Paul slid his hands up her blouse, and she didn't stop him. He could feel her chest heaving, breasts rising and falling. The birds made a racket over their heads, and the myrtle rose around them like a thick green carpet. It was very nice. Paul thought this was a great way for it to happen. He could tell the story later, but the important thing was it was going to happen. No longer would it be a joke among his friends, the last virgin of Horace Mann's senior class. With renewed urgency, he pressed closer to her, undid some buttons.
"Don't push so hard," she whispered, squirming. "The ground is bumpy."
"Sorry." They wriggled on the thick myrtle, searching for a more comfortable spot.
"Now there's a branch digging into my back."
Suddenly she stopped. "What?"
"I heard a rustle."
"It's just the wind." Paul shifted some more, and they embraced again. His fingers felt thick and awkward as he unzipped her pants, unbuttoned the rest of her shirt. Her breasts swung free, and at the sight he felt himself grow even harder. He put his hand on her bare midriff, sliding it downward. Her much more expert hand reached him first. As she took him in her cool, gentle grasp, he gasped and thrust forward.
"Ouch! Wait, there's still a branch underneath me."
She sat up, breathing hard, her blonde hair falling over her shoulders. Paul sat up too, frustration mingling with desire. He could see the flattened area where they had been lying. The myrtle was crushed, and beneath he could see the outline of the light-colored branch. He stuck his hand through the myrtle and grabbed it, yanking at it angrily, struggling to wrest it free. Goddamn branch. But something was very wrong. It felt strange, cold, rubbery, and as it came up out of the myrtle he saw it wasn't a branch at all, but an arm. Leaves slid away, exposing the rest of the body, languorously, unwillingly. As his fingers went slack, the arm fell away again, flopping back into the greenery. The girl screamed first, scrambling backward, standing, tripping, standing up again and running, jeans unzipped and shirt flapping around her. Paul was on his feet, but all he seemed able to hear was her crashing through the undergrowth. It had all happened so fast it seemed like some sort of dream. He could feel the lust dying away within him, horror flooding in to take its place. He turned to run. Then he paused and glanced wildly back, driven by some impulse to see if it were actually real. The fingers were partly curled, white skin smeared with mud, and in the dimness beyond, under the thick undergrowth, lay the rest of it. 2. Dr. Bill Dowson lounged against the sink, examining his precisely trimmed fingernails, without interest. One more, then lunch, thank God. A cup of coffee and a BLT at the corner deli would hit the spot. He wasn't sure why he wanted a BLT exactly. Maybe it was the lividity of the last stiff that started him thinking about bacon. Anyway, that Dominican behind the deli counter had elevated the sandwich into an art form. Dowson could practically taste the crisp lettuce, the tang of tomato against the mayonnaise. The nurse brought in the clipboard, and he glanced up. She had short black hair and a trim body. He glanced at the clipboard without picking it up and smiled at her. "What have we here?" he asked. "Homicide?" He gave an exaggerated sigh, rolled his eyes. What is that, the 4th today? It must be hunting season. Gunshot?
No, some kind of multiple stabbing. They found it in Central Park, in the Ramble.
He nodded. The dumping ground, eh? Figures. Great. Another piece of shit killing. He glanced at his watch. Bring it in, please. He watched the nurse walk out. Nice, very nice. She returned a moment later with a gurney covered by a green sheet. He made no move toward the body. So, how about that dinner tonight? The nurse smiled.
I don't think it's a good idea, Doctor.
Why not?
I've told you before, I don't date doctors, especially ones I work with.
He nodded, pushed down his glasses, and grinned. But I'm your soulmate, remember? She smiled.
Hardly.
But he could tell she was flattered by his interest. Better not push it, though, not these days. Sexual harassment and all that. He sighed, eased himself off the sink. Then he pulled on a fresh pair of gloves. Turn on the video cams, he said to the nurse as he prepped.
Yes, Doctor.
He picked up the clipboard. Says here we have a Caucasian woman identified as Doreen Hollander, age 27, of Pine Creek, Oklahoma. Identified by her husband. He scanned the rest of the top sheet. Then he hung the clipboard on the gurney, drew on his surgical mask, and with the nurse's help, lifted the sheeted corpse onto the stainless steel examining table. He sensed a presence behind him and turned. In the doorway was a tall, slender man. His face and hands looked remarkably pale against the black of his suit. Behind the man stood a uniformed cop. Yes? Dowson asked. The man approached, opening his wallet. I'm Special Agent Pendergast, Dr. Dowson, and this is Sergeant O'Shaughnessy of the NYPD. Dowson looked him over. This was very irregular, and there was something strange about the man. Hair so very blonde, eyes so very pale, accent so very, very southern. And, may I observe, this an FBI case? No. Where's your clearance? I don't have one. Dowson sighed with irritation. You know the rules. You can't just watch for the hell of it. The FBI agent took a step closer to him, closer than he liked, invading his personal space. He controlled an impulse to step backward. Look, Mr. Pendergast, get the necessary paperwork and come back, okay? That will be time-consuming, said the man named Pendergast. It will hold you up considerably. I would appreciate your courtesy in letting us observe. There was something in the man's tone that sounded a lot harder than the mellifluous accent and genteel words suggested. Dowson hesitated. Look, with all due respect— With all due respect, Dr. Dowson, I'm in no mood to bandy civilities with you. Proceed with the autopsy. The voice was now cold as dry ice. Dowson remembered the video cam was on. He glanced covertly at the nurse. He had a strong sense that a humiliation at the hands of this man might be just around the corner. This would not look good, and it might cause trouble later. The guy was FBI, after all. Anyway, his own ass was covered. He was on record stating the man needed clearance. Dowson sighed. All right, Pendergast, you and the sergeant don scrubs. He waited until they returned, then pulled back the sheet with a single motion. The cadaver lay on its back, blonde hair, young, fresh. The chill of the previous night had kept it from decomposing. Dowson leaned toward the mic and began a description. The FBI man was looking at the corpse with interest, but Dowson could see that the uniformed cop was beginning to look uneasy, shifting from one foot to another, lips pressed tight together. The last thing he needed was a puker. Is he going to be all right? Dowson asked Pendergast in an undertone, nodding to the cop. Pendergast turned. You don't have to see this, Sergeant. The cop swallowed, glancing from the corpse to Pendergast and back again. I'll be in the lounge. Drop your scrubs in the bin on your way out, said Dowson with sarcastic satisfaction. Pendergast watched the cop leave. Then he turned to Dowson. I suggest you turn the body over before making your Y incision. And why is that? Pendergast nodded toward the clipboard. "Page 2. Dowson picked it up, flipped over the top page. Extensive lacerations, deep knife wounds. Looked like the girl had been stabbed repeatedly in the lower back. Or worse. As usual, it was hard to make out from the police report what had actually taken place from a medical standpoint. There had been no investigating M.E. It had been given a low priority. This Doreen Hollander didn't count for much, it seemed. Dowson returned the clipboard. "So help me turn her over." They turned the body, exposing the back. The nurse gasped and stepped away. Dowson stared in surprise. "Looks like she died on the operating table, in the middle of an operation to remove a spinal tumor." Had they screwed up again downstairs? Just last week, twice, they had sent him the wrong paperwork with the wrong corpse. But immediately, Dowson realized this was no hospital stiff, not with dirt and leaves sticking to the raw wound that covered the entire lower back and sacrum area. This was weird, seriously weird. He peered closer and began describing the wound for the benefit of the camera, trying to keep the surprise out of his voice. "Superficially, this does not resemble the random knife-slashing, stabbing, or cutting described in the report. It has the appearance of a dissection. The incision, if it is one, begins about 10 inches below the scapula and 7 inches above the belt line. It appears as if the entire cauda equina has been dissected out, starting at L1 and terminating at the sacrum." At this, the FBI agent looked at him abruptly.
"The dissection includes the filum terminale."
Dowson bent closer. "Nurse, sponge along here." The nurse removed some of the debris around the wound. The room had fallen silent, except for the whir of the camera, and there was a clattering sound as twigs and leaves slid into the table's drainage channel. "The spinal cord, more precisely the cauda equina, is missing. It has been removed."
"The dissection extends peripherally to the neuroforamen and out to the transverse processes. Nurse, irrigate L1 to L5.
The nurse quickly irrigated the requested area. "The, dissection has stripped off the skin, the subcutaneous tissue, and paraspinous musculature. It appears as if a self-retaining retractor was used. I can see the marks of it here, and here, and here." He carefully indicated the areas for the benefit of the video. "The spinous processes and laminae have been removed, along with the ligamentum flavum. The dura is still present. There is a longitudinal incision in the dura from L1 to the sacrum,
allowing full removal of the cord.
It has the appearance of a very professional incision. Nurse, the stereo zoom." The nurse rolled over a large microscope. Quickly, Dowson inspected the spinous processes. "It looks as if a rongeur has been used to remove the processes and laminae from the dura." He straightened up, running a gowned arm across his forehead. This was not a standard dissection one would do in medical school. It was more like the kind of thing neurosurgeons practiced in advanced neuroanatomy classes. Then he remembered the FBI agent, Pendergast. He glanced at him to see how he was taking it. He had seen a lot of shocked people at autopsies, but nothing like this. This man looked not shocked exactly, so much as grim death himself. The man spoke. "Doctor, may I interrupt with a few questions?" Dowson nodded. "Was this dissection the cause of death?" This was a new thought to Dowson. He shuddered. If the subject were alive when this was done, yes, it would have caused death. "At what point?" "As soon as the incision was made in the dura, the cerebrospinal fluid would have drained. That alone would have been enough to cause death." He examined the wound again. It looked as if the operation had caused a great deal of bleeding from the epidural veins, and some of them had retracted, an indication of live trauma. Yet the dissector had not worked around the veins, as a surgeon on a live patient would have done, but had cut right through them. The operation, while done with great skill, had also apparently been done with haste. A large number of veins have been cut, and only the largest, whose bleeding would have interfered with the work, have been ligated. The subject might have bled to death before the opening of the dura, depending on how fast the, person worked.
But was the subject alive when the operation began?
It seems she was.
Dowson swallowed weakly.
However, it seems no effort was made to keep the subject alive while the, dissection was progressing.
I would suggest some blood and tissue work to see if the subject had been tranquilized.
The doctor nodded. It's standard.
In your opinion, Doctor, how professional was this dissection?
Dowson did not answer. He was trying to order his thoughts. This had the potential of being big and unpleasant. For the time being, no doubt, they'd try to keep a low profile on this, try to fly it as long as possible beneath the radar of the New York press. But it would come out, it always did, and then there would be a lot of people second-guessing his actions. He'd better slow down, take it one step at a time. This was not the run-of-the-mill murder the police report indicated. Thank God he hadn't actually begun the autopsy. He had the FBI agent to thank for that. He turned to the nurse. Get Jones up here with the large-format camera and the camera for the stereo zoom, and I want a second ME to assist. Who's on call?
Dr. Lofton.
I need him within the half hour. I also want to consult with our neurosurgeon, Dr. Feldman. Get him up here as soon as possible.
Yes, Doctor.
He turned to Pendergast. I'm not sure I can let you stay without some kind of official sanction. To his surprise, the man seemed to accept this.
I understand, Doctor. I believe this autopsy is in good hands. I personally have seen enough.
So have I, thought Dowson. He now felt sure that a surgeon had done this. The thought made him feel sick. O'Shaughnessy stood in the lounge. He debated whether to buy a cup of coffee from a vending machine, then decided against it. He felt distinctly embarrassed. Here he was, supposed to be a tough, sardonic New York City cop, and he'd wimped out, all but tossed his cookies right there on the examining room floor. The sight of that poor, chubby, naked girl on the table, blue and dirty, her young face all puffed up, eyes open, leaves and sticks in her hair. He shuddered afresh at the image. He also felt a burning anger for the person who had done it. He wasn't a homicide cop, had never wanted to be one, even in the early days. He hated the sight of blood. But his own sister-in-law lived in Oklahoma, about this girl's age, too. Now he felt he could stand whatever it took to catch that killer. Pendergast glided through the stainless steel doors like a wraith. He barely glanced at O'Shaughnessy. The sergeant fell into step behind him, and they left the building and climbed into the waiting car in silence. Something had definitely put Pendergast into a black mood. The guy was moody, but this was the darkest he had ever seen him. O'Shaughnessy still had no idea why Pendergast was suddenly so interested in this new murder, interrupting his work on the 19th century killings. But somehow this didn't seem to be the time to ask.
"We will drop the sergeant off at the precinct house," said Pendergast to his chauffeur, "and then you may take me home."
Pendergast settled back in the leather seat. O'Shaughnessy looked over at him. "What happened?" he managed to ask. "What did you see?" Pendergast looked out the window.
"Evil."
And he spoke no more. 3. William Smithback, Jr., in his best suit, the Armani, recently dry-cleaned, crispest white shirt and most businesslike tie, stood on the corner of Avenue of the Americas and 55th Street. His eyes strayed upward along the vast glass and chrome monolith that was the Mogan Fairhaven building, rippling blue-green in the sunlight like some vast slab of water. Somewhere in that $100 million pile was his prey. He felt pretty sure he could talk his way into seeing Fairhaven. He was good at that kind of thing. This assignment was a lot more promising than that tourist murder in the Ramble his editor had wanted him to cover today. He conjured up the grizzled face of his editor, red eyes bug-big behind thick glasses, smoke-cured finger pointing, telling him that this dead lady from Oklahoma was going to be big. Big? Tourists were getting smoked all the time in New York City. It was too bad, but there it was. Homicide reporting was hack work. He had a hunch about Fairhaven, the museum, and these old killings Pendergast was so interested in. He always trusted his hunches. His editor wouldn't be disappointed. He was going to cast his fly onto the water, and by God, Fairhaven might just bite. Taking one more deep breath, he crossed the street, giving the finger to a cabbie that shot past, inches away, horn blaring, and approached the granite and titanium entry. Another vast acreage of granite greeted him upon entering the interior. There was a large desk, manned by half a dozen security officers, and several banks of elevators beyond. Smithback strode resolutely toward the security desk. He leaned on it aggressively. "I'm here to see Mr. Fairhaven." The closest guard was shuffling through a computer printout. "Name?" he asked, not bothering to look up. "William Smithback, Jr., of the New York Times." "Moment," mumbled the guard, picking up a telephone. He dialed, then handed it to Smithback. A crisp voice sounded. "May I help you?" "This is William Smithback, Jr. of the New York Times. I'm here to see Mr. Fairhaven." It was Saturday, but Smithback was gambling he'd be in his office. Guys like Fairhaven never took Saturdays off, and on Saturdays they were usually less fortified with secretaries and guards. "Do you have an appointment?" the female voice asked, reaching down to him from 50 stories. "No, I'm the reporter doing the story on Enoch Lang and the bodies found at his job site on Catherine Street, and I need to speak with him immediately. It's urgent." "You need to call for an appointment." It was an utterly neutral voice. "Good. Consider this the call. I'd like to make an appointment for—" Smithback checked his watch. 10 o'clock. "Mr. Fairhaven is presently engaged," the voice instantly responded. Smithback took a deep breath. So he was in. Time to press the attack. There were probably 10 layers of secretaries beyond the one on the phone, but he'd gotten through that many before. "Look, if Mr. Fairhaven is too busy to talk to me, I'll just have to report in the article I'm writing for the Monday edition that he refused to comment." "He is presently engaged," the robotic voice repeated. "No comment. That'll do wonders for his public image. And come Monday, Mr. Fairhaven will be wanting to know who in his office turned away the reporter. Get my drift?" There was a long silence. Smithback drew in some more air. This was often a long process. "You know when you're reading an article in the paper and it's about some sleazy guy and the guy says, 'I have no comment'? How does that make you feel about the guy, especially a real estate developer? No comment. I could do a lot with no comment." There was more silence. Smithback wondered if she had hung up. But no, there was a sound on the line. It was a chuckle. "That's good," said a low, pleasant, masculine voice. "I like that. Nicely done." "Who's this?" Smithback demanded. "Just some sleazy real estate developer." "Who?" Smithback was not going to stand being made fun of by some lackey. "Anthony Fairhaven." "Oh." Smithback was momentarily struck speechless. He recovered quickly. "Mr. Fairhaven, is it true that—" "Why don't you come on up so we can talk face to face, like grown-up people? 49th floor." "What?" Smithback was still surprised at the rapidity of his success. "I said come up. I was wondering when you'd call, being the ambitious, careerist reporter that you so evidently are." Fairhaven's office was not quite what Smithback had envisioned. True, there were several layers of secretaries and assistants, guarding the sanctum sanctorum. But when he finally gained Fairhaven's office, it wasn't the vast screw-you space of chrome gold, ebony, old master paintings, African primitives he'd expected. It was rather simple and small. True, there was art on the walls, but it consisted of some understated Thomas Hart Benton lithographs of yeoman farmers. Beside these was a glassed panel, locked and clearly alarmed, containing a variety of handguns, mounted on a black velvet backdrop. The sole desk was small and made of birch. There were a couple of easy chairs and a worn Persian rug on the floor. One wall was covered with bookshelves, filled with books that had clearly been read, instead of purchased by the yard as furniture. Except for the gun case, it looked more like a professor's office than that of a real estate magnate. And yet, unlike any professor's office Smithback had ever been in, the space was meticulously clean. Every surface sparkled with an unblemished shine. Even the books appeared to have been polished. There was a faint smell of cleaning agents, a little chemical, but not unpleasant. "Please, sit down," said Fairhaven, sweeping a hand toward the easy chairs. "Would you care for anything? Coffee, water, soda, whiskey?" He grinned. "Nothing, thanks," said Smithback as he took a seat. He felt the familiar shudder of expectation that came before an intense interview. Fairhaven was clearly savvy, but he was rich and pampered. He no doubt lacked street smarts. Smithback had interviewed and skewered dozens like him. It wouldn't even be a contest. Fairhaven opened a refrigerator and took out a small bottle of mineral water. He poured himself a glass and then sat, not at his desk, but in an easy chair opposite Smithback. He crossed his legs, smiled. The bottle of water sparkled in the sunlight that slanted through the windows. Smithback glanced past him. The view, at least, was killer. He turned his attention back to the man. Black wavy hair, strong brow, athletic frame, easy movements, sardonic look in the eye. Could be 30, 35. He jotted a few impressions. "So," Fairhaven said with a small, self-deprecating smile, "the sleazy real estate developer is ready to take your questions. May I record this?" "I would expect no less." Smithback slipped a recorder out of his pocket. Of course he seemed charming. People like him were experts at charm and manipulation. But he'd never allow himself to be spun. All he had to do was remember who he was dealing with, a heartless, money-grubbing businessman who would sell his own mother for the back rent alone. "Why did you destroy the site on Catherine Street?" he asked. Fairhaven bowed his head slightly. "The project was behind schedule. We were fast-tracking the excavation. It would have cost me $40,000 a day. I'm not in the archaeology business." "Some archaeologists say you destroyed one of the most important sites to be discovered in Manhattan in a quarter-century." Fairhaven cocked his head. "Really? Which archaeologists?" "The Society for American Archaeology, for example." A cynical smile broke out on Fairhaven's face. "Ah, I see. Well, of course they'd be against it. If they had their way, no one in America would turn over a spadeful of soil without an archaeologist standing by with screen, trowel, and toothbrush. Getting back to the site, Mr. Smithback, what I did was perfectly legal. When we discovered those remains, I personally stopped all work. I personally examined the site. We called in forensic experts who photographed everything. We removed the remains with great care, had them examined, and then properly buried, all at my own expense. We did not restart work until we had direct authorization from the mayor. What more would you have me do?" Smithback felt a small twinge. This was not proceeding quite as expected. He was letting Fairhaven control the agenda. That was the problem. "You say you had the remains buried. Why? Was there anything perhaps you were trying to hide?" At this, Fairhaven actually laughed, leaning back in his chair, exposing beautiful teeth. "You make it sound suspicious. I'm a little embarrassed to admit that I'm a man with some small religious values. These poor people were killed in a hideous way. I wanted to give them a decent burial with an ecumenical service, quiet and dignified, free of the whole media circus. That's what I did. Buried them together with their little effects in a real cemetery. I didn't want their bones ending up in a museum drawer. So I purchased a beautiful tract in the Gates of Heaven Cemetery in Valhalla, New York.